did it.
Good morning. This is the Citrus County Planning and Development Commission public hearing for February 16th, 2023. If you would like to join us at this time, I invite you to please stand for the invocation and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Dear Lord, please give us the grace to be understanding, patient, and tolerant. With these attributes, we can conduct our work in a manner which is pleasing to Thee, our county, and its residents. In the Lord's name, amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
A little housekeeping, just for the courtesy of the applicants, the board, and those around you, if you could please silence any devices at this time. Also, I've seen some signs. There's no sign waving, and we want to be respectful to all of those at the podium this morning. May we have the roll call?
Yes, sir. Good morning. Sorry. Yes, ma'am. It's just habit. The following Planning and Development Commission members are present this morning. Stacy Worthington, Chair. Richard Barnes, First Vice Chair. James Royce, Second Vice Chair. Robert Bass, David Bramblett, Michael Facemeyer, and Kurt Stone.
Thank you. If any person decides to appeal any decision made by the commission with respect to any matter considered at this hearing, he or she will need a record of the proceedings, and for such purpose, he or she may need to ensure that a verbatim record of the proceedings is made, which record includes testimony and evidence upon which the appeal is based. During the public input portions of the meeting, individuals are given 3 minutes and representatives of an organization are given 5 minutes. When anyone wishing to speak comes to the podium, please complete a yellow form and hand it to the recording secretary. Please print your name, address, and the number of the application for which you are speaking on the form. The yellow forms can be found at the podium by the door. If representing an organization, a letter of authorization must accompany the speaker or be on file. Comments will be limited to the topic being heard. Please state your name and give your address for the taped record. At this time, we will open to the public for any matters which you wish to come before the board. Anyone open to the public? Seeing none? We have no minutes to approve, so we'll move on to staff announcements.
I have none at this time, thank you.
Thank you. Ex parte communication?
Yes, Madam Chair, being that we have court recorder here, I think it'd probably be best if we do the ex parte at the beginning of each application so that it can be a cohesive record. So at this time, we'll go ahead and just do the first one. With regard to CU-23-01, are there any ex parte communications you need to disclose with regard to that conditional use application?
I have the first one as V-23-01, variance application.
Oh, I apologize. It's mine's out of order. So with regard to V-23,
It's just in a different order.
I'm sorry.
Yes, site visit.
okay, wait, let's
Madam Attorney.
She wasn't done yet.
let's start over.
Okay.
With regard to application V-23-01, are there any ex parte communications you'd like to disclose? And we'll start at the end, please.
None.
Site visit.
Site visit.
None.
None.
Site visit.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. May we have the introduction, please?
Yes, thank you. This is variance V-2301, Nancy Taylor and James Braille. This application is a request to reduce wetland right-of-way setbacks for 5 unpermitted accessory structures. This is an aerial view of the subject property. This is a view of the subject property. This is looking east on West Ozella Trail. This is looking west on West Ozella Trail. This is looking across West Ozella Trail, across from the subject property. This is the site plan submitted by the applicant. Thank you.
Thank you. Will the applicant please come forward to the podium? Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Jessica Eiserman. My address is 401 East Jackson Street in Tampa, Florida. I am a land use attorney from Tampa, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here before you today. I am representing Jim and Nancy, Nancy Taylor and Jim Rael. They are the applicants on this variance request. I met Jim and Nancy a few weeks ago. They actually drove down to Tampa to see me in my office from Ozello. They were distressed about receiving notices of violation, and they asked me for help. They also asked several other attorneys, but they were not willing to take such a small case or such a difficult case. I agreed to take on the case at a significant discount. I made that decision because I think it's important for all of us to have that feel-good case, for lack of a better phrase. A case that helps someone in a tough spot that they would otherwise be left struggling to figure out the difficult and sometimes confusing local government process on their own. That's what this case is to me, and when you meet Nancy and Jim, you'll see why. So how did we get here today? Jim and Nancy purchased this property in 2020. They believe no permits were necessary to construct accessory structures. While Jim was working on replacing a deck that was pre-existing, someone from the county pulled over on Ozello Trail and said, "Hey, did you get a permit for that?" To which he said, "I didn't think one was needed." And they said, "Oh, yep, one is needed. Next time you do any work, go get a permit." He said, "Okay, my bad, I'm sorry." Turns out the siding on the house was bad and it had to be replaced. Instead of replacing it without a permit, they went to the county and got a building permit to replace the siding. During that building permit process, the county decided to initiate a code enforcement action against them for the accessory structures on their property. But for obtaining this building permit, but for trying to comply with the law for their future actions, we would not be here today. This is not a neighborhood complaint. This is not a neighbor complaint. This is a county-initiated code violation. So I think it's important for you to understand this context. It's also important for us to preserve the record in the pursuit of equitable treatment and fairness. So I'm going to ask Nancy to come up real quick, and I want her to explain to you why she purchased this property and about her business, which is on the property. And those of you who performed a site visit may have noticed that there is an art studio on the property. Nancy?
I've had a couple of strokes, so it's kind of hard for me to get my thoughts together. I'm going to do the best.
That's okay.
First time I walked onto the property, I immediately saw that it checked off all the boxes of a dream I've had my whole life. At the time I was 65, 16 now. But my whole entire life I wanted a home where I could have my art studio and a gift shop gallery underneath the house. So when I saw this house, I immediately ran onto the downstairs deck and I saw the view of the wetlands and the yard area. And I had this vision that not only would I have a gift shop and a gallery, but someday, but that I would make it a destination for friends, neighbors, tourists to come and enjoy the property. And then I ran upstairs and I saw that the house was just so perfect. Only an 840 square foot cottage, but I knew that even though we came from twice that size, I knew that we could make a life in that little house. So the property had different reasons, a lot of different reasons. But mostly, I knew that I would be so inspired to do some of the artwork that I've always wanted to do, and that I'd be able to share this with so many people. So we went after the dream, and we spent a couple of years. That's all we did, was we worked on our dream. And it just means everything to both of us. Both Jim and I were very proud. First thing Jim said, that he was going to make a show place out of it. And once we finished, then we started having people over. People have all been in awe of what we've done. Our neighbors have all complimented us and told us how the property was such a dump before, and that we'd have made an amazing place out of it. And believe me, it was a huge dump. And people have said that it has such a sense of aura that when they come, that they leave with a feeling that of peacefulness, and that they want to come back. And I feel that if you make us take down these structures, that it won't be the same place anymore, because it carries right now all the love and hard work and blood, sweat, and tears that we put into it. No.
So we have 25 letters of support in the record in your materials. And in fact, there are more. More people have come by to voice their support. In fact, today, several people have stopped by and told Nancy, good luck today, we're rooting for you. So if possible, can we bring up the presentation?
Do you need help? Yes, I need.
The name of it?
I'm sorry. 1 second.
Yes, ma'am.
We have their PowerPoint.
It's old Florida.
I have a planner's PowerPoint according to.
Yeah, we checked that this morning. How's letters check-in?
2 people checked it.
Yeah.
Okay, if you'll just bear with us for a moment, we have some technical difficulties, and we're just going to pause for just a moment. Maybe we'll take a recess? Don't what?
Took us a long time to get here. They'll be quick.
Okay.
Probably. Have you ever been down
I
there?
know, I'm good. I've been sick. So far, so good. I think I'm on
We're coming.
No. Thank goodness. No, just terrible. Later this evening. There's a chamber.
Yeah, years ago when I was in school, I went to school with
Builders
Morgan.
Association,
He was
This weekend we have a golf
Calvin
tournament.
Beck.
We have it every year, and it supports 50% of the proceeds for Boys and Girls Club. So obviously, being a member, I will be. Good morning. Marcy.
Because then you can drive out, you can see what all this is on the coast. And you go, why are there no houses out there when you look on the map?
Yeah,
go,
you work with
this is
Bethel,
why.
or you've had cases with Beth, with Schweikert. Yes. You're pinch hitting.
Yeah.
Used to subscribe to something else and they stopped publishing it, so they gave it out instead.
I'm from Always Golf, and so are you. Thank you.
GT,
Plus this.
They went down that road?
yeah,
Yeah.
that was what they.
Thank
Lots of
goodness the
crashes
next
on
one
that
looks
road.
like this.
My
I
buddy
felt like I
crashed
read the
it,
flash.
a lot of street. They had just bought
I walked home, I go home from the last meeting, I walked in, and I put everything in the
You
book.
can't help
So,
but drive fast.
Well,
Well,
no, my
there's
wife
too much
was
traffic out there.
here, this is the next
Back in the
meeting.
day, when there was no
I scrape
yellow
it off
roads,
the
like,
floor.
it just makes you want to.
Yeah, yeah.
That's everything that's
Especially
there.
when you're young.
I know. I said to my husband, how do they make this decision where last packet is this big and then the next packet is this big and then it's like, is there balance or
I don't think there's any way around it.
timing issue?
It's gotta all depend on when the things come in. When I was,
What are you doing here?
He's not my boss. I'm his boss.
You're such a pig. There's just no other word for it.
George didn't tell me.
Yeah, I think right there you are.
Yeah.
Morning.
Good to see you.
Official pause.
Morning. Actually, after a while, one day, got the vote about it. He knew, I knew. So,
Yeah. Like the paparazzi.
yes.
Of all days to have technical difficulties, we're already going to be here until 12:30.
You think 12:30? I thought 2.
Oh, if we're here till 2 o'clock, I'm going to be pissed at you.
I'll do my best.
2 o'clock. Oh, I'm out. I got shit to do.
Okay. I assume I just followed the
Yes, I do. My kid has a basketball game.
advance, go back.
You only get so much out of me for free.
Kind of sit back and look at it. Oh gosh, you're moving in the right direction.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, just one more minute while we try to queue up everything and then we'll resume very shortly.
Sorry, guys, hold on.
That was right.
That was right?
Yeah, that looked right.
Close to it, but it was the right one.
Let's put it under.
Yep.
Just like that's good?
That's fine.
Okay. So
It's,
maybe
it's not
I
in
can-
PowerPoint format, so we're gonna have to scroll for
Is
it.
that better?
Okay. Is there a way to?
See if you can push that button.
Oh, that works.
Perfect.
Okay, perfect.
All right. Sorry,
And we're on.
everybody. Thank you.
Okay. So, we are here today requesting 2 variances to allow for accessory structures within the wetland setback and within the right-of-way setback. So, taking a step back, let's look at the location of this property. It is located at 14370 West Ozello Trail. Oops. Here is an aerial of the property. As you can see, it backs up to a wetland conservation area and it itself contains a significant amount of wetlands. Before we dig into the specifics of the requested variances, I want to speak generally. If a variance is being requested after the fact, it should not impact your decision here today. If the particular circumstances arise from the zoning restrictions themselves, the hardship cannot be self-created. Basically, this variance would have been sought regardless of whether the structures existed today or not. You actually have the benefit of seeing what those structures look like in granting this variance, where otherwise you would not have that benefit. But you will see that this property only has a buildable envelope of 503 square feet. The fact that we are here today for an after-the-fact variance is not the hardship. Rather, the hardship is the uniqueness of the property and the overly burdensome setback requirements as applied to this unique property. Now let's speak about accessory structures. How many of you have accessory structures? We're talking carports, garages, sheds, decks, screen enclosures. If you were not allowed to have any of those structures, not even a carport, how would that impact you? Would you still have a reasonable use of your property? We're talking reasonable use, not any use. As you consider your neighbors' properties, do they have accessory structures? Are those structures important to them? In this case, the accessory structures are necessary. The home itself is only 840 square feet. There is no garage. Under your code, the standard for a variance is whether the required setbacks create an unnecessary and undue hardship. Here, the vastness of the wetlands on the property creates that unnecessary and undue hardship. Let's take a quick look at that standard. A hardship does not require the property to become virtually impossible to use. Rather, it's the reasonableness test. Can a reasonable use of the property be made? In this limited circumstance for this property, accessory structures are necessary to make reasonable use of the property, and you are empowered today to make that determination. Finally, I want to speak generally about wetlands versus wetland setback areas. A wetland setback area is not a wetland. This is an upland portion of the property. Any structures within the wetland setback area do not impact the wetland. We are not required to seek any state permits for the accessory structures you are viewing today because they are not in the wetland area. If they did impact the wetland, then a permit would be required from the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. All right. So, the property currently has 840 square foot home. We are here today for the structures in the blue circles that you can see on this presentation. Is there a way to like highlight portions of it? Oh, there we go. Okay. So where the cursor is right now, that white box, that is the home. That little tiny white box, that is the home. The kind of blue hatched areas in the back and on the side, those are decks. We're here today, so let me take a step back. This is the wetland area. So all this blank space you see, that's all a wetland area. The property is over 2/3 wetlands. That's not counting the wetland setback area. That's just straight, pure wetlands. The blue circles, those are the 5 accessory structures we're here today. One of them is a front deck in front of the house. It's an upper deck in the front of the house. The other one is a semi-attached carport on the side of the house. Then we have a small shed with a deck that is counted as 2 accessory structures, even though they're kind of one structure, but they're considered 2 under the code. And then a carport towards the front of the property. Here are some photos of the structures. So the carport in the front of the property is the detached carport. You can see it's an open pole barn style carport. It is not enclosed whatsoever. Then you can see the shed with the small deck on the back of the shed. Then there's the upper front deck and the semi-attached carport. And again, that semi-attached carport is an open air pole barn style carport. This is the upland septic tank area. So in front of the house, in front of the front deck is an upland area, but that is where the septic tank is located. And typically that is where you want septic tanks to be located because they are the furthest away from the wetland, and septic tanks have a much bigger impact on wetlands than any accessory structure would. So the septic tank is in the most environmentally friendly location on the property, and it is existing today. And I point that out because septic tanks, as many of you may know, you cannot park cars on top of septic tanks. You cannot place structures on top of septic tanks. So it is essentially an area of land that they cannot utilize for accessory structures such as carports and sheds. This is the wetland area. This is on the back porch looking out over their property and into the wetland conservation area. The sun sets right there. This is beautiful. There's a deck that overlooks this area that they open to the public and allow the public to come take photos and enjoy the wildlife there with them. So this is a summary of the variances being requested. But let's go. So basically, we have 2 issues. We have the wetland setback issue and we have the front right-of-way setback. This is a survey. We basically took the survey and applied the 35-foot wetland setback. So the green area is the wetland setback area. That's the area that, under the county's code, no structures can be located because that is the setback area. As you can see, that significantly reduces this parcel, which has already been significantly reduced because of the wetland area. If you know, that red box, that's the entire property. And so we're bringing it down to that little white area in the middle of the green. That's what's buildable just with the wetland setback applied. Now let's apply the front setback. That black hatching is the front yard setback. Now, so we reduce that buildable area even more. The red hatching, that is where the septic tank is located and no structures can be located because of the septic tank restriction. So we are left with, according to the staff report, 503 square feet of buildable area. In that 503 square feet of buildable area, you can see a good portion of the semi-attached carport is in that area, and part of the septic tank is in that area. So it is being utilized for part of the structures. Again, that red circle shows you the buildable area on the property after taking into account the setbacks. So you are, I'm sure, very aware of the variance criteria. I'd like to walk through the criteria a little bit. So the first criteria, special conditions and circumstances exist which are particular to this property. We all agree and understand that wetlands are on a lot of people's property. We get that, and we protect wetlands. This property is unique because the wetland is so encompassing and surrounds the property on essentially 3 sides and brings the buildable area to become very small. The home is pre-existing. The home was built in the 80s, and it's very small. The home would likely not it could never be redeveloped into a bigger home. Like it's stuck where it is, 840 square feet of home, that's all you're gonna get on this property. They can't build a garage, they can't build anything that you would normally see with a residential home, especially a small residential home on this property, because of the uniqueness of the property. So looking at the staff report, staff disagreed with us and determined that there are lots in the area that are similar in size and also have wetland and right-of-way setback constraints. And again, I agree with that. However, the extent of the setbacks and the extent of wetlands on this property are unique and unusual in particular. That brings the property, it limits the reasonable use of the property. So the next criteria is that the special conditions and circumstances do not result from the actions of the applicants. The staff report determined that accessory structures were placed without permits, therefore the criteria cannot be met. While the structures were placed without permits, it was an error that now the applicants are correcting. After assuming they get the variances today, they will need to go get building permits and follow that process. They actually did apply for building permits as soon as they determined they were out of compliance, but the building permits were denied because they needed a variance. So they have showed that they are putting out effort to get those building permits to bring the property into compliance. And as we discussed previously, an after-the-fact variance is not a basis for denial. It's really the special circumstances we're looking at, not the fact that this is an after-the-fact variance or pre-variance. That should not be a factor. The third criteria, a granting of the variance requested will not confer on the applicant any special privilege that is denied by this code to other land structures or buildings in the same land use district. That is not the case here. Here, we have a zoning district that allows accessory structures. It allows carports and sheds. By granting this variance, you're not giving this property any rights more so than their neighbor. The fourth criteria, literal interpretation of the provisions of this code, which would deprive the applicant of rights commonly enjoyed by similarly situated other properties. This property is not the only one with accessory structures within a wetland or waterfront setback. I drove Ozello. There are structures all over the place that are within wetland and waterfront setbacks. These structures show that their neighbors have this entitlement or this accessory structure. We're just trying to get the same thing that the neighbor has. That's all we want. So literal interpretation of this code would deprive the applicant of rights commonly enjoyed by other people. Those rights, again, are accessory structures. And as I just showed you, those accessory structures exist within those wetland setbacks or waterfront setbacks. The fifth criteria is the variance granted is the minimum variance that would make possible the reasonable development and or use of the land, building, or structure. So as we've seen, the property is just completely encumbered by wetlands. What is not on this survey but was on staff's survey, so I very much appreciated that from staff, are all the trees on the property in the upland area. So if you account for all the trees, all of these structures are strategically placed between trees to maintain the trees. So these structures are as upland as they can get without removing trees. The next criteria is the granting of the variance will be in harmony with the general intent and purpose of this code and will not be injurious to the area involved or otherwise detrimental to the public welfare. Staff's report pointed to wetland impacts with respect to this criteria. Like I explained, there are no wetland impacts. These are wetland buffer variances. We're not asking to put anything in a wetland. We're asking to put structures in a wetland setback. Further, it's not detrimental to the public welfare. All the neighbors support it. We are not aware of any opposition whatsoever. And as as Nancy explained, this has become an attraction for the area, a jewel of the area, a well-maintained property that is bringing up property values and bringing value to the Ozello community. The next criteria, 7, which talks about conditions. We don't have a problem with you imposing conditions that are necessary. Last criteria, granting of the variance will not deviate from the clear intent of the adopted comprehensive plan. Let's talk about the comprehensive plan real quick. We pulled out objective 11.1 and 11.2, which talks about private property rights. And the Land Development Code allows for the Planning Development Commission to grant variances for this exact situation, which is a unique circumstance on property wherein regulations effectively prohibits the land from being used in the same way other properties are used in the same zoning district. That's exactly what we have here. We also talked about objective 3.16 regarding conserving the wetlands. So there's no loss, no net loss of wetland functions and value. There are no wetland impacts here again. Also, development should not damage or destroy resources, etc. The variance does not destroy the wetlands. We're not asking that. I can't emphasize that enough. There are no impacts to the wetlands. But the staff report talked about policy 3.1.3. That policy applies to construction near wetlands. It doesn't talk about structures near wetlands. It talks about it literally says during construction in the vicinity of water bodies and wetlands, the following criteria shall be met. That is not applicable to this situation and for your consideration for the variances. It doesn't talk about when the structure is placed, this is what happens. No, it's just during construction. And it basically requires either a buffer or a silt fence to protect the wetland during construction. So again, in your consideration of this variance, that policy is not applicable. The next policy, 3.16.1, talks about wetland protection. And again, staff determines that wetland impacts have not been avoided through this variance. Again, I respectfully disagree. There are no wetland impacts at all. This is a buffer area that is upland, not wetlands. So now I'd actually like to go, again, address just a couple things in the staff report. The staff report references other structures that appear to be unpermitted. Those structures are not currently in violation, so it's not relevant for your consideration today. Another thing the staff report points out is that a site visit indicated there appears to be an unpermitted business located on the site. I'd actually like to bring Nancy back up to talk about the business with respect to its permitting.
First of all, I want everybody to know that I did not try to have a business that was unpermitted or unlicensed. I was recommended by some neighbors in the area that to just go ahead and do your business, that people do it all the time. Don't worry about permits. Don't worry about getting a license. Just do it. And I said, no, I want to be licensed. I want to do this the right way because I do things the right way. So I know that my little business is insignificant. It's just, we only open 32 hours a month. It's Saturday, Sunday from 11 to 3. So there's very few hours because of health reasons and our age. And, you know, we wanted to really retire here and have a good life. Give me just a minute, please. Shh. She doesn't like anybody near me. So anyways, she's my service dog, and she thinks she needs to protect me all the time. I relied on the licensing department. I called them. I had several conversations with them. I asked them what I need to do to have my home-based business, a gallery and gift shop, teach my art classes, do my jewelry repair work, and they told me all the hoops I had to jump through, which it took about a couple of months, and all the fees I had to pay, and, you know, to get my retail tax license through the state. So I did all that, and I have a copy of my license that I got, and initially it says manufacturing industries, which is the artwork that I make with my hands, art services, which is teaching classes and doing the jewelry repair, and then miscellaneous retail. And the licensing department even said, you know, we know that artists are going to be selling. That's just what they do. So anyways, they called it a non-store retail shop. And Jim and I wanted to be sure about everything, so we went online and we did a lot of research to make sure that we were zoned properly and everything was up to standards, and that we saw for the zoning that home, I think it's called home occupation, was allowed. And so we saw, great, everything's up to date. We did everything we need to do. Let's go for this. Because we hadn't even started any of the process. We wouldn't have spent all the money and spent all the time if we weren't going to be legal. And I've been open for a year and a half. Whenever the weekend is there, the gate is open. And our open signs are out. You see the pink flamingo with the big open sign, and we're open, and people come in. I built a lot of clientele. I have a lot of return customers. People come back not just to see the gallery and the artwork that I've done or anything new. They come because they just love the property. They love the aura. It's peaceful. They come and they sit in our lawn chairs, and they sit on the deck, and the wife will be in the gallery, and the husband's just out there looking at the scenery like men do. It's just and I have to say that the first thing people do when they walk in the deck where the gallery is located is they walk in and their mouths drop open and they're just in awe. The view is, it's really the only and the best view of the total wetlands on the whole island. And they forget they forget why they are there. And I'll have to remind them, you know, the gallery's over here. So it's not just a gallery and gift shop, it's a destination for people. And I get people in there from Switzerland, Ireland. I've got people in there from Costa Rica and Germany. And I mean, people come on the island and they're, number one, shocked that it's so beautiful. And number two, that they get to come and actually view the beauty of it. Don't do that. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor.
So, let's see where we're at. So, thank you for your time and indulging us today. We believe all the criteria has been met. We have, the materials in your packet show that we have detailed responses to each of the criteria, which I summarized for you today. We respectfully request approval of the variances. I do want to point out, this is a, request for 2 variances to accommodate those 5 structures. Again, that's 2 carports, a shed, the upper front deck, and then the deck attached to the shed. Relatively speaking, these are very minor accessory structures, even though it sounds like 5 is a lot. If you kind of look at it, at the end of the day, it's actually a very small square footage we're talking about. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions from staff?
Yes, please. Thank you, ma'am. Unfortunately, this is Coastal Lakes Residential, which does not allow retail sales, period, as a home occupation. I appreciate, I'm so admiring anybody that's artistic. God bless her. I don't have a bone in my body like that, and I envy her. But it's a Coastal Lakes Residential. You cannot have an art gallery there. Home occupations are meant to continue looking like a residence and not having retail sales at all, except, and it very specifically says, unless over the mail or internet or web. So the business side of it seems to be the reason that they might need some of these accessory structures, but maybe that's incorrect.
That is incorrect.
Okay.
The accessory structures are needed regardless of the business. However, since they have hired me, I have brought their attention to the home occupation ordinance,
Okay.
and they're assessing how they can comply via, like, for example, Etsy and things like that.
Okay, we're not here for that. I just want to make that clear. I couldn't really be quiet on that one. You said that there weren't any wetland impacts, but we're the Nature Coast. We're very, very sensitive to wetlands. You're going to hear it throughout the day today if you stick around for the other applications. It seems to be you're saying that wetland impacts are only if they're in the wetlands, but we have the wetland setbacks for a reason. You're saying that you don't think there's any impacts because they're not actually over the wetlands? Is that what your statement was?
I am saying that and I'm not an environmental scientist, but I actually did get my undergrad degree in environmental science. The wetlands themselves are not impacted, but you can see what, for example, this detached front carport. This does not have it is pervious surface, not impervious surface, with respect to, water can go through the rock in theory. Really, they could have that driveway already at that location. It's just the poles with that roof that is the issue. That driveway could exist legally under your code. They can mow that setback. They can put fences in that setback. They can put gardens in that setback. It's just the structures themselves. So I appreciate wetlands and I appreciate the value buffers provide. The purpose of buffers are to allow the water to filtrate and get rid of some of the pollutants before they reach the wetland itself. I appreciate that and I respect that. And here we are trying to respect the wetland setback. However, because of the uniqueness of this property, that's why we have to get the variance.
Okay, and that carport picture is the one on the staff refers to as the freestanding carport
That's
that has a
correct.
0 wetland. Okay,
That's correct.
thank you, ma'am.
So you could see kind of at the end of that wetland or at the end of the carport, that's where you can see a lot of vegetation. That's where the wetland starts.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Anyone?
I have a question.
Commissioner Stone?
Are you of the opinion that anything can be built in any plot of land? In other words, just by the mere fact that a piece of property was platted and sold by a developer or another owner does not guarantee that you can build anything on it. Florida is notorious for selling property that's underwater. So merely because the piece of property is platted, is that a guarantee that you can build anything on it you want?
So that's a good question. I am a property rights attorney, so I have certain opinions on that. But I will say, no, that's not what we're trying to advocate here. We're not saying that every property has a right to build. We respect and appreciate the value wetlands and other possible, restrictions that governments believe are for the best, intent for the public health, safety, welfare. But in this situation, in this limited circumstance, we're applying the uniqueness of the property here. This isn't something that you're going to see me come back next week on another case. This is the one and only variance I am bringing in Citrus County.
Because from the data that you've shown and the buildable spot, that little tiny red circle,
Right.
There doesn't appear to be any facilities built on this property that meet the current code.
That's
including the house, let alone everything else, and that fence. Okay, I don't see where there's anything that a reasonable person could say, I bought a piece of property and I can put something here.
the house is pre-existing. The house was built in the 80s.
Right.
Presumably that was before the setbacks regulations were in place. But yes, you are correct. And once you take a look at the property and apply all the buffers, it's a very small buildable area.
One might even say unbuildable.
Well, I don't think the government wants me to call it unbuildable.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yes.
I have a question.
Commissioner Bramlett?
Appreciate your lengthy and voluminous presentation. I've read through this twice, and I was looking for any wetland study that your customers had done prior to their purchase or at the time of their purchase. Do they have one of those?
We do not have a wetland study. However, the survey, that wetland line is a jurisdictional determined wetland surveyed line.
Right. Okay. Yeah, and then my next question is do we know if those wetlands were there when they bought that house?
Presumably, yes.
They were there? Okay.
Do you
Mr. Sawinski is a representative of the applicant.
Excuse me, Madam Chair. I would like to ask another question.
Okay,
please.
just 1 moment. I see him attempting to come up. Does he work for you?
He was consulting with the applicant.
Okay.
Do we have a letter?
Yes.
Thank you. Mike Serwinski, environmental scientist, professional address 2716 South Lecanto Highway, also a professional wetland scientist and a professional geologist. I can address that. I don't want to be too lengthy on this, but we were called out to do a wetland jurisdiction line in response to the request from the county. So we were after the fact there as well to do a wetland jurisdiction line. I discussed with Jim about the circumstances with the carport and so forth. So we did not do a wetland study, but what I will tell you, Mr. Bramblett, is that is not on open water. We have this discussion before about open water versus wetlands. That wetland buffer that's there, actually that wetland will treat any runoff. They do not have a natural buffer on this site. It's grassed, so there's no real, like 15-foot shall remain natural buffer. We did the wetland jurisdiction line. I asked him about his structures and his construction, and some of the issues that I ask are avoidance, minimization, and mitigation. So I asked him about his structures out there. I said, do you have shingles on your roof? Because I've come before you before in some after the facts where there's some carports or boathouses. Shingles create a lot of issues with wetlands, the running off of the material. He said, no, I built them out of metal. I said, that's fantastic. You don't really have any serious problems with metal because all that runs off is the water. There's really no chemicals. There might be some nutrients, natural nutrients associated with leaf material. Then I also asked him about the quality of the structure he built. I said, you're in a coastal zone. He said, they're built to 150 mile-an-hour winds. Third, I asked him about his driveway. A lot of specific questions about it because he brought up the 70% impervious ratio. Don't fall asleep on me. So he said, no, he used 57 stone. And we've had this discussion before on other properties, primarily commercial properties. When 57 stone can become impervious. I asked him first if he put asphalt or concrete. No. He put the lime rock. On a non-commercial, low-use 57 stone, if it's sorted 57 stone without the fines and everything else associated with it, overuse, it will not become impervious. So those are the things I've asked them. And in terms of a wetland study, The only thing with regard to mitigation I asked him about is if he would be willing to collect any runoff from those structures into an engineered stormwater system and maybe work on a gutter plan for his existing structures. So those are the discussions we had about mitigation and about the potential wetland impact or the impact on the buffer. And it appeared to me, based on all my questions, that he's kind of done everything right. He approached it in a very intelligent way. I was very surprised because you don't normally get that from a person in this situation that's just a homeowner. So if there's any other questions, just let me know.
Madam Chair, I do have a question for
Wait
Michael.
just a second. Commissioner Bramlett, were you,
Satisfied?
Yeah.
Yes.
Commissioner Barnes?
Michael, I'm just curious, is this the St. Martin's Aquatic Preserve area that the house is surrounded by?
I did not look at that. So we didn't do a wetland study. We only did a jurisdiction line there. So I really didn't do a whole environmental study on this or determine whether there's going to be a net environmental benefit.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Bass?
I've changed my mind. I'm going to withdraw my question at this time.
Okay. Any other comments from the board? I have something, ma'am. Another part of our code is stormwater runoff mitigation, and I noticed that while the applicant has indicated that they would be willing to fulfill any other additional conditions that might be required of them, I didn't see where they had done any proposal on stormwater management or anything like that. Is that something they've investigated?
We have not investigated, but we would be happy to investigate that. And as he just discussed, the, some mitigation measures like a swale or something to capture the water to retain it a little bit before it goes into the wetland. That's something we can absolutely explore if you're so inclined to condition the variance on that.
Very good. Thank you. I have nothing further. Anything else from the board?
What year did your client buy this property?
2020.
Was a survey done of any sort?
Just a reminder, please talk in the mic. They can't hear you, and we're beaming upstairs. So
I'm sorry. Was any sort of survey done when at the purchase time?
Sure. Just answer the question.
We had a survey done. We used a realtor. We had title policy. To be quite honest, the word and the term wetlands never came up. We had heard about the St. Martin's Aquatic Preserve. The first time we heard about a wetland is when we went to the building department and applied for an after-the-fact permit, which we were supposed to do, and that's kind of why we're here today. And as far as the stormwater department, I guess is what it's called, of the building department, they came out, evidently, because at first they said we were going to need a plan, and then they said, no, we aren't. So they okayed us the way we were from the county, stormwater division.
Okay.
Thank you.
So,
Any other questions from the board? Mr. Royce, you satisfied?
I'm good.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
May we have the presentation from staff, please?
Good morning, Jen Perkins, planner. This application is a request for after-the-fact two-part variance for 5 accessory structures that are already in place. 5 of these accessory structures do not meet wetland setbacks, and 2 of them do not meet right-of-way setbacks. This is an aerial view of the subject property, and you have seen similar pictures before. This is the attached carport, the detached carport, and the shed with deck. The building envelope is 503 square feet. However, the building envelope is for all structures, and the residence is located outside of that building envelope. Accessory structures are not necessary for reasonable use of the property as a residence, and 7 of the 8 findings of fact have been found to be negative. Do you have any questions for me?
Does the applicant have any questions for staff?
Yes, I have one question. Can you identify on this slide what the black dots are on the property?
This is the survey that was submitted with the application, and those were indicated as trees.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the board of staff? Mr. Facemeyer?
Jen, this is a request for an after the fact. That's the reason we're here. Can you review for the board the things that were constructed that were unpermitted, decks and things like that?
As far as the ones that are not being considered today,
No, in total, that we're aware of.
They're not really highlighted on your plan. I think he's asking you to point those out.
Because,
I
and the
see.
reason I ask that is, some of the decking looked like it was new or at least recently refurbished.
I see. This is the upper wood deck that they are considering. That is the shed with the deck, the detached carport, and the attached carport right there.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Anyone else have a question for staff? I have one for you.
Yes.
The administrative process where something could be approved with a reduced setback of 20%, it looks like the semi-attached carport would probably be able to be applied for that. Would the front wood deck be applicable to that also?
The attached carport and the second level deck already meet the right-of-way setbacks. So an administrative reduction would not apply.
Oh, okay. Very good. Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
The public portion of the meeting will now be opened. If there is anyone present in favor of the application who would like to speak, please come forward to the podium. As a reminder, individuals have 3 minutes to speak and organizations have 5 minutes. When speaking on this application, please address the board. If you have any documentation that you want to be entered into the record, please provide a copy to the recording secretary. At this time, is there anyone who would like to come forward in favor of this application? I think she'd like to see the aerial.
Thank you. I was almost saying it. You read lips much better than her.
Going once, twice, anybody in favor? Seeing none? Okay, at this time, would anybody opposed to this application like to come forward to the podium? Anyone opposed? Going once, twice, seeing none? Okay, we will close the public portion of this application and bring the discussion back to the board. Would anyone like to start?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Bass.
I applaud the applicants for what they have done to try to improve their property. However, it's a residential neighborhood. Having a garage and the shed and everything else that they have isn't necessary for them to enjoy the use of their home. And also, as our planner has indicated, they're running a business out of this home. And I realize that's under this application this time, but that's also disturbing to me that they're doing several things in violation of our county ordinances. To me, they did not do their due diligence before they bought their property in 2020. The old saying, buyer beware, and I don't think that they were cognizant of what they were doing. And I don't feel that we as the board should grant them the right to have these variances when they could have looked at a different parcel. And also, they indicated that they're allowing people to come and visit their home to take photos looking out towards the sunset, when Madam also said that they're only open for 23 hours a week, I think it was said, or 32. So it actually seems to me that it's more than that. So I think this whole thing is just a terrible situation, and that I will not be in favor of granting any of these variances.
Thank
Just
you, Commissioner Bass. Excuse me. There is no rebuttal to the board. This is discussion of the board, and then we will make our decision. The portion where you had a chance to speak is closed. So if you will
Understood.
please take your seat.
Understood. For the
Ma'am.
record, I'd like to
Ma'am, there is no,
object for.
I'm sorry,
No.
not at this time.
Just let her make her
Okay,
objection.
objection, go ahead.
Thank you. Just for the record, I'd like to object for not being able to rebut staff's presentation.
Excuse me. I just would like to say for the record, after staff's presentation, I asked counsel if she had any questions, the applicant, if she had any questions for staff, which she did ask a question of staff. So I concluded that that was the rebuttal portion, and we moved forward after that. Okay, anyone else on the board like to speak on this?
Yeah, I'll go next.
Commissioner Bramlett.
So it's, it's always tough when you're dealing with emotions up here. I would say that, I feel like I would be trying to scold my grandmother, which is completely inappropriate. But for a room full of people to understand what we're tasked with doing up here, we're the judge, jury, and advocate, basically. The applicant presents their side, the staff presents their side. In this particular instance, the staff's presentation is much more substantial to me. As a land use attorney, the variance determinations. We have 8 findings of fact, according to the staff, which I'm citing on the staff side. 7 of the 8 findings of fact are incorrect. We talked about the wetland study, and then Mr. Rail, he mentioned having a realtor. I am a real estate agent, and I apologize that you were misinformed or uninformed or weren't informed properly the way you should have been. But the fact of the matter is the applicant's attorney came up and was talking about and throwing the word fair around. And in my opinion, it's not fair to the people that come in front of us that try and do things the proper way, whether it's on purpose or not. And then we tell them no, they're not allowed to do these things. And then they go back and they don't do them, or they do them illegally, however that may be. I don't really know. But to the people that try and do things correctly and by the book, it's unfair for us to allow somebody to just come out there. They're going to build whatever they want to build and then come ask for forgiveness later. It just doesn't really work like that. So I am not in favor of this application.
Thank you, Commissioner Bramlett. I just want to piggyback real quick on what you have just said, because I am in agreement with Commissioner Bramlett, and Ms. Taylor, I feel for you, and that you didn't have the proper information when you purchased the property and when you constructed these structures. But what I will say is, while in Ozello there might appear to be a lot of non-conforming uses, we have put standards into place to protect the waterways. And so going forward, we want to make sure that we uphold those standards as much as we can. And I don't find that this variance request has met the test. And so I will not be in favor of this application either. Anyone else? Commissioner Facemeyer?
I too will not be supporting this. One of the reasons I really I take the time to visit these sites is so I can visualize and see what the applicant really has done. I really do not like the fact that this is an after the fact request. I probably would not have supported this had it been an application before the fact. It's just, it may appear that at Ozella you can do whatever you want, but that's not the case when it comes to what our responsibility is. The attorney for the applicant testified that the hardship to this property is the uniqueness of the property. I'm here to tell you that every piece of property in Ozella is unique, and I won't be supporting it.
Thank you, Commissioner Facemeyer. Anyone else like to speak, or I'm looking for a motion?
I'd like to make a motion, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Bass.
The Planning and Development Commission finds application number V23-01 inconsistent with the Citrus County Land Development Code and is not in keeping with the intent and the policies of the Citrus County Comprehensive Plan, and that the board denies the application based upon the evidence and testimony presented in the staff report and conclusions regarding this petition.
We have a motion from Commissioner Bass. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Bramlett. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Discussion. Motion carries unanimously. If the applicant is present for CPA-AA-PUD-22-13, please come forward. Madam Attorney, do we have ex parte communications?
Yes, thank you. Commissioners, with regard to CPA AAPUD-22-13, do you have any ex parte communications to disclose? And we'll start at the end with Commissioner Bass.
None.
Site visit.
Site visit.
None.
Site visit.
Thank you. Madam
Thank you.
Chair.
May we have the introduction, please?
Yes, ma'am. CPA AAPUD 2213, Clark Stillwell for Sunshine RV Campground, Fish Creek Campground. This application proposes a comprehensive plan amendment and Atlas amendment for a new RV park. The site lies on West Fish Creek Point and is mostly vacant with a retail building and boat ramp. The site currently has a PDR MH and CLR MH designation on 16.1 acres and abuts wetlands and waterfront. This is looking east on West Bear Creek Lane from Fish Creek Point. This is looking south on Fish Creek with the site on the right in this photo. This parking lot is existing with the office, retail, building, and boat ramp also in this photo. This footbridge leads over to the island area where more glamping is proposed. This is on the side of the existing building with the fire pit that is proposed to remain. This shows some of the abutting wetlands conservation area to the west. This is the site plan submitted by the applicant. Thank you.
Mr. Stillwell, just one moment. Everyone, we have a very large crowd and an overflow room. Commissioners, please, I would ask you to speak into your microphone so that everyone can hear. I see people in the back having a lot of difficulty. Mr. Stillwell?
Good morning. For the record, my name is Clark Stillwell. My professional address is 320 South Highway 41, the Brandon Bank Building in Inverness, Florida. I represent the applicant, Sunshine RV Campground LLC. They do business under the name of Fish Creek Campground. I am going to try and pronounce that correctly. The applicant is a two-part request. The first part is a GFLUME map amendment and an LDC Atlas amendment into the district known as RVP, which is Recreational Vehicle Park. That district was created in 2005 within the framework of your Land Development Code and Land Plan and Atlas. It was intended to replace the prior designation, what was known as mixed use. All of the mobile home parks and RV parks had a designation of mixed use, and because of one particular piece of litigation, the codes were amended to create the mobile home park district and the RV park district, which leads me to the history of the site. In the mid-1970s, just about the time when Citrus County first had zoning, Ronnie Green created his commercial marina at that time, and we have some pictures the applicant will provide to you of that. At that time, the site would have been zoned agricultural. Coastal lakes didn't exist. In 1986, the property was designated for the first time into the Coastal Lakes Designation District. In your staff report, they indicate that there was an approval in the mid-1980s for a special exception for mobile homes and RVs on this site, and that in fact occurred. There is some existing infrastructure on the vacant portion of the property where you can see, and there's photos in your backup material where you can see where that occurred. And that's also part of the photographs of the existing buildings and the ramp and the parking area. In 1990, based upon the plan as adopted then, the site was designated Coastal Lakes, just like every other piece west of US 19 and east of US 41 was designated Coastal Lakes, unless it had another designation on it that was more appropriate, but generally that was the mapping policy. And the mapping policy on your land development code, Atlas, at that time, which was part of your comp plan, designated it into this PDR-MH district, reflective of the existing special exception that was on the property. The aerial photographs that we're going to review reflect the existing buildings from that prior use, the docks, the boat ramp. We have aerial photographs going back under Google to 2005 where you'll see at least one dock on site. The park basically has been out of business, the mobile home park and RVs, for the last 10 years, and that's in your staff report. We do have the prior owner of that facility here to speak to you about that facility's use in the neighborhood. So let's turn to the site characteristics. Again, it's 16.1 acres. There are several commercial buildings on site, an existing seawall, an existing boat ramp, an existing paved or impervious parking area. The wooded area, which is where the RV or the campground is going to go, is also has infrastructure in it. Those photographs, again, are in your background. Site elevation is approximately 2 to 3 feet, and the FEMA map designates a base floor level of 13 feet. That would be for new buildings. The soils in that area are consistent with what you would find west of US 19. They don't prohibit development. You have to basically develop within correctly on those soils, but they're not such that they can't be developed. There is central water to the surrounding areas. On 3 sides are conservation state-owned lands. There are private roads that surround it. On Fish Creek Point, there are 9 lots, 8 improved, and it's a mixture of mobile homes and single-family residences. Okay, let's take a look at the PowerPoint here to start. You driving the bus, ma'am? Yep, go.
It's probably a scrolling thing if it's not a PowerPoint.
I'd offer
You
to.
have a little button up there.
I do.
Maybe I could use that. Shoot. This isn't working for me.
I'd offer to help, but we all know.
You don't even have to say it anymore.
Right now, you might be better off than myself. Right
I think you have to scroll it because it's probably not a PowerPoint.
All right, well, as is indicated in your staff report while they pull this up, 37 RV sites originally proposed, 23 clamping sites, okay, a little different than an RV, and we're going to talk about that. 5 permitting campgrounds, sites. Open space is 29.2%. The site plan shows a limited impact to 1 isolated wetland on site. All of the other wetlands are preserved. The code would allow 7 units or 7. There's an aerial.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ready to drive.
Okay, next one, please. This is an existing commercial building. Go to the next one. That's just, and then the aerial is showing the existing commercial structure, which will be renovated. There's some renderings of this in your backup material. As you can see, this particular part of the site is substantially scarified from the prior uses in the early 70s. Again, following up, code allows 7 units per acre. This is developed at approximately 4 units per acre, a reduction of some 60%. Let's go, keep going. This is a survey. Now, in the middle of that survey, you're going to see a right-of-way there. I can tell you that we've abrogated that of record. That is, it's been removed. Went back to the prior owner, got the appropriate legal documents. It no longer exists. Next one, please. This is your existing Coastal Lakes G-Flume map. You can see the platted lots on Fish Creek Point there and the conservation areas around it. the code would require that we change this to RVP on the part in question. Thanks. Next one, please. This is your LDC Atlas map. It's been that way since 1990. Again, the PDR MH district was appropriate in 1990, and it was put on there based on mapping policies, which were an appendix to the approved plan. And that dichotomy is common in coastal areas, the distinction between the plan and the LDC Atlas. Next one, please. This is the elevations. You can see that there's green is the higher areas, and most of it's at an elevation of 2 or 3 feet, common to the Ozella area. Next one, please. It's a FEMA map. It's discussed in the staff report. Next one, please. This is the wetlands map, but there's a more detailed wetlands map in your backup materials. The applicant has done a delineation of those wetlands. When we look at the site plan, you're going to see that each of the lots, and I want to stress this, it's discussed in the staff report, are set back 25 feet from the wetlands. That is the lot line. Okay, next one, please. This is the abutter map. It shows the vacant trustees' properties to the north and to the, what I'm going to call west. Large vacant piece to the south. That piece is substantially wetlands. The dark line delineates the area in question. You can see the island area, which is connected with a bridge as identified by the photos, and then the 9 lots along West Fish Creek Point Road. And whether it's either SF or a mobile home based on property appraiser's records. Okay, let's go to the next one. This is the site plan. Again, first and foremost, there are no park models. That's per code. Looking at the existing site plan and submitted originally, that had 21 docks proposed. Subsequent to that time, and after a sufficiency letter and after a meeting with the county staff, you have on file, not reflected, but you have on file that the applicant will delete 18 of those docks. They are requesting that the one dock on the Bay Area be kayak launched only, non-motorized. There's one dock next to the boat ramp that has been there a long time. They request that remain. That is a safety issue, particularly if you're familiar with loading and unloading a boat. You just need to be able to get on. It's a small dock, and that's a safety issue. And then they ask for one dock in what I'm going to call the basin area, and that would be owner designated. And the purpose of that is essentially these kayakers, the people that are going to use this water, they may need to be rescued, frankly, and the owner would like to have the ability to go out and search for these people, find them. That's one dock versus the 23. If you were to apply the manatee protection plan and this was residential, you'd be entitled to one dock per 100 feet. As you can see, there's a substantial amount of waterfront, and they could, if it was residential, have a significant amount of docks. So I'll discuss that on the issues. There have been some additional amendments to the site plan after meeting with the staff and after talking with the engineers. The 5 campground sites on the island have been eliminated, and there'll be primitive sites, so there'll be no improvements there. The pavilion on the island is going to be eliminated. The existing pad that's there for and has been there will be used as a open pavilion area, much smaller. And then the restroom on the island area has been eliminated. Significantly, if you can see on the site plan, the the septic system is located internally to the project and not on the perimeter. Additionally, we defined in letters in your backup material as to the setback. Again, the setbacks are 25 feet to the lots, And we've clarified that the improvements on those lots will meet the 35-foot setback. So that issue, we think has been resolved, if not clarified. And additionally, along West Fish Creek, the staff asked us to address that buffer issue, and in your backup material, we have done that, and that will be enhanced further. So let's go to the next one. Let's go back. I'm not there yet. All right, I want to talk a little bit about plan consistency, and then we're going to talk about concurrency and compatibility, and then I'm going to address the issues that I see and have been raised within the few letters that you've received on this matter. One of the issues, and one of the very first issues, and raised within one of the very first letters that I saw in opposition, was the fact that an recreational vehicle park in the Coastal Lakes District was in some way per se prohibited, and that's just not the case. There is some generalized plan policies that say that development in the coastal areas should be placed or located away from other environmentally sensitive areas. But the plan also says everything west of US 19 for 1,000 feet is environmentally sensitive. But then the plan, from those generalized statements, which are your introductory statements, if you will, the book of Genesis, if you will, and goes to the New Testament and speaks to each of the varied types of development: residential, industrial, and commercial. And in the commercial section, there is a very specific water-dependent, water-related text that allows RV parks in the coastal area. That issue has been litigated in Citrus County. I attached the Catherine's Bay case in the backup materials. Catherine's Bay was an RV park on Halls River Road. The parties objecting to that took the position that it was a high-intensity commercial use, thus prohibited west of US 19. The Board of County Commissioners approves of that project. The hearing officer disapproved the project. The governor and cabinet disapproved the project. The First District Court of Appeals on review said the text, the more specific text, the controlling text, read in conjunction with the generalized text, controlled, and the First District Court of Appeals out of Tallahassee then approved the RV park west of US 19. In that particular case, there was significant opposition and of similar nature. Other issues within the plan consistency, not cited in your backup material, but your economic development element has strong policies that promote tourism-related industries, and those have not been discussed also in the multiple letters you've received. The coastal lakes element and the conservation element, again, wetlands have been avoidance. You have a very small isolated wetland which will be impacted and then compensated for according with the rules. Further, your comprehensive land use plan and its stormwater and infrastructure element speaks to an enhanced treatment of the stormwater systems. The stormwater systems here are going to be in all probability wet. They're in all probability going to be lined, and they're in all probability will have enhanced treatment. And the only discharge, as a matter of law, cannot be increased in this particular basin. So the discharge, whatever level it is, offsite of surface waters, will be enhanced treatment to the extent that even occurs. One of the issues always is compatibility of the land use. We have a history here of this particular project being adjacent to the single-family residential homes that are proximate to it. The prior owner is going to speak to that history and that use. But if you go west of US 19, I think I don't have to tell you that in Homosassa you have 5 RV parks right next to single-family residential districts. They have a history of being able to get along, if you will, without impacting the other. The definition statutory of compatibility is quite clear, and I paraphrase it, it's the ability of two land uses to get along, to interact without unduly impairing the other one. So in Crystal River, you have similarly RV parks on Fort Island Trail West. In Chassahowiskee, you have 2 RV parks right next to single-family residential lots. In fact, this board and the Board of County Commissioners recently allowed the expansion of one of those RV parks to allow for a small restaurant. The Trade Winds subdivision in Homosassa, the most recent subdivision, an upscale subdivision, expensive waterfront homes on all 3 sides, has an RV park and a bar. Across the street, it's got a very, very large RV park, and to the south of it, it has a mobile home park. So these uses can coexist and meet the intent of the code, and the code says where they potentially can't coexist, then you rely on your buffers. And as indicated, we've amended our site plan along Fish Creek Point to provide for an enhanced buffer. All right, let's go to concurrency. The water is central. The utilities, the wastewater will be done by an on-site treatment plant. Now, an RV park goes at 75 gallons per day for storm or wastewater. The studies we've done in Crystal River on RV parks for the purposes of calculating impacts are it's far less than that, but that's the standard. What this particular septic system is going to be aerobic, and it's going to be mounded. It will be put to a recreational type use, open space, that mound. A great place for a putting green. But it also has a licensed operator, which is different, and it's mandatory. And that licensed operator regularly inspects that and regularly makes reports on the quality and the operation of that, which is entirely different than this normal single-family septic tank system. Let's go to the next slide. So this is cited in your staff report, and we cited it in our application. Your plan, your code is replete with the terms central sewer, regional sewer, and that sort of thing. There's no specific definition in the LDC of what central or regional is. However, in the, if you will, if you can imagine, in the transportation element of all places, there is this definition. And the site here has 4 alternate key numbers, and we will have the capability of serving 2 or more users, i.e. 4 alternate key numbers. And accordingly, it meets the definition of a central water system as per the requirements of your land development code. Now, I know you guys don't like that, Madam Chair, and I've heard you say you have concerns with this definition and its application. But the fact of the matter is that is the state of the law under your plan, and we meet that. If you want to change it after this application, we'll be glad to discuss that later. But I ask you to apply that definition. The stormwater system, again, it's an open basin, okay? It's going to be wet, and it's going to, in all likelihood, it's going to be lined, and it's going to have a treat to a higher standard than you would normally see on a commercial or other type project, not west of US 19. LDC compliance, one of the things in your land development code that is not addressed in the staff report, and frankly, we didn't address it in the application, but I find it significant, and I offer this to you as an additional condition. Your land development code allows RV parks to be condoed. Okay, what does that mean? It means that you come in, file a plat, you show the site, lot 3, lot 4, lot 5, and these sites are then sold, and then the people bring their RVs down there, put them on site, tie them down, and then they go back to Ocala or Leesburg or wherever they're from, or Inverness, and that RV sits there. And that's allowed under the code. That's not my client's intent, and we will agree to that the site not be condominiumized. And that's important because the phenomena we just discussed of people leaving their mobile homes there, RVs there, and then visiting them there on weekends won't occur. These would be short-term rentals. The owner has control of that. And when it comes to hurricane evacuation, we're going to talk about that in a minute, but basically the park closes and they're told to leave, and they have to leave. So you don't have the situation of these RVs sitting there and the owner saying, well, I'm not going to come get it. I've got it insured. I'll worry about the insurance after the storm. In this particular case, the park will be closed, and that's a fine condition to put on this particular type of park, and they will leave. It's a known fact that people in hotels, motels, and RV parks, 95%, according to the Regional Planning Council study, evacuate. Only 70% of single-family residential home people and people in mobile homes evacuate. That's the regional study. That's not Clark-Stillwell. I want to talk about the ISR situation. It's listed at 0.65 in the staff report, and that is calculated based on the lots in question being 100% pervious. So and that's not what's going to happen here. So if you just think of that 6,000, 7,000 square foot RV lot with 50% under a pad and the rest of it's open space, then you fall within the framework of the 0.40 RV park designation. And that's fine. If you want a condition that we meet that requirement, we'll be able to meet that requirement. I'm getting there, Madam Chairman.
We're settled in for a long day.
Okay, yeah, so am I. I brought lunch.
Me too.
I'm cognizant of the fact that you have over 250 letters that have raised concerns about that. I respect the right of folks to write those letters, and I respect their opinions. I just want to say to you that when you have these matters like this, competent, substantial evidence from the public, generally speaking, it has to be fact-based, okay? It can't be speculative. It can't be dealing into areas where expertise is required. And I say that because, it's not a popularity contest. We don't take a vote and everyone raise their hand and say who's in favor and who's against. That's not how it works. You know that. And I also tell you that generalized statements about traffic, about impacts to value, and about technical issues like stormwater and flooding, unless backed up by expertise, that's not competent, substantial evidence. So let's move into what I see are the issues. One of the first things I saw was a reference in a letter that this project is next to the St. Martin's Preserve, and there's a prohibition about development, PUD development within 1,000 feet. Okay, that text is found in the Land Development Code section of the Coastal Lakes District. It applies specifically to residential districts, and it says you can have a PUD for at 1 unit per 5 acres, providing you meet the following conditions. And one of the conditions is there's a 1,000 foot setback from the preserve. Well, we're not doing a residential PUD here. And so that text and that citation to that reference just is not applicable, and your staff report backs that up. Second issue that I saw after reviewing some of the letters is the bridge or culvert that these RVs, these campgrounders will be going over on Fish Creek Point. They felt like that culvert or bridge was unsafe. There's an engineer's report within your backup material that indicates that the standard RV Class A vehicle can go across that bridge. There's concerns in these letters about traffic on Ozella Trail. First off, I want to tell you that Ozella Trail is not prohibited from or weight restricted for vehicles of RV size and weight. So they are allowed out there, if you will, and in local neighborhoods that can be the case. The report indicates that this project will have 191 new trips per day based on standard traffic engineering statistics. To put that in a proper context, an RV site generates, per the experts, 4.0 average daily trips per day. The house in Citrus County does about 7.3. That's based on your impact fee studies. A multifamily residential unit does about 6.5 trips per day. And a hotel and motel would do around 7 trips per day. All those are national statistics, and all of those, from those, given the context, you can see that this RV use is substantially less traffic than other uses in that area. Peak hour for an RV park is interesting. Peak hour for a normal business would be 8:30 to 9:30, 4:30 to 5:30. Peak hour for an RV park is at 2 o'clock on Friday afternoon when you check in. Peak hour, next peak hour is Monday at 9 when you check out. So it's not what I would call on-site prime time. Let's go to the next slide. I should have gone to this one first. These are 2 quotes from the Catherine's Bay case that I discussed earlier. And it talks about this policy 17-16-12, and the court there said the appellant, Catherine's Bay, was correct in that development of new RV parks in the coastal area was specifically anticipated. Okay, so this idea that they're per se or not allowed is just not accurate. Don't take my word, take the 3 judges on the first DCA. Then the next quote from Catherine Bay says, the fact that the area has environmental limitations is not a basis per se to prohibit development as long as it's carried out in accordance with the plan and the LDC. And we believe that that's exactly what we've done here. So what's the next slide, if there is one? These are more Catherine Bay quotes, but the last one is significant. Again, it goes back and talks about fact-based testimony and incompatibility and what is or is not considered to be incompatible. Here, the neighbor said they didn't want an RV park next to them. They were quite blunt in that. And the hearing officer relied on that testimony, and the District Court of Appeals says, no, that's not correct, and reversed on that basis. So what's the next slide look like? This is from the Manatee Protection Plan, and I pass this along. These are not prime manatee waters, okay? Fish Creek is not up there on any of those maps. So it's really a moot issue because essentially we've reduced the docks from 21 down to 3, a bare minimum of which 1 is for kayak non-motorized, and the other is a safety issue at the ramp. So let's see what the next slide is, please. I've forgotten. That's another discussion on essential habitat. Move on, please. Okay, these are some slides of what it's going to look like. Forget the docks, but there you see the remodeled buildings. Okay, you see the pool. Keep going. There's the layout with the RVs and the clamping sites. Okay, as we've indicated, the development of the island area has been cut back substantially. Next one, please. There's a remodeled conceptual of the building. Good improvement. Next one, please. This is the clamping sites, and let's go to the next one, which I think is there's an RV site, traditional, you're familiar with that. As you can see, the pad area doesn't take 100% of the lot, so we feel comfortable that if you qualify this approval with a 0.40 ratio, we'll be glad to meet it. Second one, please. Okay, this is a clamping site. I'm not familiar with them, all right. It's on a deck. The deck is elevated. There's space underneath it, and then you have what you see there, a canvas top, amenities. There's the bedroom, the viewing areas, the wet bar. So, interestingly enough, in discussing this with my client, the cost to do an RV site generally runs somewhere between $7,000 to $10,000, depending on how many tricks you put on it. Okay, that little jewel right there is about $15,000 to $18,000. So these 23 clamp sites are far more expensive than your traditional RV site. And again, it's designed for short-term rentals. So I think that concludes the PowerPoint, if I'm right. No, one more. There you go. I tried to get myself in this picture, but they wouldn't allow it. Next one. That's it. All right. Our job is to, our responsibility is to have plan consistency, LDC compliance, and I believe we've met that test. Now, the engineer, Mr. Batista, is here. He'll be glad to discuss the site plan, answers questions about stormwater and utilities. My clients are going to speak. They've got some historical perspective on this particular piece of property. But I will stop and I will take questions if you have any.
Are there any questions from staff for the applicant?
Yes, please, thank you. Some of the public input, and you've touched on a lot of it, thank you for that. There were some mangrove removal. We have some pictures in the public input of removal of mangroves and some of the vegetation along the canal. I know we saw that early on and you talked to your client, but it looks like on these pictures it might have continued. Can you address that?
You know, there was a complaint made. The FDEP came out. We haven't heard from them since. Mangrove trimming, first off, general site planning, and we talked about this when we met, underbrushing and all that. We haven't removed any trees that are in excess of the 4-inch or 6-inch standard at base elevation. Mango trimming is allowed as a matter of law, and we'll await FDEP's response. But I can say this, that issue is totally separate from what we're here for today, and we'll address it in the proper form if it comes up.
Okay, the pedestrian path on the island, you were going to do half-inch spacing on that?
Correct.
Or, okay, that's what you're trying to do, just to save the wetlands in those areas.
Right. And then one of the things that came up on the site plan I didn't discuss is how we were going to get to the dog park. Obviously, that's going to require an elevated walk. It's not obvious, but it's going to require a walkway through along the wetlands area on the property line. Those things are elevated. They have spacing so that the impact onto the wetlands areas is minimized, and that is a very common technique that is used in Citrus County to incorporate wetlands into your projects and make them open space and passive recreation, and that's exactly what would be done. A good example of that is the Homosassa Springs State Park, and their elevated walkway there goes through some wetland areas, but those wetlands still survive. Yes, ma'am.
That's it, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board?
Yes.
Commissioner Bass?
In your documents that the county prepared, it says that you're going to have a path with mulch over compacted base material. Is that going to be ADA requirement for someone who's in a wheelchair?
My recollection of ADA access is that you have first the elevation issue, and every one of these clamping sites would have to go with that. But my understanding of the ADA and wheelchair folks is it just has to be compacted. There's no requirement that it be paved or anything, or it just has to be stabilized. So I think that concern, legitimate, is addressed if it's a compacted area, compacted.
Okay.
And then to take that further, once you compact it, then Mr. Matista, the engineer, puts that into his calculations and deals with it in the stormwater treatment.
Okay. Did you say, and I apologize if I didn't catch you correctly, on the summary of findings, number 4, it says the 25-foot wetland buffers is outlined in the master plan, date stamp December 2nd, may be utilized for all wetlands in the site, 35-foot waterfront setbacks for structures. Did you say that you're going to have all your setbacks now at 35 feet, or did I misunderstand you?
All the structure setbacks will be 35 feet. That's what your code speaks to.
Okay.
We show 25 feet for the lots, and then some of those lots are like 70 feet in depth.
Yep.
So you can easily pull back and meet that 35 feet for that facility.
Okay. In their comment number 9, it also talks about that fill will be brought into the site, and any fill placed on site will need to be compensated. I don't see or any indications to how you plan on doing that, where you're going to be able to make that happen. Is that going to, by having to do the compensation, is that going to reduce the size of the parcel in such a way that you may loosen some of your campsites?
Okay, let's go back to the site plan. All right, the uses that require fill are essentially the bathhouse and the pool and the other improved recreational amenities, okay? So those are going to require fill and they're going to also require ADA access for that matter, but that fill is then incorporated into the stormwater system and design. The RV pads themselves do not have to be elevated. They may require a nominal amount of fill to stabilize the soils. The roads are built to county standards, and they require 6 inches of limestone and a ½ inch of pavement. So that will be some fill, but the idea is that elevation is not materially going to change, and there's a reason why. It's at 2 and 2.5 feet. This site cannot accommodate a great amount of fill, and it has to be limited to those very specific items to handle the stormwater system on site.
Okay. And then the last thing, one of the residents provided a photograph showing what appears to be some fill being dispersed on the site on 9/19/2022. Was there actually fill dispersed on the site?
That's what it shows, and that area is part of the improved codified, or if you will, scarified parking lot. All they did was stabilize the parking lot, the existing parking lot. So that's not an illegal activity. And unlike the prior matter, it doesn't require a permit.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bass. Anyone else have any questions? Mr. Facemeyer?
Mr. Stillwell, I have 2 questions. One, can you review the current use of the property? I see a little activity in the photos, a fire pit, a small travel trailer, Adirondack chairs, that kind of thing. And the second is, can you describe the types of RVs that you would expect at this facility?
Sure. Right now, the boat ramp is a private entity, and people paid to have the right to launch there, okay? And they park the cars, launch their boat. And yes, they sit out, and some of them probably use that fire pit. It's not an intense activity, and it's there. Now, I will note that, and I forgot to mention this, there was a pavilion at this site, a tiki bar. Okay, and the staff noted that it didn't meet setbacks, so we removed that tiki bar. And then the kayak launch racks, we moved those back 35 feet. So that's the existing use, the boat ramp and the people.
It's primarily a boat launching facility.
Right. What was the second question?
Second question was, can you describe the types of RVs that would be coming to this facility? Would they be? I'm not a RV person.
Well, you got 3 types.
Is it a Class A And
There will be Class A's, okay, and there'll be Class B's and there'll be Class C's, okay? Class C is something you would tow behind your pickup truck and back in, okay? Class B would be more like a small van type RV that where the living quarters are within it. And then the Class A vehicles are those things that you see on the road that says Marathon on the side and people pay $500,000, $600,000 for. Going back to hurricane evacuation, one of the things that you should say to protect the public is that these RVs will at all times remain roadworthy. Now that's a state statute, okay, but I think you can reincorporate that into the approvals, so that means when the warning comes to go, the last storm we had in Citrus County, the residences were given 24 hours notice. That's not the best, okay, but you realize that storm was coming our way, then not coming our way, and then coming our way. But if they're roadworthy, the wheels stay on them, they can get up and go and meet that 24-hour standard. Hurricane evacuation, okay, this is a transient use, not a permanent use. And transient uses are generally ones that evacuate. And then when you evaluate that impact, you need to understand the park is not 100% full all the time. So you're really not evacuating all 100% of the units. You're evacuating something less. And I can bore you with statistics, but I'm going to. The hurricane evacuation study done by the Tampa Bay Regional Council for Citrus County on a Category 5 storm indicates that there are 46,900 cars on the road. Of that, 960 are tourists. And that study indicates that those tourists represent 0.01665% of that 49,000. You add these trips in, and the percentage of tourists evacuating in Citrus County changes from 0.00166 to 0.00175, an increase of like 1/1000. And the time doesn't extend significantly. So if there is an impact, it's de minimis. Thank you for reminding me about that.
So if your client is approved and this site becomes very popular with RV enthusiasts, your client would potentially want to fill every one of those sites with a Class A motorhome.
I'm not familiar with what they charge, but I think they charge more, yes, for a Class A.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Facemeyer. Anyone else have a question?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Barnes?
Mr. Stillwell, on talking about your septic, your robotic septic system and sharing the alternate keys, can you be a little bit more specific on why or how you can share the alternate key for one septic system? Question one. And question two, you say that the aerobic septic system is going to be serviced on a regular basis. Can you define regular basis? And three, I'm sorry, third question on that, is it being pumped out manually?
Like any septic system pump out is determined by an as-needed basis. The regular inspection, as I understand Department of Health rules, is either bi-monthly or quarterly, but I'll defer to those. It's not out there.
So it's fair to say we can change the regularly to as needed?
Well, the pump out, you don't pump out every month, right? You can put on there annually, and that would certainly be acceptable. There is a regular inspection. It's defined by Department of Health rules, and then there's a licensed operator. Now, we have 4 alternate sites. We're serving 4 alt key numbers. Therefore, it is designed and meets that plan test. And even the staff report acknowledges that.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Mr. Stillwell, in the report, it mentions the glamping tents are on a temporary platform. Can you tell me more about that? What does that mean?
They're on a permanent platform, okay? Let's be clear. You have this deck, okay? For lack of any other way to describe it, it's a deck, and then the structures that you saw before are put on there. Could that deck be removed? Yes, but if it's not being utilized, the deck's going to stay there. So the site would be built. There would be the deck. There would be the tent structure. The tent structure can be temporary.
And what kind of weather rating is, I mean, to withstand flooding? Is it built to withstand flooding, et cetera? Because I know they talk about the tents can come down within 24 hours, but the decking will remain.
And the decking's above ground, so it's flood, what's the term that FEMA uses?
Proof?
Not proof, but flood.
Resistant?
Flood
Mitigated?
worthy. In other words, it doesn't, no.
Excuse me. We won't
So,
have any outbursts from the crowd.
again-
Please respect the speaker.
There's a space underneath the deck. It's not a concrete pad. It's raised up on poles, and to the extent water can flow underneath it. Just like when you raise a house and you build the FEMA regulations and you park underneath the house, you put your lattice work up, but in the event of a storm event, the water goes in and out underneath the house. Here, the water is going to go in and out underneath that deck.
The site plan doesn't indicate any fencing along Fish Creek, and staff report discusses, even though it's not code, but that a natural vegetative buffer would be desirable in this area. I agree. And I like the buffer that I saw on site visit. So what is your client's perspective on that?
Well, first off, we were asked to define that buffer, and we did, and we enhanced it, okay? The applicant's here, and this morning we were discussing that, and his comment to me was he had intended all along to put a fence up. So, and he can answer that question, and I'll ask him to answer that question when he speaks, okay?
Okay. All right. I think that's everything I have. Okay, thank you, Mr. Stillwell.
All right, if you have questions of the engineer, I'll bring him up next.
Does the board have any questions for the engineer?
Well, actually, if I might, it's your opportunity to make your presentation however you want, Mr. Stillwell.
True.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Now if we can have the staff presentation.
I'm sorry, is Mr. Stillwell done with his presentation?
Oh, okay. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I thought you were done.
Sorry, I thought he was going to talk about at least the buffer. He just said.
Sure.
Hi. 2 years, it's a long time. I'm so glad to be in front of you today. I'm Jen McGradsey, owner of Fish Creek Campground. My professional address is 1650 South Fish Creek Point, Crystal River. I am a member of the Citrus County Chamber of Commerce and a member of the Business Women's Alliance here. My family and I are proud to call Citrus County our home and raise our children here. We reside just a few minutes walk from the campground. As a result, our commitment to safety and family values is a priority in our community. We are here this morning to ask you to vote yes to this project. This proposed campground aligns with the county's vision for the responsible and right type of tourism development and supports positive growth. Our vision for the campground is to offer a family-friendly atmosphere focused on ecotourism with modern amenities, including luxurious tents and RV sites. Our goal is to develop a campground that Citrus County can showcase with pride. These are high-end luxury tents that will offer similar amenities to a hotel room. Just to give you perspective, I know Mr. Stillwell told you the cost of the tents themselves, but by the time you develop the site and the tent, it'll be $60,000 per site. these will be luxurious. Additionally, I want to reiterate what was stated on page 7 of the staff report. We are only requesting for 4 sites per acre versus the allowable 7 sites per acre. None of our proposed sites will be permanent, long-term, or condoed. None of them. This campground will complement existing businesses throughout the county and will have a multiplier effect on the local economy, with our guests spending money at local businesses and benefiting the county as a whole. For the past 2 years, we have improved the property through extensive cleanup of garbage, at least 200 tires, and countless invasive pepper trees, with many more to go. We now have a successful members-only boat ramp, and that will continue to operate simultaneously with the campground. One of the key reasons we purchased this commercial property is that it was an operational RV park in the 1980s, evidence of which can still be seen throughout the property. I have a newspaper article here that I'll submit from 1984 that shows 150 RV spaces were approved for this site by this county. Regarding the one dock that we are requesting for our owner's boat, I have photos here with me from Citrus County Appraiser's Office website that shows a dock in the back canal, what I think Mr. Stillwell refers to it as the basin, from 2010 to 2017, and the pilings still stand there today. I have a newspaper article from 1980 that shows a dock in that same spot. In closing, I want to thank Ms. Coutu and the staff for their professionalism throughout this process. Please vote yes to this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I just have a couple pictures to submit.
Why not? Not for our review, but she can submit them to the recording secretary.
No, they were supposed to have been submitted under the quasi-judicial guidelines.
Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Stillwell, does that conclude your presentation? Thank you. And we have the staff presentation, please.
Not that tall. Thank you. And this is a comprehensive plan amendment and an Atlas amendment with a master plan for a proposed RV park, or what they're calling a glamp ground instead of a campground. First, very quickly, just for the benefit of the public, I know the board, I'm spacing you, but you all know the answers to this. This board is a recommending body on this type of application. There will be a final hearing with the county commission. So today they're going to be making a recommendation to the commission, but there will be a final hearing with that county commission. I also say that there isn't an applicant side and a staff side. I heard that earlier. Staff's role is to tell this board and also the county commissioners how an application complies with the land development code of the comprehensive plan. So the staff report was critiqued quite a bit, quite critically in some of the public input. That's perfectly fine. However, it's our role. This is our role to tell you how this meets or may not meet the LDC and the comp plan. It doesn't always meet all of those criteria, and I'm going to go over that. An application that meets all the criteria does not necessarily mean it gets approval, just like one that doesn't meet it doesn't mean denial. Compatibility is huge. So that's something this board has the big bucks to get to figure out. All right, this is the current zoning. Now, PDRMH is a historical designation that was put on in 1990. We don't even really have a PDRMH anymore, but it's here. We did not have an RV park zoning, so it doesn't necessarily mean it was mobile homes versus RVs. It just meant it had some kind of master plan that had something to do with some kind of mobile home RV park type area. Now, the island, which is also part of it there on the south, has a CLRMH zoning. That had a house on it from our historical records. We don't see that was ever part of a prior master plan. However, you see, I noted in the staff report, those records aren't here anymore. I gave you the 1975 survey that we have that shows some kind of structures out there. RVs or mobile homes, not clear. And I am certain in the 1984 an RV park was approved for 50 RV spaces and 5 tent spaces. How that delineated, I don't know. Again, been closed for so many years that our records and the health department records are long gone. So this is the master plan. I did my best to color this. It's just a formatting thing depending on how we receive it. What we're trying to denote here, you can see the kind of pea green there. Those are the wetlands. I'm not trying to make them look bad, but they had to stand out. The oranges are the RV park spaces, and the pink are the glamping areas. I'm going to go over this in a little bit more detail, but one thing I want to point out here on the master plan are a couple things that you need to see. They're asking for 37 RV sites, 23 glamping sites, and 5 primitive campsites. Those are shown in the purple there on the west side of the plan. And that's a total of 65 sites. That is about 4 sites per acre. Now, you heard testimony that they could have in the RV park designation up to 7 sites per acre. That doesn't mean they get it. That just means that that's a maximum. Some places 7 sites are going to be perfect. Some places that's going to be way too much. So they're asking for about 4. Now, you have some comments from the engineering department about the access in here. You'll see there's 2 access points on Fish Creek. Fish Creek Point, currently a road rating of 6. That's not good. You want to be a 1. What engineering says is if it's rated again in 2023 and it's a 7, then they're going to have to do some improvements to the roadway, the applicant, in order to make this happen. So Fish Creek is not the greatest road, not that we don't have a problem throughout the county on that. Also, I wanted to point out impervious surface. Mr. Stillwell touched on it. They want 40% is the maximum. Our rough calculation is about 74. Now, he did say he felt that was probably not correct and they can meet the 40%. If you choose to recommend approval, you'll see one of the conditions, if you choose to, would be a 40% impervious surface. And he said they could do that. Another thing is wetland buffer setbacks. 35 is required. You heard testimony that they can do 35 for all structures. Perfect. These lots are artificially created by the applicant. They're not going to be platted lots of record. We're not going to recognize them as such. We'll recognize that there's approximately these RVs in this place if this gets approved. So really, I think it's semantics. They still need to meet a 35-foot buffer, but that is also in your conditions. And we also have a reduced waterfront setback. We did for some of the structures, and Mr. Stillwell has testified they will meet it for all 35 feet. That's good. You heard the testimony about the trails and the wooden footbridges along the 15-foot on the waterfront. They are going to be impacting wetlands. I think they will exceed the 12 inches that our code normally says is okay for that kind of setback to have something there. They are going to do the half-inch spacing proposed. Dock slips, I'll talk about that when I get to that picture. All right, so this is one of the areas that you've seen already. This is an existing parking lot. There is some grass out there. There's some beautiful old trees out there. Now, obviously, the parking lot on the master plan there on that inset has some landscaping, which is wonderful because they really don't have any in their parking lot right now. But it would expand this area. This grassy area would be parking lot as well. This is the footbridge, not really a footbridge. This is the bridge over the canal. It's concrete. It's been there clearly for a long time. Again, a beautiful area, but you can see some cleared area there in this picture. And this is the area for the docks. This is the pilings that are left. There is nothing in the comprehensive plan that says a non-residential boat slip can be put in for safety concerns. We have nothing. The conditions of approval, if you choose to recommend approval, is no new docks for motorized watercraft. This piling shows me that there's no vesting here either. This obviously hasn't been in operation for some time. The fact that the dock was there in 2005 or 2004, our manatee protection plan way predates that. So can't support at all. It definitely violates the comprehensive plan. This board can't even deviate from the comp plan. No new motorized dock slips. This is the area where they want to put the owner's dock. Can't support that. This is part of the parking lot as well. I guess they have tournaments out there for that big sharky thing. I'm not a fisherman, I'm sorry. You can see the boat ramp there on the left side and the building, and I'm going to zoom in a little bit on that. But this is the existing building. Appears to maybe have done some improvements on here, but the application proposes no additional improvements. If they start to get into that 50% zone, that's when you get into FEMA standards. So I think they may just be cleaning up here. And this is an area underneath and exists. Obviously, this canopy area has been there for a long time. What is concerning is some of this new wood here, some of the trees that were removed. And this is the boat ramp. You can see it's clearly been here for a long time. Mr. Stillwell talked about fill brought in to repave the parking lot. It's not an okay. I'm going to pretend that's not heard. Can't do that without permits. This particular ramp would look like it needs some improvement, and if this application is improved, they would have to do that. And this is the dock that's reflected in the staff report. It does appear new. On one of the applicant's pictures, I was very curious to see. I don't see it on there, sticking out like that. This looks like a new dock. If it is a new dock and we can't have some kind of pre-manatee element documentation, then this would have to go. This area is just FYI, this has been there for some time. Obviously, it's grass. I wanted to give you this one because of the seawall. There are some seawalls throughout the project of varying types. Some are concrete capped like this. There's also some rock type seawalls. And right across the canal, you can see some of the wetland areas. This is on the island. This is an existing area where they want to put a pavilion right over this particular foundation. My understanding is they're not planning on going beyond this site. And this is some of the area that's proposed for glamping. Yes, there is some cleanup, possibly some tree removal in this area, but you do see the vegetation along the water body. And this is also on the island area showing you there's a little bit of a seawall. This is on that big bridge I showed you. I hate to call it a footbridge because it's concrete and all, but gorgeous, lovely wetlands down the canal here. This is the view down, and you can also see some of the island seawall right there. And this is an adjacent residence on the mainland. Back on the mainland, the bridge is off to the right of this picture. No idea what that little concrete thing is. That might have been something related to a well or a septic tank, but that is how close the abutting residence on Fish Creek is. It's a very small water body between them. We're back to the master plan. So there's a lot of conditions if you choose to approve this. Can't support the docks. Concerns with some compatibility and some consistency with the plan otherwise, but RV park density for the number of units, absolutely making it. The glamping sites look very intriguing. They cannot be permanent, just like the RVs cannot be permanent. That's in statutes and your code, 6 months, no later. So storms, they would have to come out and be removed. Are there any questions?
Mr. Stillwell, do you have any questions for staff? Thank you. Board? Commissioner Facemeyer?
Joanna, you mentioned that the Fish Creek, the road itself is rated as a 6. And you said if it changed to 7 at the next review, it would require some upgrade or improvement.
Correct.
Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, the engineering division, that's their, I am not an engineer and I'm not going to pretend to be. My very layman understanding is that when they come in for permitting, they do look at the road, and if the road itself is already degraded beyond capacity to handle this, that particular entrance would have to, that area of Fish Creek would have to be improved to a standard that can handle this traffic.
And who would be responsible for that? The applicant?
The applicant, correct.
And how far would that improvement?
It's just the roadway. It's not all the way out to 19 or anything.
No, the roadway.
I like that idea, but
to Ozella Trail?
It's a good question. Engineering would have to look at that. The roads are all different. So my understanding is it's Fish Creek Point itself. Just so that would just be the corner where that dog park is.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else have any questions for staff?
Yes.
Commissioner Bass?
We received a comment in its regard to page 2. It says, quote, the subject property is located primarily in the coastal A zone with the base flood elevation of approximately 13 feet as found on the flood insurance rate map. Their comment further states that an examination of the map defines the A and V velocity zone shown that approximately 2/3 of the 16-acre parcel is actually within the V zone, and that according to our land use map, no PUD provisions are allowed within the V zone. Is that correct? The statement that was made?
No, and thank you for bringing that up because that brings up another thing. I saw in a few public input that there is a 1,000-foot stop for all development around St. Martin's Marsh. That's misreading that section. What it's part of a larger section that says in the coastal CLR region, if you want to do a specific PUD that allows 1 unit per 5 acres, because CLR is locked into whatever you have and no more. But if you want a residential PUD with 1 unit per 5 acres, and there's a lot of criteria. One of them is the 1,000 foot. One of them is nope, can't do it in the velocity zone. One of it is have to have a minimum acreage. I don't have it in front of me, 120, 160 acres. It's something high. I've never known anybody to do this. It's just a provision that's been in there since 1990. There's not a provision. We don't do a taking around St. Martin's March for 1,000 feet. If you want that specific PUD revision, that's when that kicks in.
All right, thank you.
Anyone else have a question for staff?
I just have one quick question. I thought that, if I remember correctly, there were some kind of restrictions on new development, coastal high hazard area.
There are, and because this is a non-residential development, you couldn't put a new mobile home park out here, for example. You couldn't put new multifamily out here. There's provisions like that. You can't put an ALF, for example, things that have to evacuate, but non-residential uses, including RV parks, were permitted.
So what if the applicant said, you know what, I only want to allow certain kind of campers or RVs to be allowed out here? How would something like that be written in, and how would it be enforced?
Yeah, I wouldn't want to get into this RV versus this RV. No
Right.
mobiles. It's not going to be anything permanent. So
Yeah, right.
whether it's a class A, B, C, I don't want to know the difference because it's an RV and it doesn't really matter whether it's a large one or a small one with zoning. It's an RV and they're there for a temporary use. So whether
Understood.
they're a pull behind or a pop out or a huge one, it doesn't change the fact it's an RV.
Okay, thank you.
Joanna, I'd just like to ask a question and kind of piggybacking on what Commissioner Bramlett just said. So there's been a lot of talk about rezoning. This was an RV park. So if the applicant was going to do the 55 spots that were already approved, is this just a procedural thing whereby they're trying to do a PUD and submit a new master plan and improve the site?
Absolutely not. No, what they have, and I tried to pull it up and I totally butchered it, and I'm sorry, Liz. They have an inconsistency between their future land use map and their land development code outlet zoning. That's a problem for them. Their CLR-MH is one house or one mobile. Unfortunately, that's out there. PDR-MH, it's an expired master plan. So what happened in 1980 is gone, long gone. So PDR-MH just means there once was a master plan, there's now nothing. So if they wanted to develop that, they would have to come forward with a master plan, which they've done, or remove that PDR-MH and go to something consistent with the area, which would be CL or CLR. So they don't have any kind of vesting for walking in and doing RVs today.
Okay, thank you.
Joanna, are we usually bound by designations that were 40 or 50 years old?
Usually. I'll never say usually of anything.
Yeah, they can't hear you.
I said, is our land use designation, is it usually bound by classifications that were 40 and 50 years old?
There are vesting criteria in the comprehensive plan and in the case law that you can actually do if you've continued a use over a period of time without big gaps, and usually it's a year, but it depends on what we're looking at, then sure, there is vesting. So there are some RV parks and mobile home parks on the west side have been there forever.
Okay.
They can continue to operate, but once they shut down for that period of time, that vesting goes away. I don't have any vesting on this site, other than that boat ramp, which I can see has been continuous operation.
The other question I have is a particular designation from the future land use. Is a particular designation ever considered just a placeholder until something better comes along?
I don't know that we ever have placeholders. What we do have is expired PDs, and that's what this is. And we have a few of those in the county where they once had great master plans and they're gone. So in this case, they don't have a master plan and they got to either take it away or bring a new one forward.
Okay.
Maybe that's what you're getting at.
What I'm getting at is there's no imperative to the change in existing land use designation.
They have a problem. They have to do something. PDR, MH, and CL don't go together, and they have an expired PUD. So they'll need to do something. Either if they want to develop the site in any way, either put a new PUD on or remove the PUD and default back to CL or CLR.
All right. Thank you.
Remind me, what is the density for CL?
CL is 1 unit per 20, except for the coastal A and the velocity, which is 1 unit per 40 acres.
Thank you.
And that's residential. This is a non-res use, so we're talking about units, which are different.
Very good. Thank you, Joanna. Anybody else have any questions for staff? Okay, thank you. I know everyone's ready to share your opinions on this application, but this board requires a 10-minute recess. So we will recess at this time and meet back here in 10 minutes at 11:30. Thank you. If everyone can take your seats, and we're going to proceed with the public hearing. Okay, thank you. We are back in session, and now we will start the public portion of the meeting. And if there is anyone present in favor of the application who would like to speak, please come forward to the podium. As a reminder, individuals have 3 minutes to speak and organizations have 5 minutes. When speaking on this application, please address the board. If you have any documents that you want to be entered into the record, please provide a copy to the recording secretary. Okay, at this time, is anyone in favor of this application? Please come forward.
And Madam Chair, just to jump in, we have the overflow room upstairs, but they have been advised they can come down here and speak. So, thank you.
Okay, I know you mentioned pausing. Are we going to go up and check?
That was a long pause, so we're good.
Okay, very good. Anyone in favor of this application? Please come forward.
Hi, my name is Janelle Bossoff. I'm a resident and a business owner here in Citrus County. I've had the pleasure to meet the Magrazzi family and have explored their property in Ozello, and I'm here to support their proposal for Fish Creek Glampground. Over 20 years ago, my husband and I and his family built from the infrastructure up a South African-style luxury tent camp in the jungles of Costa Rica. It's called Rafiki Safari Lodge, and it is still open and successful today. We also took a break in there to run a fly fishing lodge in Montana on the Bighorn River. And needless to say, for the last 20 years, our experience and expertise has been in conservation, hospitality, and tourism. From what I understand and listening today and knowing about the family, this property previously was zoned for a commercial mobile home park. But when I heard about the project, I thought, why not a luxury tent camp and recreational RV park instead? I realize that change is inevitable and a community needs to be busy and it needs growth to survive. The people that would come to this kind of a project will have a great impact on the resources of the community. They will be looking for fishing guides. They will be looking for manatees, scalloping, and also use local restaurants and shop in the other local areas. This project, to me, it focuses on minimal impact to the environment. With the luxury tents, they're up on stilts, so they have very minimal impact. It creates awareness to conservation and the beauty of the ecosystem and the nature of the citrus ecosystem. It creates jobs both indirectly and directly for the glampground itself and throughout Ozello and Citrus County. And as they've mentioned, these are high-end tents. This will attract a high-end clientele to the area. I believe that if Fish Creek Glampground is allowed to continue with this project, it will be an asset to Ozello and tourism in Citrus County.
Thank you.
So, thank you.
Anyone else in favor of this application?
Good morning. My name is Harvey Head. I'm a lifetime resident of Citrus County, born in Ozello. Spent most of my childhood down there, and after high school moved to Crystal River because I had my business there. I use the Fish Creek Campground boat ramp 5-6 days a week. I have for many, many years. I have found it to be very convenient, very successful. I back many years ago, 50-some years ago, I watched that marina being built. I knew the owners that built it back then. Like I say, I've been here all my life. It's a convenient. I have people from all over the world come. I'm a fishing guide, airboat tour guide, scallop guide, manatee guide. I do it all. I have people from all over the world come and ride on my airboat for airboat tours. And one of the first words I get out of a lot of their mouths is, why? Why is this place not doing something? You know, it was once a gem of Citrus County. It was very popular, really busy place. It can be that again if allowed to be redone like they plan to do. I'm in favor of approval of this ordinance, and I think that it would be a great asset to Citrus County. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Deborah Sullivan. I'm the previous owner of the campground that's in question. Over the years, John bought that in 1999, and then Dimitri and Jennifer bought it from me in 2021. The boat ramp has always been open. There's always been traffic on that road. I don't see much difference between a boat and truck coming down that road and a camper and a truck coming down that road. I see where they're going to do beautiful things with that property. There was a lot of Brazilian peppers growing along the edges of that water, and I really think that's what they were pulling out, not mangrove. It was Brazilian peppers. I think they're going to do great things with that property, and I look forward to every bit of it. And I hope you all vote yes, and there's a lot of other people in Roselle that would like to see a yes here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else in favor of the application?
My name is Bill Henderson. I'm a resident of Ozella. I live just around a couple of corners from the proposed development. I congratulate the planning staff and commission for working diligently with the owners and to come up with a fantastic development plan from what I see as an improvement over what's been there for many years. And I'm full-time, permanent, all year round, and the boats that go by on the way out there are a lot fewer, in my opinion, watching them right out my front door, than there was before. And I think there could be a whole lot worse things out there as it sits right now. I just think the community ought to be more behind what they're doing as a positive improvement without much impact. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It's a lot warmer up here than it is back there. Anyway, good morning. My name is Brian Faircloth, and I own the Madison RV and Golf Resort in Madison, Florida. I'm here today with my business partner, Ben Perry, and we co-own Southeastern Resort Development. So we do, again, a thank you for your time allowing us to speak. We're here today in favor to support the Fish Creek Glampground project as it has been presented. What makes our business model unique is that we offer under one roof consulting, design, build, operations, management, software, and marketing plans. As important as anything, we offer mentorship. We are contacted by a lot of clients that wants to build these projects. We sit down with them, we interview them to ask them, what are your goals? What is their vision? How do you see yourselves owning an operation, a business like this? If we like what we hear, we move forward. If we don't like what we hear, we tell them that we don't want to do business with them. We go the extra mile and we follow operating and building processes with the client, and then we move forward. We make it very clear, sorry, I'm nervous. We make it very clear that we follow all rules and regulations as it relates to local, state, and federal laws during construction, and that the project is built according to the approved plan. We use Madison as the gold standard, and we invite our clients to come spend time with us and show them what a first-class, five-star operation is. I don't know why I'm center of this. I'm not good with crowds. We provide our clients with standard operating procedures for day-to-day operations as well as industry standards, sets of rules that guests must abide by while visiting. We also have a pride in ownership policy that states if your RV is more than 10 years old, you must submit a current photograph prior to making your reservation. Once those steps have been taken, we feel like the client is someone that, again, we want to do business with. We shake hands and move forward as a team. This is exactly how we find ourselves here today because we believe in the Fish Creek Campground project, and we know that Citrus County, both citizens and visitors alike, would not regret allowing this business to be built, to be prosperous, and to be another great asset to Citrus County. On behalf of Fish Creek Campground, Ben and I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today, and we humbly ask you to vote in favor of this project.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Would anyone else like to speak in favor of this application? Please come up.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Lucas Truitt. I'm here with Floyd Family Outfitters. Me and my brother-in-law work out of Fish Creek with fish charters.
Excuse me, can someone please silence their phone? Go ahead, sir.
We fully support this idea. Just this last year when we were doing scallop tours.
I'm sorry.
Just tilt it towards yourself. There you go. Fortunately,
Is that
it's not
better?
great.
Like I was saying, just this last year, we did scallop tours out of there. We were doing everyday scallop tours. Our biggest problem with that was people were having to stay out of the county to come to us because there was nowhere for them to stay. As you know, scallop season gets very busy in Citrus County. With this would give them somewhere to stay, and it would support all the businesses in Ozella. So we support this fully, us and our family.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name's Ken Ellingham. Been a resident here in Citrus County for just shy of 60 years. And believe me when I tell you, the changes that we've seen in Citrus County over the last 60 years have been a bunch. Some good, some not so good, but changes nevertheless. Going back 60 years, if you can believe so, gasoline was 29 cents a gallon. Gallon of milk was 31 cents a gallon. Current population, just over 9,000 in the entire Citrus County. Just a short time later, 10 years, it doubled, almost 20,000. And now we're looking at hovering somewhere around 160,000 residents here in Citrus County. So you can imagine the changes. Used to be able to go to Kentucky Fried Chicken there on 19 and get lunch for $1. Your choice. Port Paradise had a steak special, baked potato and salad bar for $2.95. Yeah, we've seen some changes. We've seen some changes. The old ice house there on 19, some of the old timers can remember. We're going way back now, folks. But what we're looking at today is a win-win. And yes, it is a change. And naturally, we're going to oppose change. That's just who we are as humans. It takes us out of our comfort zone. We don't feel like we're in charge anymore when we're facing change. But this time, it's a positive change, and we need to look at it as that. I've worked in Citrus County my entire life, volunteered for FWC on the Conservation Commission for over 28 years, teaching both students and adults what it is to protect our ecosystem, our wildlife, our fisheries. Back in 1960, manatees weren't even on the endangered species. You could do what you want to with them. People didn't care. But that's one of the changes that were made that benefited Citrus County. When we look at some of the fisheries, 15 years ago, folks, we didn't have snook in Citrus County. Very few, if any. Now you can count hundreds out there in our fisheries. But some of those changes are good. And when we look at this, what it will bring to Citrus County, not only the ecotourism through the education that they're wanting to do, but being able to support and improve our economy here in Citrus County. And again, I support this Fish Creek proposal. Thank you.
Sir. Is anyone else in favor of this application? Please come to the podium. You don't have to wait for me to call you. Just keep coming on up.
I am Richard Bracknell. I have property at 1763 South Waterbury Point. I don't envy you. I am a city councilman, and I've sat where you are to be able to look through and to face a crowd that's here today. But I'm here to tell you that we are a country of rules and established procedures, and that I have been excited that the applicant has not only entertained an environmentalist, but an attorney, and these people have worked closely with the staff that you have hired and that you have put together and that you have confidence in. And I think that that's what should be the focus here. Is, are they following the rules and regulations that have been established by Citrus County? And if they have, then they should be granted the right to do this. And that's it. That's it in a nutshell. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, board members, attorney and staff. I'm Josh Wooten, President and CEO of the Citrus County Chamber of Commerce. And I want to give you a little bit of history. Some of y'all may know it, some of you may not, but about 20 years ago, I sat where Commissioner Worthington is sitting as chairman of the Tourist Development Council. Mary Craven was the executive director, and I was the commissioner assigned to it. And we, through a series of working with our consultant, decided we wanted to become, rebrand as an ecotourism mecca. That was 20 years ago. And we came up with the slogan, which I wish we'd still had, in the heart of Florida, you'll find its soul. And there was a heart over Citrus County. And so we envisioned projects like this into the future that would single us out from other communities. You know, we didn't want to be a Daytona. We didn't want to be a Clearwater. We wanted to be an eco-tourist mecca because we knew that those folks looked after the land. They're the types of tourists that you want to attract. It's not a spring break crowd. It's a crowd that comes to enjoy the land. We invested money into kayak trail through Ozella. So we were certainly looking for kayakers. One gentleman that spoke, just spoke. It was interesting that he brought up something that I wanted to talk about, is that the scallopers are coming here, but they leave because there's no lodging. But they're still coming down that road. They're still coming to that facility. They're coming to meet their guides or meeting the boats. It was mentioned that they're not vested, and you're not vested automatically based on what was 40 years ago, and that's true. But some of us that have been around here a long time, you know, care about property rights and the ability to do something with your land. And these folks here are not coming into town as speculators trying to cram 10 pounds of poop into a 5-pound sack. They're coming here, living right there near the property, and trying to develop something that we can all be proud of, that will help our economy, and is really a good use. I hope some of the opponents that are here, because there's been some misinformation out there, I hope that maybe some minds were changed when they saw what a quality project this is, and it's not very intensive for this use. You've seen, and I think if you ask the staff how good these folks are to work with, I don't know about Clark, but he's retiring. But the family that you know, they're willing to give up the boat slips. They're willing to go down on the impervious surfaces. The one thing, and I've been out there and I've met with them, and I think we've become friends. I really love this family. They're very high caliber, but even though the comprehensive plan does not allow it, I would certainly hope y'all would think about that, at least one safety dock. If any of y'all are boaters and have kids, to have no place to position your family and coolers and stuff and get them on the boat is very, very dangerous, like right off of the bank. So I hope that y'all allow them at least that. But I think this is exactly what we're looking for in Citrus County. This is exactly what we want to be known for. And I think somebody's calling.
It's the city of Crystal River.
Is it?
They said it's time to go.
It's probably Joe Meek trying to get them to build a glamp ground. But anyway, I think that you would be wise to support this. I know there's some opposition, but I believe the staff and Mr. Stillwell have given you fact-based information to where you can justify it. And this is a family that's going to live there and live with the consequences, so they're not going to do anything to the neighbors that they wouldn't allow their own family to be exposed to. So thank you.
Thank you. Is anyone else in favor of this application? Okay. Seeing none at this time, if anyone is opposed to this application, if you will come forward, remembering that individuals will be given 3 minutes and members of an organization 5 with a letter on file.
You should already have these in your packets. No more paper.
Is this the letter of fact?
I don't know what he's doing.
Michael, could you please clarify what it is
Yeah, what are you
you're,
There should be already in your packet.
Yeah, so they already have it. We don't need to
already have
pass,
it, we
yeah.
don't need it. Thank you.
It was actually in front of you today. It was after the packet was copied, so it's one of your stack of colored papers.
Thank you.
There really wasn't any logic to the colors,
Yeah, I
by
got
the
it.
way, but.
are you representing an organization?
I am.
Do you have a letter on file?
Oh, letter on file? No. I am covering for an attorney who has COVID and couldn't be here today. I don't know if he has a letter on file or not.
Perhaps you should tell them you're a lawyer.
My name is Marcy Lahart. I am an attorney. I'm here representing Michael Maiello and several
Okay, you have 5 minutes.
residents of the Ozello community. As I said, I am covering for an attorney who could not be here because he had COVID. His name is Ralph Brooks. He has written a memo of law that I would like to give you.
Just because I'm seeing shocked looks on the board, law is different from facts, so he's just giving you his legal argument. Ms. Lahart is giving you his legal argument, so we allow legal argument.
Thank you. The main point of Mr. Brooks' legal memo, which is only 2 pages, so I hope you'll get a chance to read it, is that existing local governments have considerable discretion when it comes to considering rezoning applications. If there is any legitimate public purpose for denying the rezoning, the denial is legal. Here, you not only have legitimate but compelling public purposes for the denial of these applications to change the land use and zoning of this parcel. There are issues regarding traffic safety, neighborhood compatibility, burdens on infrastructure, wetland and water quality impacts, potential flooding. This is a high-risk flood zone, wildlife impacts, impacts from sewage if the sewage treatment facility floods, which it will, destruction of mangroves. Mr. Stillwell mentioned a case out of the first DCA involving an RV park. That is an easily distinguishable case. That case involved an RV park on a collector road. This is an RV park at the dead end of a narrow road that will go through a residential community. Denial of these proposed upzoning and land use changes would not be based on sentiment or whim, but based on the basic principles of land use law, or basic principles of land use, including compatibility with existing uses, capacity of existing roads, physical characteristics of the land, public health, safety, and welfare. The applicant knew the zoning of this property when it was purchased. There is no reasonable investment-based expectation of upzoning the property or changing the permitted land use. Certainly not based on uses that are ancient history, going back 30 years, and were never properly permitted in the first place. Mr. Stillwell referred to the property as scarified, or at least part of the property is scarified. That property is scarified by unpermitted historical uses. He references a commercial building that hasn't been used for commerce in decades. There's reference to an existing special or a historical special exception, which seems nothing more than folklore. I've certainly never seen a copy of it. We don't know what its conditions were or when it expired, if it even existed. Recreational RV parks are not water dependent because the RV pads are intended for short-term rentals. It means that you're going to have these large vehicles coming and going on a frequent basis. They're not coming there to stay for 6 months or a year. They're coming for a week or two. So there's going to be a lot more traffic from big vehicles on a very narrow road. Mr. Stillwell talked about how a denial has to be based on facts. You're going to hear a lot of facts from the people who actually live in the area, facts about existing flooding, wildlife, etc. The previous gentleman, the city commissioner, talked about we're a country of rules, and these people are following the rules. Actually, they're asking that the rules be changed for them. And if I could finish one last thought, you wouldn't let the sweet little old lady with the nasty dog sell her art, but there's a boat ramp that people have to pay to use. Isn't that a commercial use in a coastal lake district? Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman and PDC and staff. My name is, wow, I've never been asked to talk louder. My name is Michael G. Serwinski, environmental consultant. I'm a professional wetland scientist and a licensed professional geologist in the state of Florida. I have lived here since 1986. And I would similarly ask for additional time as I am been hired to represent the folks in standing, the neighbors, and would like a suitable amount of time. Thank you. So I'd like to concentrate on a few points. I'm not a land use expert, but in the coastal lakes region, there are 18 compatible uses, permitted compatible uses in the coastal lakes, and that's why we have a future land use plan, is to stick with that. And those 18 uses do not include an RV park. There are also conditional uses. None of those include that as well in our coastal and lakes. It is in a FEMA zone. Mr. Stillwell identified that there's elevations of 1, 2, 3. Actually, my maps go up to 4 feet. Not a lot of relief out there. Any non-hurricane storm event is probably going to wash that site when we have a northeasterly wind come in. Previously, a half of that site, the western half of the site, was in the velocity zone as of 2018. After those maps were revised, it is no longer in the velocity or coastal high hazard zone. Now, if logic were to prevail, that just does not make sense at all, especially with the increasing intensity of storms that we're having and the frequency. One main point that I think needs to be driven home here in terms of compatibility is one of the biggest issues you have to deal with. And the RV parks that Mr. Stillwell mentioned were all on collector roads. This is not on a collector road. This goes through a neighborhood road, Estuary Drive, Bear Creek. Estuary alone has no less than 6 hairpin sinuous turns on the way in and an additional 6 on the way out. If you're trailering a 35-foot trailer or you're in a 40-foot RV trailering a car behind it, you're going to be blindsided by people, neighborhood residents coming in or out or have to stop. There's not much of a right-of-way out there, and many of the homes, some of their gates are actually right there on that narrow right-of-way and their fences. Central sewer. I don't know where Mr. Stillwell dug up that definition, but he certainly found it. We're not supposed to allow these facilities unless they have access to central sewer. Very important. If you look along Highway 44 where we've done the septic to sewer conversion, Citrus County spent a lot of money out there converting package plants. One case in point is the Encore RV Park outside of Crystal River there along Fort Island Trail. As you drive that, there used to be a package plant on the left-hand side of the road. That has been converted now to a lift station, trying to reduce the nutrient impact. St. Martin's Preserve, if you look in your material there, the 1,000-foot buffer, which I am told by staff perhaps doesn't apply in this case. That 1,000-foot buffer takes up 3/4 of that site. Now, they are asking for a PUD. They are asking to change from CL to a PUD. So in my opinion, not an expert on that, that 1,000-foot should apply, that buffer. We've looked at eagle's nests. There's 5 eagle's nests in the area within a 5-mile radius, and numerous wading birds come into that. It's part of the trail that you can hardly see on that aerial there. Used to be used by birders out there, and there's numerous wading birds, including endangered wood storks and spoonbills that come out and wade in those wetlands surrounding that site. So I've been down in Fort Myers after the hurricane and to do assessments. And the clamping sites there pose a health safety risk to the residents in the area. If you get a storm come through there and it takes out those platforms, they're going to wind up in folks' backyards, front yards, and or in their living rooms.
If you can just wrap up your comments, please.
Yep. Overall, I'm asking that you deny this application primarily based on the compatibility incompatibility with the neighborhood. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam.
Good morning.
Good morning, Director Kuto, Commissioners. My name is Michael Maiello. Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Michael Maiello. I own the property next door to the proposed RV park at 1725 Waterberg. Thank you for allowing me to take the stand this morning, and thank you in advance as our Planning Commission for recommending denial of this application as proposed. As the memorandum from our lawyer, who could not be here today, explains to you that even if the application were consistent with all the policies in the entire comprehensive plan and the land development code requirements, you can still deny a rezoning at any legitimate public purpose. There are many reasons to deny this rezoning as explained by our environmental expert, Michael Zawinski, and the other speakers before you today. Let me provide you with a few more legitimate reasons to consider in your denial. First, I am one of the most affected persons by this application because I share almost 1,000 feet of contiguous property boundary with this application. I bought my property with the understanding of what was allowed by the existing zoning on my property and the subject property. My reasonable investment-backed expectations were that we would both abide by the existing zoning laws. I have lived adjacent to national parks and protected property for the last 47 years. I love the community character of this particular residential neighborhood. The applicant proposes to change the existing zoning to allow uses that are not comparable, compatible, or consistent with the current comprehensive plan and the current existing zoning on the property. The Florida statutes define compatibility as a condition in which land uses or conditions can coexist in relative proximity to each other in a stable fashion over time such that no use or condition is unduly negatively impacted directly or indirectly by another use or condition. The land uses of my property and my neighbor's property will be directly negatively impacted by this proposed change. There will be traffic, car horns, parties, loud music, smoke, campfire smoke, cigarette smoke, and litter, loudspeakers for announcements, dogs barking at the dog park. It's ironic that I hired Michael Zawinski, environmental consultant, to perform a wetland delineation study upon purchasing my property to see what my options are for building my dream home. Now, I have to hire Michael Zawinski, environmental expert, to prove what my neighboring developer can't do in order to preserve my rights. I purchased this property for the environment, the wildlife, and for the peace and tranquility. By approving these land use and zoning changes, you will be giving the developer a gold mine, resulting in leaving us neighbors with the tailings of a
Mr.
gold
Rael,
extraction.
could you wrap up your comments, please?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name's Robert Evans. I own a home in Ozella with my wife. I worked for the U.S. Forest Service for 31 years as a wildlife and fisheries biologist before I retired. Mr. Stillwell asked us to present fact-based testimony, and that's pretty much what I'm going to do today. The development application before us today is located within the coastal marsh ecosystem. Mangroves line the shoreline, and the site floods several times each year. 2/3 of the parcel is within the velocity zone, which we've heard a little bit about earlier, and I'm going to talk about more about that later. But it's an extremely high, not only a high flood risk zone, but there's wind and wave action. So we're way out there in the coastal marsh in an extreme zone. Is the point I want to make. The parcel is also directly adjacent to the St. Martin's Marsh Aquatic Preserve, and just beyond that is the newly designated Nature Coast Aquatic Preserve. All protected lands surrounding the parcel, directly adjacent. These two preserves include some of the most pristine areas in all of Florida. Now, currently, the entire parcel and most of the surrounding area is classified as CL Land Use District, Low Intensity Coastal Lakes, on the future land use map. The Land Development Code states, with regard to the desired future condition of lands within this CL class, and I'm going to quote, "This category designates those areas having environmental characteristics sensitive to development and therefore should be protected. No high-intensity non-residential land uses shall be allowed in the CL region. Where preservation is not possible, only the lowest intensity development shall be allowed." This language was just written 9 months ago, but maybe you folks had a hand in that, so this is not old language, it's updated. Further, the Land Development Code breaks down the acceptable land uses by their location within the CL region. And again, it breaks it down by velocity zone and all other lands. We've heard the velocity zone doesn't apply after 2018, but my point is this language is still in your land development code, and that was revised 9 months ago. So somebody must have thought it was important to break it down this way. Velocity zone, all other lands. It says, for lands within the velocity zone, 2/3 of the parcels in it, quote, no PUD provisions will be allowed, period. That's what it states. For all other lands, it states that PUDs are allowed, provided the following provisions are met. And again, it doesn't say residential. I'm going to disagree with Mr. Stillwell. It doesn't say, the word residential doesn't appear here. It says that PUDs are allowed, provided the following provisions are met. Number one, 100% of wetlands on the site shall be protected. Now, this applicant is proposing to fill in a wetland. Number two, the developments shall be serviced by regional water and sewer facilities. Now, there's no regional sewer facility servicing Ozello, and I don't know what he's trying to construct out there for sewer, but it doesn't meet this guideline. Like to wrap it up?
Yes.
Okay. The proposal is not in any way consistent with the county's vision for these lands. We would ask that you deny this application, and you're going to hear from many of my neighbors here to talk about all the reasons why, and it's going to be fact-based, and these are all the folks in the white
Thank you, sir.
My name's Gene Strickland. My property is at 14156 West Seaside Court. You have in front of you an evaluation done by the planning staff by Ms. Couto concerning the application. Unfortunately, the LDC that you currently have for Citrus County really doesn't apply to this particular zone. It doesn't apply to low coastal intensity zones. In fact, in this review, it is said that, quote, the LDC shall be amended to include additional criteria for RV parks in this region. Now that implies the additional criteria is not to loosen the restrictions, but to make it more restrict for developments in a St. Martin's estuary. That is within the report. And give you an example, in most cases throughout this report, it says that this doesn't apply, this needs to be amended at time of permitting, this needs to be changed, and all those sort of things. And one example has already been mentioned earlier about the fact that the plan submitted to you has 70% or greater of its area impervious. When the LDC, the current LDC, which is really more applicable to land inside Citrus County and uplands, that wouldn't even be approved by that one. So ironically, this LDC just would not allow this. I guess the bottom line really is to jump from a coastal low intensity designation all the way to a RV tent density development is just too great of a leap. The impact will be negative on the property itself, the surrounding wetlands, the wildlife, the single-family residents on this one road that comes in and out. And by the way, I heard today, this is not going to be a condo situation. Everybody's got to come in, everybody's got to leave. This is really intense, too intense to go through a single-family neighborhood. Finally, this development would be unsafe for the people who actually are going to be occupying the RVs and the tent areas. No question about that. I've been in this area for 42 years. And this is not an area for sissies, I can tell you that right now. So the last thing I want to say is in most areas, coastal areas around the state, where you have these short-term rentals that have wreaked havoc on the permanent single-family residents, they are passing codes now and laws to reduce the amount of short-time rentals, not to increase it. We're going with this proposal in the opposite direction. It's not right for the neighborhood. It's not right for this piece of estuary property. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you, Board, for allowing us to speak. My name is Jane Vandenberg. I live at 1803 South Waterbird Point, right down from the proposed property. I just want to make a couple points here today. There's been talk about the past usage of this property, and I agree that the Sunshine RV Park is proposing to be built on what was previously disturbed land. and it was owned by a man named Ronnie Green, a real estate developer in the early 1970s. Someone also mentioned that we didn't really have a lot of codes back then, but he reported in a newspaper that he developed 100 buildable lots and dug a 7-foot deep canal system dredged to make a pathway to the Gulf of Mexico in order to entice buyers to the area. Now, we also learned that that he lost his real estate company involuntarily. It was dissolved in 1981 by the Florida state. So we're wondering what exactly went on then. All right, since living next door to this land, I can attest to the fact that it has not been an established RV park any time since 1991, since that's when we bought our property. Okay, my second point. On the Citrus County Emergency Management website, the following is written. Citrus County Emergency Management is the process through which a community reduces vulnerability to hazards and copes with natural or man-made disasters. The goal is to preserve life, mitigate hazards, preserve property, and restore social functions. Furthermore, in the Land Development Code, Objective 4.9, the county states, the county should maintain or reduce hurricane evacuation times by requiring new developments to not degrade the existing evacuation level of service. As it has been noted, this whole area is in an AE zone known for coastal flooding. In fact, FEMA places all of Citrus County in a higher category of flooding than any other counties in Florida. In 1993, the no-name storm ravaged Ozello, and the land in question did experience storm surge and flooding, which caused much damage, especially to low-level houses and mobile homes. Even stilt homes had their stairways ripped apart. More recently, in 2016, Hurricane Hermine brought 6 feet of storm surge to our property. Flooding will continue to happen as these sea levels rise. Flooding can occur any month. I have pictures of flooding in June. Newspaper articles talk about flooding in December. And so we know that it occurs. Emergency evacuations that are given in a timely manner may prevent death and destruction. However, storms are unpredictable. The evacuation order given for Hermine in 2016 was received early it was given later in the evening when it was already flooded and the residents could not leave. Can you imagine, this is my last statement, can you imagine lots of RVs leaving the single Ozello Trail out to try to avoid all of this? I think it would be difficult at best. So please deny their request.
Thank you. Everyone, I realize 3 minutes may not seem like enough time, but we have a lot of speakers here today, and we want to hear what you have to say, so maybe not repeating things that have already been said and get to new points so you don't run out of time. Yes,
okay.
sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Peter Vandenberg. I'm the other half of Jane. I have a PhD in medical microbiology, immunology. I'm retired faculty from the University of South Florida. Today, what I want to talk to you about is the impact of this sewage stuff. Hurricane Ian dumped tens of millions of gallons of sewage into the Gulf of Mexico from Collier County to Sarasota counties. That was from regular wastewater treatment plants, package treatment plants, as well as septic systems, okay? Now, if you follow these counties, what they all have now are sites that describe the level of Carenia brevis, which is the red tide toxin, fecal coliforms, E. coli, and you'll also have some enterococci thrown in there too. This is telling people where it's safe to go to use beaches, okay, and fish and things like that. The red tide organism produces a toxin that's a respiratory toxin for us, wipes out marine mammals and fish, E. coli, sepsis, diarrhea, and other fatal things. Sunshine RV Park is proposing a 10,000 gallon mounted septic system. In this zone, subjected to flooding, this will probably have a pretty bad impact on neighboring wetlands. Okay, there's a wetlands on their property. Right across Bear Creek, there is a pond that is in the St. Martin's Marsh and Aquatic Preserve, that floods into their property. It'll all wash one way or the other. In Ozello, we currently have two similar systems, one at Peck's and one at Backwater Fins. Peck's has a mounded system, hydraulically overloaded weekly, okay? They come out there and pump it often, almost every week. Package treatment, the Backwater Fins has an aerobic system. Same thing, hydraulically overloaded, pumped, okay? Both one backs up into the Black Creek, the other one backs into the St. Martin's River. One other interesting study. In the 1990s, there was a study conducted by the state of Florida. They examined the biological material in the Chaswitzka River. What they discovered was poliovirus, okay? Guess what? Citrus County said, maybe we ought to put in sewers, okay? Poliovirus, you would thought, was eradicated in the United States. Last year, we had our first case in upstate New York, okay? And with people not getting vaccines, it's a problem. Last summer, Ford Island Trail Beach and Hunter Springs were closed for what? E. coli and orococci, okay? Fecal material is getting into our watershed. This RV park, bad flooding, 7 inches of sea level rise in the last 40 years.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. Hello, my name's Daniel DeVillies, and I live full-time off of Waterman Drive in Ozella. Me and my wife were married in Ozella 34 years ago. I have seen many changes, especially in the last 8 years with the traffic on Waterman Drive, where a marina was allowed to be placed at the end of our road. I've been here for many storms. 93, of course, did no name. I'm sure you're all aware of that, as it devastated Ozella, Crystal River, and Homosassa. I watched the residents of Ozella in total shock as they were brought out to Highway 19 by boats with soaking wet and freezing cold. That storm was not predicted. There was no pre-prediction. There was no pre-warning. I'll never forget the fear in their faces. My mother-in-law could not get out. She had a stilt home, fortunately, which had over 4 feet of water underneath it. Everyone's car went underwater. We couldn't get to her until the next day. It looked like a war zone. She and many of her residents were so traumatized that they left the island after that. Since that time, we have had many high water events that weren't predicted, that would have put 14 to 16 inches of water on that property. Mr. Stillwell asked for facts. Well, the fact is, January 3rd of last year, there was probably 20 inches of water over that whole piece of property. That was unpredicted. Less than 7 years ago, people have spoke about Hermine. I was here for Hermine. And yes, there was nobody out here at 2 o'clock in the afternoon telling us to get out. Around 6 o'clock, the water, a high tide had come in. It was over the road. We thought we were okay. We started to believe we were going to be fine. Later on, the storm surge came in. That storm was barely a Cat 1. It was 75 miles offshore. And the next thing I know is the power's out, the lights are out, and my poor neighbors next door, I thought they were going to have a heart attack as we waded through 3 foot of water to get to a stilt home next door. I'm sorry. Luckily, we were able to get to the neighbor's stilt home as we waded through the water. If you haven't been through a traumatic event like this, it's hard to imagine. I assure you, you will never forget it. My wife will never stay for a storm again. The people who would be staying in this proposed campground most likely have never been through such storms. They would be totally unaware of the potential impact on their health, their safety, and their property. Please don't allow this project to be built here. Let them find a location that is suitable for this project, not in a flood-prone area adjacent to federally protected
Thank you, sir.
preserve. Thank you.
I was going to say good morning, but I'm sure it's afternoon now. My name is Mary Whitehead, and for 30 years I have lived on very residential Fish Creek Point, a tree-lined, narrow street, single-family houses, no streetlights or sidewalks. We walk dogs, ride bikes, we visit. Our home is probably the most impacted by this development, but this is about Ozello, not about me. Ozello is a hometown section of Citrus County, Old Florida. And just for your information, in 1993, that boat ramp was not open. Soon after they bought the property, the applicants asked for a meeting with the president of the Ozello Civic Association and showed us a laptop presentation of luxury glamping. I didn't even know what glamping was. We also saw site plans of RV pads, lots of them. And that's when we said we did not agree it would be good. In fact, it would be bad, and we could never support it. The community of Ozello does not want to live in Orlando or the Villages. It should be no surprise that Ozello is today peppered with signs saying no rezoning, no land use change. Applicants' vision, in their words, includes opening the resort to business and religious retreats, weddings and receptions, fishing tournaments and rental of paddleboards, golf carts, and bikes. There will be movie nights and other evening events. They will partner with airboats, scallop guides, as well as food catering in a residential area. There was once an old guy sitting on an overturned bucket fishing from the bank of their property. I don't think he knew it had been sold. The new owner said he had to find someplace else to fish, that they had young teen children and couldn't take a chance with the old stranger. I applaud these parents. Their responsibility is to protect these children. So the old man took his bucket and left. Planning and Development sent us a map with tiny roads that I can only read with a magnifying glass. It shows Fish Creek Point as the main artery to a 16-acre RV and campground. It shows RV sites 50 feet from my driveway and glamping sites on Mangrove Island 50 feet from my boat ramp. There will be no old man sitting on an overturned bucket. Instead, hundreds of transients eating, sleeping, living 50 feet from our children and grandchildren. Who's going to protect them? Applicants' emails and videos include examples of glamping sites, raised platforms with safari-style tents, fancy furniture, luxury beds, bedding, electricity, water, sinks, and bathtubs. The land use narrative states glamping tents can be removed quickly in the event of an impending storm, typically within 24 hours. Really? 23 glamping sites with bathrooms, furniture, bathtubs within 24 hours? I don't think so. Please do not approve this development.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Gerald Rideout. I live at 1539 South Fish Creek Point, Ozello. I speak in opposition to the proposed resort in Ozello. The application paperwork states that the resort will generate 191 average daily trips of vehicles. That's actually 191 vehicles going in and 191 coming back. The additional, giving a total of 382 additional vehicles on the road passing every day in any given spot. In order to assess the current road use, I aimed my Ring camera at the road in front of my house. I found on average 30 vehicles not associated with the proposed resort pass by daily. The additional 382 vehicles from the resort will increase traffic on average by approximately 1,300% as it passes over Black Creek. This traffic will include many RV units that can exceed 55 feet in total length and weighing up to 35,000 pounds. This traffic could cause rapid and significant damage to our local residential roads and bridges built over 50 years ago. The bridge passing over Black Creek is of special concern. It is narrow, rising over the adjacent roadbed with a very tight blind corner
just yards beyond. If this bridge is damaged, 30 local families and whomever might be at the campground will be stranded either on or off the island. Roads in Ozella lack basic pedestrian safety features. In general, they are not lighted, with many curves almost hairpin. There are no bike paths, golf cart paths, or sidewalks. Lack of sidewalks affects my neighbor, a 30-year resident who is confined to a wheelchair. Additional traffic will further restrict her from enjoying Ozello. There are many campgrounds in Crystal River that are adjacent direct access to major roads. In contrast, this resort is 7.7 miles from anything other than a 2-lane residential road. Signs on Ozello's small residential roads warn of dangerous curves and the ever-present threat of flooding. Flooding is very real, it's getting worse, and we can't put more people out in a flood zone that are going to be stuck there. I'm an RVer. Campgrounds don't clear out in 24 hours just at the whim of the weatherman. Please oppose this proposal. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Barry Schwartz. I live in Ozello. I've lived there for 20 years. My wife and I have visited 50 states and traveled to countries all over the world. It's probably no surprise to you, but Ozello is an incredibly unusual place and very unique. Ozello and the Nature Coast have a charm and natural beauty that are world class. Let's work together to preserve these assets. Old Florida communities are disappearing quickly, and once gone, they do not come back. The proposed rezoning and land use change for Fish Creek does not fit the area. 23 glamping units and 37 RV units is massive change. This size and scope of development would change the basic nature and experience for all those who live there now and have an adverse effect on the many visitors who we share willingly with Ozello on a daily basis. We've been fighting to preserve this community for as long as we've lived in Ozello. We do support change when it is in harmony with the community and oppose the changes that would permanently alter the character of the area. A friend of mine recently wrote something that really summarizes this. To paraphrase Jerry Mulligan, he said, "Nature is all about symmetry. When we let things get out of balance, ecosystems begin to fail. Florida is now experiencing a huge spurt of growth. Let's remember to keep things in balance. We urge you, the Planning and Development Commission, to not reclassify the land use and to not change the zoning of the property from its coastal, low-density uses." Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Lorena Evans. I'm glad to be here today. I had a couple things I wanted to talk to you about. One is when you do your due diligence, when you buy a piece of property, you're aware of the zoning. The zoning has been, as was mentioned, since about 1990, residential. Coastal Lakes, residential. It's not a commercial property. Little Nancy Taylor, who wants to sell artwork out of her home, we were very dismayed to hear that this was a commercial enterprise in a residential zone. And I do know that Sunshine RV has been having members pay their $20 or $70 or whatever it is to use the boat ramp each month. And I looked in DPBR, did I get that right? The business registration for licensing. I did not see a business license for that property. I might have missed it. I did look under their names and under their LLC names, did not see a business license. So that was really concerning to me. Just because it may have been a RV park in 1985 or whenever does not mean it makes current sense to do that under the current zoning. One thing Mr. Stillwell said was there are RV parks working and living in coexistence in Homosassa with residential areas. Well, we are not Homosassa or Chaz or even Crystal River. What you may not be aware of, if you look at this parcel, it is the westernmost residential parcel in all of Citrus County. That's huge, because just this past Saturday, I'm a little bit further east than that. The water got a little high, but it's winter and it hasn't been very high and the tide wasn't very high, but we did wake up to flooding. Not in my house, I have a stilt house, but the property next door was underwater for a while. It did go away. It wasn't a dangerous situation, but it could be. Someone asked me, why don't I want to share Ozello? Well, I do. I love Ozello. We love Ozello. We welcome newcomers, but we want their houses built according to code. We want the low-density residential area that the neighborhoods deserve. We are a vibrant, active community. We have things together. This community is our lifeblood. When new housing is built and it's incorporated into the community, we have a stable neighborhood. Allowing this to be rezoned to a commercial transient property is totally against the character of our neighborhood. This should not be allowed. We want stability, safety, and relationships. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Victoria Sorensen. I live at 21 North Spangler Loop, Ozello. I was a litigation paralegal for 30 years for attorneys that specialize in the area of eminent domain, as well as rezoning and land use issues. To say that I was an advocate for property owners' rights would be an understatement. Why? I don't have facts, I have questions. Why would anyone want to move forward to develop the property into a glamp ground when a majority of the residents, most of them couldn't be here because it's a Thursday morning and they're working, that have lived here longer than the developer has, are against it? Why does this developer want to change the one thing that brought all walks of life to this area? The last beautiful area that hasn't been overdeveloped in Florida. Mr. Stillwell himself talked about the need to be compatible and to get along. I can give you a long list of reasons people come to Ozello. Glamping is not on that list. We talked about the traffic, we talked about the maneuverability. I don't want to beat a dead horse. What I do want to talk about is your decision today will most definitely set a precedent. I guarantee there are several developers that are watching this, that are listening to this, and that have Mr. Stillwell's phone number on speed dial should you recommend this development.
Mr. Stillwell, you know the rules.
Before we took on an eminent domain case, we always walked the property. We needed to find out for ourselves that the impacts our potential clients were concerned about were actually valid. Additionally, when we took a case to trial, 12 jurors were taken by a bus to view the property in person. Why? It would be a disservice to our client and the jurors to not physically walk the property and be able to see for themselves the impacts that would result from the government's taking. I believe the same consideration should be given to the residents of Ozello. You simply should not base a recommendation for approval of a land use zoning change by watching a PowerPoint presentation. So please just don't take our word for it or the developer's word for it or Mr. Stillwell's word for it. Come out to Ozello, visit the property, take the roads that go to the property and visualize these 45-foot RVs, these glampers, these $500,000 entertainment centers, and imagine yourself being a resident living out there. Imagine navigating the Ozello Trail. Stop at one of the local establishments, ask the patrons what they think. Then ask yourself, how is this development benefiting the residents of Ozello? How is this development benefiting the developer? The developer had an investment-backed expectation.
Ma'am, if you could wrap up your comments, please.
Just one more thing to say. He had an investment back expectation. These Ozella residents also had an expectation that they would live in a community that would be untouched, and that's not going to happen if this gets passed. The city of Crystal River made the right choice by denying a land use change for an RV park in the city of Crystal River. My hope is you will do the same and deny this. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to say again, we're committed to hearing from everyone today, but a lot of the same points continue to be brought up. So I understand you might have prepared remarks, and we're here to hear them. But if you want to get to any new items or new issues, it's going to be a long day with all the comments. Thank you.
My name's Barbara Jean Wilson, a 39-year resident of Ozello. I live at 1032 south of Ozello Trail. Among all the other points that have been brought forward, I have not heard anybody mention about fire protection. We no longer have a fire department in Ozello. Recent fires, they have to come from, it takes up to 40 minutes for a fire truck to get out there. With these spots so close together, should one have a problem, it would sweep through the whole place and our community before fire protection could even get out there. We also have Ozello water. I believe that this would impact our water pressure, be a demand on our system, and that those are things that hadn't been brought up yet. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
My name is Mary C. Schlumberger. I live at 720 North Dove Point, Crystal River. I am a county resident because I'm across the street from the city. But I just want to speak to you today about mitigation, the costs of it. Mitigation is very expensive. We went through the 93 flood and the 96 flood. And had we not mitigated our home, we would have been flooded in Hermine. And these properties, how can, we looked at all the rules when we moved there too, but however, we were from the north and didn't realize what a 100-year floodplain was. We thought, okay, 100 years to the next flood. It wasn't. It was a flood in 5 years, and then a flood in 3 years, and then floods all along the way. So it is not safe, number one. If it wasn't for the fact that we had a mortgage on there, that we have our business in Crystal River, would we have stayed in a flood zone? I don't think. We've come to love this area. We've been here since 1988. And we love this area and we care about our environment because really our ecotourism is the business for this area of Florida. So we really need to keep that pristine as much as we can. And I want people to make a living. I am not anti-business, but I am anti-develop everything just for the heck of it. Let's go and build all these RV sites and whatever else you want to build there to just take over instead of getting people who want to move here because they love the place. So please vote no on this. Thank you.
My name is Louise Easty, and I have a property at 1510 South Wallace Point. I just want to say when I first heard about this, and I've heard everybody with their points about the RV park, when I heard about, and I'm an RVer myself, when I heard about the RV park and how many RVs, what I thought about in my head was how many people were going to be on that site. You're going to have anywhere of upwards of 250 to 300 people a day. That's a lot of sewage. And Ozello is not plumbed compared to all these other RV sites that I often go to myself. And septic tanks are, the leach fields and everything. And I know people have brought it up about, that he's brought up his points about sewage. But if you look on that map up there, we are at the end of the line where the water is. I have a property that's right at the end of, right on the corner. And when it's low tide, there's a lot of soot and the water just is kind of dirty there. It's not a lot of flow and go. So when you got runoff from all that septic and the leach fields, and you got a lot of people, that have got to go, that has a huge impact. You know, I've always hoped one day that they're going to plumb Ozello. They haven't yet. And that's the biggest difference compared to other RV parks in Citrus County. Please really, really consider that. Thank you very much.
Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Gary Rankel. I retired to Citrus Hills back in 2000.
Mr. Rankel, could you state your address or where you live for the record?
Pardon?
Where you live for the record, please.
Citrus Hills at Terra Vista.
Thank you.
I retired there in 2005 following a long career as a biologist with the Fish and Wildlife Service, Bureau of Indian Affairs, and Department of Interior. For the last 17 years, I've paddled most and launched my kayak at most sites along the nature coast, with Fish Creek becoming one of my go-to sites because of its really fine fishery and suitability for kayak fishing. I was surprised and disappointed when the ramp closed a year or so ago and was gated off. Most surprising and disappointing is the fact that neither I nor my fishing buddies heard about this proposal until I happened to stumble across this website a couple of weeks ago. I've only learned that the project application was submitted back in August, and extensive communications have occurred between this board and the lawyer, their lawyer, in the interim. Not one public hearing has been held. Not one article was published until last Sunday. Even the Chronicle was kept in the dark about what was going on. On a recent visit to the area, I witnessed an alarming amount of mangroves being cleared. The DEP has been advised and asked to monitor past and presumed ongoing activity. What will happen when this property floods, as it often does, especially with respect to the sewer system? What about when the glampmobiles are underwater and floating downstream during the next big blow? Ditto for the glamorous glants, or whatever they're called, when they look more like homes that would have to be disassembled than tents, which could be easily taken apart. The BOCC is developing a strategic plan on growth management. Do you think projects like this being located in FEMA's highest risk flood zone should be part of that vision, especially considering the inadequacy of evacuation routes? How would this project impact water quality and submerged resources in the St. Martin's Marsh and the Nature Coast Aquatic Preserve, which we just had established? All 5 county commissioners emphasized improving communications as one of their goals this year. The cryptic public notice published in the Chronicle a few weeks ago doesn't begin to do the job. Citizens of Citrus County deserve to be informed in a timely manner and provided adequate opportunities to comment on proposed projects of this magnitude that would affect the kind of community they want to live in. At least one public hearing should be held prior to taking any action that would advance this ill-conceived project. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dick Urban. I live on Seashell out in Ozello. There are many reasons why the proposed campground should not be approved. Cost to the county, such as road damage and accelerated road wear. Cost to respond to noise complaints and the devaluation and hence lost tax revenue of nearby properties. There will be an environmental damage, unsuitable residential campground access streets such as Estuary, which I haven't heard mentioned directly, which in places is only 18 or 19 feet wide, less than the width of 2 RVs pass each other. RVs, some up to 40,000 pounds, 65 feet long, will be driving over residents' lawns, turning them into muddy ruts at a rate of up to several hundred a day. That's just not right. However, to me, the most important issue is to preserve the extremely rare and unique character of the treasure that is, that is Ozello. Ozello is special. It is a natural paradise that preserves the character of what water-centric communities in Florida used to be before most, if not all, of the rest became commercialized. Ozello is unique. The natural beauty of the rest have been destroyed, turned into what I call Walmart communities. By that I mean paved over, ugly, characterless, where natural beauty and nature have all but disappeared, being replaced by condos, multifamily housing, and yes, campgrounds. Ozello retains its old Florida charm and character as literally a natural paradise, where nature, not concrete, is what's truly important. I am here to ask that you fully reflect and consider the damage that will be done to this unique place, this treasure, if you approve the request to allow campgrounds to be built in Ozello. Yes, I said campgrounds, plural, since what is being decided is about much more than one campground. If one is approved, others will follow, since a precedent will have been set. This is truly an inflection point. If campgrounds are allowed in Ozello, they will destroy the unique character of this community, and then there will be no reason to just open the floodgates to commercialization, which will turn Ozello into just another Walmart-type community, where natural beauty is replaced with ugly and wildlife is replaced with concrete, no different than the rest of the coastal communities in Florida. This proposal is for one purpose only, to make money for the property owner. However, this is not a hardship case. The owner can make money by developing the property in complete compliance to the current zoning requirements that have been written based on the wisdom and the experience without sacrificing the treasure that's Ozello. Since the proposed campground will have no direct effect on me, I am not speaking for myself, but for those in the future that will be able to enjoy this unique community either as residents or by simply getting a rare glimpse of a coastal Florida community that has not been destroyed by commercialization. I ask that you also consider the future and choose to preserve the natural treasure that is Ozello and not rezone this property. Thank you.
I think the court reporter needs a break.
Okay. At this time, we're going to have to take another recess, and this time, 20 minutes. I need a drink.
I need more than one drink.
Jack Daniels?
No, water. And lunch. 20 minutes.
No.
20 minutes, and we will reconvene
Your call.
at 1:10. Are we on?
Test.
Okay. Yes, ma'am, please.
Yes, hi. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Robin Orlandi. I live at 11420 North Linda Marie Terrace in Dunellen. And I came because I saw the article in the paper today about Ozello. I can tell you I lived many years in Florida. I grew up in Tampa, St. Pete, lived in the Keys, and I've watched the incremental creep of permitting against comprehensive plans destroy the water quality in a lot of areas that used to be vibrant, generated a lot of money. Money is something that we can get, and this campground can be sited anywhere in Citrus County. There's lots of areas that would be more suitable than the wetlands on Ozello. More importantly, though, the resources in Ozello and the preciousness of this coast statewide, compared to the many areas that are degraded now, I think should go into part of your economic thinking about this request. I did want to say that Ozello, in the condition it's in now, that was a place I went one of my first visits to Citrus County, and it was instrumental in me making my decision to move here. Coming and seeing a glamp ground or that type of development, glamp ground is just greenwashing for basically hotel rooms without walls. If you want to teach ecology and sustainability, you leave nothing but footprints and you take nothing but memories. That's the oldest coda in the books for learning about the environment. I grew up in Fort DeSoto Park in St. Petersburg, and because of that wildness there, love of wild things and wild places like this is something that our children learn. We don't learn it when there's TVs, flush plumbing, parties, and some of the other proposals that have been read into the record here today for this glamp ground. So I would encourage you to please consider those factors and deny this request as it stands. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak in opposition to this application, please come forward.
Hi, my name is Jane Urban. I live on Seashell Court. My comments are about the 23 proposed glamping cabins. These are dwellings with wall and roof material made of canvas rather than vinyl and tin, but still a dwelling with the likely potential of people living there 365 days a year. It is no different than an automobile with a plastic body rather than a metal body. It's still an automobile. So let's be clear and call the glamping cabins what they are, dwellings. These are much more than a platform with a tent. The building requirements for Orzello require that all dwellings have to be on stilts at least 13 feet in the air. This is the hard and fast requirement with no exceptions. It's designed for the safety of the occupants and to prevent the inevitable flooding in Orzello from destroying the dwelling and endangering the occupants and the debris causing property damage to nearby homes. So why will the 23 dwellings on the proposed plan not have to meet the same requirements? If I propose to build the same structure on the building lot that I have, I am sure the county would immediately deny it. So why is this different? When flooding and a storm surge hits Orzello, it's not going to make an exception and not turn the 23 glamping cabins into heavy floating battering rams with the very real possibility of knocking out the stilts and causing the collapse of zoning compliant dwellings across the street. So should this happen, would the county be liable since it is clearly a known risk? These cabins, if allowed to be built in violation to the building requirements and requiring an exception to the 13-foot rule exception, would provide zero benefit to the county or the nearby property owners, but would be just a potential hazard, just another reason to deny this. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else who would like to speak in opposition to this application? Seeing none? Okay. Whew. Thank you for all of your comments. Mr. Stillwell, do you have a rebuttal?
Earlier when I was here today, I led off with the phrase, good morning. I'll say good afternoon. All right, I want to focus in a couple clearly erroneous statements. There was a discussion about the 191 ADT trips equating to double that 382. That's not how it works. That's that's done. The 191 trips. The 191 trips, if you read the Institute of Traffic Engineers Encyclopedia, that's round trips. You don't double it. So when they talked about traffic impacts, that's 191 trips over a 24-hour period. So you divide that and it's like 4 trips an hour or 5 trips per hour. And what engineers focus in on is peak hour, maximum time, not the interval times, and that's maybe 10 trips an hour. So you ask yourself the hypothetical question, knowing Orzello Road, is 10 trips in 1 hour going to further degrade that level of service? And that's the same issue that you have with hurricane evaluation. Is 37 RVs, and it's 37 RVs, that's all, not hundreds, 37, and 23 campgrounds going to further degrade the level of surface for hurricane evacuation. And as I pointed out to you, the Regional Planning Council in the year 2020 study indicates that the amount of transient trips from tourist-related activities is less than 1% of the people evacuating. So if you add these 60-some, 70 units and say, is 70 units going to further degrade that level of service? And the answer is it's 1%, and it's going to be 1%, and it's a de minimis impact. And then please understand that whatever is constructed there is going to comply with Florida Building Code and going to comply with FEMA regulations. So the glamping base elements is going to comply with FEMA, and they're going to be built to withstand flooding and surge. And the tents are going to comply with that. So when people say, oh, this is all going to be flood and it's going to come onto our property and this sort of thing, that is not fact-based testimony. That's sheer speculation, and you have to take it that it's going to meet FEMA regulations, and those regulations were designed to provide and protect the public. I do want to answer your one question, Mr. Facemeyer. The way it works, okay, is the county, if they make it a level 7 road versus level 6, if there's 20 feet of pavement there now, then they would say to you, okay, expand the road to 22 feet of pavement. If it's 21, you bring the road up to the standard width, and then they would look to ensure that there was adequate right-of-way, and they may require a dedication of right-of-way in some form or fashion, or an easement. And then, as with any development, there'll be near-site improvements, which is XL lanes or decel lanes, and those are normally put on private property, and the county engineer's office says, you have to give us this 12 feet for the decel lane and all that, and make it a public roadway. So that's how it works. I hope that answers your question. And I do want to say this also, the county engineer has reviewed all of these issues relative to traffic and the use of that road, and their comments are there, and we don't take exception with them. All right, so let's go quickly to the PowerPoint, and then I'll conclude. Can you go to my PowerPoint? What we heard was a lot that this is coastal and lakes, and then coastal and lakes doesn't allow this type of use. All right? Now, in Catherine's Bay, that was the exact same situation. Catherine's Bay was coastal and lakes on the G-Flim, keep going, and Catherine's Bay was, keep going, coastal and lakes residential on the LDC Atlas. The appellant, Catherine's Bay, the RV site developer, went in and said, we want to do an RV park here. The opponents here in Citrus County, construing Citrus County code, said, no, you can't do that. It's coastal and lakes. It has to stay coastal and lakes. The coastal lakes area is environmentally sensitive, and RV parks and high intensive uses are per se prohibited. Paragraph 1, that's not true. Paragraph 1 said policy 17612 was intentionally designed to allow for RV parks in the coastal and lakes area, and that note was approved. Okay. Now, going one more. Paragraph 4 talks about incompatibility in the type of testimony, and I heard a lot of what ifs. What if this? What if that? Could be, could happen, may happen. And that was the response of paragraph 4 to the like and same testimony in Catherine's Bay. The facts are so similar. The only difference is, as counsel pointed out, is that there was a major collector road there. But I can tell you in Old Homosassa, Camp and Waters, 110 RV sites slap in the middle of some of the most expensive waterfront real estate in Citrus County. Now, that waterfront real estate hasn't gone down in value because of Camp and Waters, and Camp and Waters hasn't gone out of business because of their very expensive neighborhood that it's in. And that's the test of compatibility. Have those two uses, are they so in conflict that one impacts or stops the other from occurring? And in fact, that didn't happen. And the fact that this was previously an RV park is not, I'm not talking about vesting, and I'm talking about setting a precedent. What I'm saying to you, it was previously this use, and no one has gotten up and said that prior use was bad for the neighborhood. No one said that. They acknowledged it was there, but no one has said, oh man, it was horrible. I was there, I have personal knowledge. So again, get the chaff from the wheat, separate that. What I would suggest to you is the following. We would ask for approval. We would ask for approval with the following conditions as modified. First, we'll submit a revised master site plan reflecting the changes that we've agreed to out on the island. And what is that? Out on the island, no no laundry facility, no pavilion, and primitive parking, thank you, primitive camping only. So that's 5 less clamp sites. For the purposes of mitigating hurricane evacuation, no condoing of the sites, RVs retain their roadworthiness. That's by statute, but it should be repeated. And most importantly, on notice from the sheriff's office to evacuate, the park closes. That way, no one hangs around. And as I pointed out to you, the 2020 regional study, 70% of the residents, when told to evacuate, don't go. 30% stay and put first responders, their neighbors, and everyone else at risk. That won't happen here. The fence, we talked about and we agreed to. The setbacks are 35 feet for structures. Whatever you want to do on the docks is fine. Understand that it's waterfront property, and at dock or no dock, they still have the right for riparian rights, which means they have the right to motor up and motor back. The ISR ratio, go ahead and make it conform to code, notwithstanding the discussion in the staff report. And then the other conditions within the staff report are acceptable. So bottom line, I think we've answered all the questions. And this whether it's Ozello, Homosassa, Chaz, or Crystal River, where you have waterfront, you have eclectic type uses. Last night, personally, I went on the computer. Yes, I know how to turn it on, Denise.
But can you use it?
Do you know how many Airbnb and Airbnb sites are in Ozello? This residential neighborhood? Over 25. So if someone says to you, oh, this is a residential neighborhood, those type uses will have far more impacts than this, I assure you. And you know it, parties and all that they talked about, that's where they happen. They won't happen in a family-run and family-owned campground. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I take it there's no questions?
No,
Thank you.
Does staff have a rebuttal?
No, ma'am.
Even about the public hearing comments?
Well, no, staff does not have an opportunity to rebut. You heard a lot today about what are and are not facts to consider, but since your decision must be based upon competent and substantial evidence, just remember that when a lawyer is talking, that's not testimony, that's not facts, that's just argument. So you need to base your opinion only on what you've heard from fact witnesses, so that would not be any of the lawyers that you heard from today.
Thank you, Madam Attorney. At this time, I'm going to close the public portion of the meeting and bring the discussion back to the board. One thing, Ms. Lynn, if you could, before we discuss, I was wondering, do you agree with staff's interpretation on the St. Martin's Preserve setbacks? We've heard conflicting things.
I honestly I didn't look at that before today, so I don't have anything to offer other than what you've heard.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. Board, who wants to start? Commissioner Facemeyer?
Thank you. It's been a long morning and early afternoon so far, but I'll try to be brief. I appreciate everyone's comments and input, those for and those against. As I mentioned earlier, I'm not an RV aficionado. I know friends and family who are, and they would find this site very attractive. I don't have an RV. I've never driven one. I've walked through a few at shows and other outside activities. I don't own an RV. I own a Toyota RAV4. Now, why is that important? It's important because when I did a site visit to this location, I had a difficult time navigating my mid-size SUV, not only down Ozello Trail, but also down Estuary and Fish Creek Point. I think the infrastructure is not there to support this project. If it were a straight line adjacent to a highway, Route 19, but I just don't think the neighborhood, as currently configured, can support this. If it were in a different location, I think it would be a great thing, as Mr. Wooten pointed out, a great thing for the economy and the visitors that come and enjoy Citrus County. I just don't think this is a spot, and I don't think a number 6 or 7 roadway can support an RV going to and from this location. So I will not be in favor of this.
Anyone else? Commissioner Bass?
We have several statements in the summary of findings, and looking them over, I think if we were to actually see a plan that has all of these conditions or suggestions in here, I think the plan might change considerably as far as things like making sure that we have 35-foot front setbacks, demonstrating where the recreation areas will be. Also looking at the 40% ISR. I don't feel that the site plan is thorough enough to make a safe assessment as to whether or not this is a good parcel to have this on. I think the idea is intriguing, having the campgrounds, but based on what I have in front of me from what the applicant has done, I cannot support this application either.
I'm just going to step out here, if y'all don't mind, and give my opinion on the application and how I feel. You know, we had a lot of testimony, and I appreciate everyone coming out and speaking for or against the project. What I'm charged to do today is make a determination based upon whether or not I feel that this project fits with is in line with our comprehensive plan and land development code. Not about will the building department approve the glamp sites, or will the DEP approve the sewer package system that they submit to them. All of those things are going to have to be decided down the line by other areas. All I'm looking at today is this development. It's something that is an approved use in the CL. I think it's a low impact development. I find the transient nature of it in that, you know, people can evacuate and remove their items. I find that beneficial. I think proof of compatibility has been established for a long time with other RV and residential areas. I think with the proper conditions that this would be a valuable property, a valuable project in our community. But we would just have to get the conditions right. Sounds like right now I'm the only one kind of leaning in this direction. I guess we'll get some more discussion.
Years ago, I used to volunteer in the Homosassa Wildlife Park. And there'd be people there from all over the world. People from Germany, all over Europe and everything. And invariably, they would come up to a volunteer and say, where's a good place I can get on my way back to my hotel to eat? Or where can I get gas or whatever? And I would tell them, they said, well, that's the wrong way. I'm staying over in Orlando. And people used to travel to Homosassa Wildlife Park from Orlando, from other places in Florida on day trips. They didn't stay here because there was no place to stay. Unless you wanted to go for the big numbers at Plantation Inn. Back then, there were no Holiday Inns, there were no Hampton Inns. They just didn't exist in Citrus County. I go along with the scallop guy, whoever he was. He said he has people come here to scallop and then they leave. And they take their money with them and they go stay somewhere else. So I understand that side of it. I also understand that you have a nice neighborhood. You bought it the way you liked it back then. It's been changing over the years. Maybe you didn't notice, but this could change that immediate area. And I can understand that. However, I'm leaning more towards the other way. I think the scallop guy and a lot of other businesses that employ people and spend money and pay taxes, I think they need a little consideration in this matter. So I'm going to be approving this.
Yeah, let's see, we're going on about 4 hours for the same topic. We've had over 30 comments. I don't know that there's anything more that can be said that hasn't already been said, so I'm just going to let you know that I'm not in favor of upzoning a property in a sensitive area like this.
Madam Chairman,
Commissioner Stone.
I would echo Commissioner Bramlett. The area is zoned coastal lakes. It's currently being used coastal lakes, and I see no reason to change its designation. I don't think the RV park, the noise, light, and traffic that would undoubtedly increase in the area is compatible with either the residents or the wetlands and their residents, whoever they may be. So I will not be supporting this either.
Looking for a motion.
Madam Chair, the Planning and Development Commission finds application number CPAA PUD 22-13 inconsistent with the Citrus County Comprehensive Plan and the Citrus County Land Development Code, and that this board recommends denial of the application to the Board of County Commissioners based upon the evidence and testimony presented and the staff report and conclusions regarding the petition.
Second.
Okay, we have a first by Commissioner Bass, a second by Commissioner Facemeyer. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? No. So motion, the application is not recommended for approval. The vote is 5-2.
Right, and the county commission hearing has not been set yet, so once that's set, there will be notices as well. But you're welcome to contact our office. If you've already set in public input, you don't need to do it again. It's gonna stay in there and the county commissioners will see it.
If I could ask you all to please quietly exit the room and quickly, we have more applications to get to today. We still have a long day. Thank you.
Jeff might decide to update.
Is the applicant present for CU-23-01? Please come
Yes.
forward.
And with regard to this conditional use application, have you had any ex parte communications you'd like to disclose for the record?
None.
Site visit.
None.
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 Site visit.
None.
Please leave the room quietly and as quickly as you can, please. We have another application. Thank you. Sir? Oh, wait. May we have the introduction?
CU 2301, Remington Omni Enterprises LLC. This application is a request for a conditional use to allow for mini warehouses and RV and or boat parking and general commercial district. This is an aerial view of the subject property. This is a view from the front of the property along East Noble Bryant Highway. This is looking west on East Noble Bryant Highway towards North Annapolis Avenue. This is looking east on North Norval Bryant Highway. This is looking at businesses across East Norval Bryant Highway from the subject property. And this is the most recent site plan submitted by the applicant. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I would like to submit that is not the most recent application. Working with staff, we submitted a revised one on January 27th.
Right, she's correct. It was so close to quasi, we did not update the presentation. They do have it in their packet. It's not on the screen.
Okay, I think it's going to be important for us to be able to see the revised version. We worked, it's in a number of the staff comments dealt with the site. I realize we have a presentation. We did not submit it ahead of time, but at least I do have the correct site plan in my presentation, even if we can't show the entire presentation.
If you give them a chance, they can get to the page in their packages and they'll have the correct site plan.
Well, I have January 9th. What day was it? 27th?
January 27th.
Yeah. It looks like this.
I got it here.
Yeah, here it is.
So the 3 buildings.
There was also additional information in the narrative that's important to this application that was submitted on the January 29th application and revisions.
Board, does everyone have this in front of you?
I do.
I do.
Yep, I do.
Okay. Okay, we all have it in front of us if that satisfies that.
But there was additional information regarding compatibility that was raised in the staff report that we presented in the revisions on the 27th. I think it's also important, not only the site plan.
Every one of us has read the packet thoroughly, so it's included here, and therefore we have read it.
Okay.
And you have an opportunity to say it too, obviously.
Yeah, this is your opportunity to present your case.
I understand that, but I just want to make sure that because when we looked at the online application, the January 27th was not included, so we are just making sure that everyone is looking at the most recent application that we submitted on the 27th with the revisions.
I saw revisions, scratch throughs on.
Okay, if you saw the strike through underline, that is the most recent version.
Okay. Please continue.
I'll let you introduce.
Okay. Good afternoon, board members, staff. I appreciate your being here. I appreciate your time. My name is Mark Kilgore. My address is 1823 West Labonte Circle in Beverly Hills. I am the managing member of Remington Omni Enterprises, LLC, the applicant for this conditional use permit. Can you hear me? I know that there was some trouble.
We can hear you fine.
Okay, all right, thank you. And I wanted to I know that at face value, Remington Omni Enterprises sounds like this big, huge corporation coming in. I assure you it's not. Remington Omni Enterprises is Mark Kilgore, Mary Kilgore, Matthew Kilgore, and Micah Kilgore, my family who are all here today. We have invested in this community. My wife and I purchased a residence here in Beverly Hills. We are in the process of relocating here. I grew up in the Atlanta area, and if any of you are familiar with Georgia Power, there was a slogan on the side of their trucks back in the 60s, a citizen wherever we serve. And that's what we intend to be here, a citizen here. We plan on living here. We plan on managing this business here. We plan on keeping it up, something that we would be proud of. And something that would not be a detriment to the community. I appreciate the staff's input on this. They've been very forthright in this, in what would be required. Just wanted to let you know that as a contractor and a developer for many years, I have always approached a new project with going to the authorities, the AHJ, the authority having jurisdiction, and saying, what do you require? What do we need to do? Because I in no way come here to dictate. I come here with my hat in my hand. As a matter of fact, when we first started this process over a year ago, I called and then met with the chief building official, Carl Jones, to do exactly that. You know, what, Mr. Jones, what do you require? Tell us the process. I know that every AHJ has the things that is unique to their districts, and I need to know that. And after quite a lengthy conversation with Mr. Jones, he jokingly offered me a job. And I said, well, Mr. Jones, I have to turn you down for obvious reasons. But that's how we approach it. And through Kathy Ebal, who is with JB Pro Planning and Engineering, we intend to do exactly that, you know, as can be witnessed by the changes in the site plan and our willingness to listen to input, to things that would be acceptable, to things that would not be acceptable, and to let you know that we're here to be a good citizen and do what we need to do to get this approved. And again, I appreciate your time, and I'll if it's called yielding the floor to Kathy, I will do that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. For the record, I'm Kathy Ebai, AICP. I'm a professional planner. Our professional address is JB Pro 3530 Northwest 43rd Street, Gainesville. As you've been introduced, our applicant is Mr. Mark Kilgore, who's doing business as Remington Omni Enterprises. As we've already shown, we have been working with staff since the original application in early January to address and revise the site plan to meet staff concerns regarding the suitableness of this property in the neighborhood that it is located in on East Norvell Bryant. We've done so by a couple of very significant things on this site plan. We have reduced the intensity of it. We've taken away one of the buildings, and we are down now to 3 buildings. But more importantly, we have removed the RV side of this, so there will be no RV component. This is just mini storage now. And we have moved the stormwater sites so that they are more in front of the building. We wanted to provide a better visual along the roadway to the site. We are also willing to work with staff on the eventual design and front architecture of this property so that it blends well with the rest of the neighborhood. As you can see in the revised site plan, we have talked a little bit about the compatibility of this site in relationship to the area around it. There's a clear demarcation at Annapolis where everything that is Annapolis and east, which is where this property is located, is more of a it's all commercial, but there's a less focus on architectural design. It is more of a utilitarian design. The types of uses in this area are more utilitarian based. These properties include a Dollar Tree. They include an RV boat storage area, another or actually 2 other mini warehouses. There's some other minor strip plaza areas. There's some utility infrastructure. There's some construction material infrastructure, all in this block. But then once you pass North Annapolis Avenue, you get into a much more suburban, Florida vernacular type design phase, which our property, quite honestly, probably would not fit within that area. So once you pass the North Annapolis Avenue on East Norvell Bryant Highway, you have some community uses like the Art Center. You have churches. You have more architecturally based commercial, like the new Public Center. You have neighborhoods that have that Florida vernacular design form. So we feel because of the location that we are in and the surrounding immediate uses that are around us, and our willingness to help provide a transitional area from the more utilitarian design to the east of North Annapolis, that we fit well within this community and well within the area. We also feel that because we have taken the site down and we have diminished the impact and the use of this site by taking off the RV and boat storage, by removing one of the buildings, by bringing forward the stormwater into the front of the building, that we're working with the staff and we're willing to continue working with staff to provide the kind of architectural design feature that would fit with this area. And on that, if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them. You all have had a very long day, so
I was like, are there any questions?
It's probably nice to have a
staff?
nice, easy one, right?
No, there aren't. I think you reduced the square footage to 24,750 from 39,000. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you went down to 3 mini warehouses, which they have in their packet, and unfortunately, just on time constraints, we couldn't put it up on there. Okay,
No, that's fine. It's the overall design. I think that, we really appreciated the collaboration that we received from staff in understanding how they felt the compatibility of the original design was a little bit too much for that property in that location. And as I said, we are committed to continuing to work with staff as we move through this process if you approve this conditional use.
Thank you. Any questions from the board?
Yeah, I just have one question. Just for clarification, the application narrative states that lot coverage, access ways, structure size, and storm water facilities may change through the site planning process. The Land Development Code does not allow changes to a conditional use application. That's the staff report,
That was based on the original application.
For the
re-
January 9th?
Yes, the
Okay.
revised application says that we will make no changes.
So the January 27th, this is where you've corrected what you were talking about might change.
Right.
And we're dealing with this.
Yes, whatever, we fully evaluated the staff comments, and all staff comments were addressed, including the intensity, and including that comment. There were a couple of other comments that were located within the site planning for the conditional use. We addressed everything. We meet complete code, and we've tried to address, to the best of our abilities, the staff comments regarding how the compatibility of the use to the surrounding area.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board?
Yes.
Commissioner Bass.
One of the comments that was made by staff early on was that the access road should be opposite the existing median opening in East Norvell Bryant Highway. Are we opposite that with this new site plan?
Yes, we are, sir.
Thank you. Also, I believe that along the north side, a type D buffer that's 25 foot wide is our standards, and you're looking to do a 20-foot type D with a wall, is that correct?
No, 25 feet. We revised it to 25 feet, sir.
Okay. We read off a tiny little map, so it's not always easy to read the numbers.
No problem. No, we revised it to 25 foot.
Okay, thank you.
You are right. In the first version, it was smaller, but the second version, we pushed it back.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. We appreciate the time.
Okay. We could have the staff presentation, please.
Don't fail us now.
All right, this application is a request for conditional use to allow for mini warehouses in the general commercial district. This is an aerial view of the subject property that is approximately 2.17 acres in size and takes access from East Norvell Bryant Highway. This property here is zoned low density residential, and the north 2/3 of these properties are zoned medium density residential. Further north of there are additional LDR and MDR zoned properties. This is a view of the subject property. This is a view of commercial uses across from the subject property, and a view of some commercial businesses adjacent to and nearby. These commercial uses include business offices, medical offices, personal service businesses, restaurants, and small business establishments. Again, this is not the most recent site plan that was submitted by the applicant. You have that in your packet. That is, again, date stamped January 27th. The project meets ISR, setbacks, and landscape buffer requirements. As stated, that the revised site plan did reduce the number of buildings from 4 to 3. They did remove the RV and boat parking facility portion, and they decreased their square footage from 30,020 square feet to 24,750 square feet. Staff does feel that the project is a bit intense. However, the applicant did work to change the site plan in an effort to increase compatibility with the surrounding residential uses and the nearby lesser intense commercial uses. If you choose to approve this application, proposed condition number 1 has changed based on that most recently submitted site plan in changing the number of buildings and the square footage, as I discussed. Thank you.
Does the applicant have any questions for staff? No. Thank you.
And just to clarify, what she's saying is that condition number 1, if proposed, is allow for 3 mini warehouses up to 24,750 square feet.
Mm-hmm.
And the date stamp received date would be January 27th. We also heard testimony from the applicant on condition number 3. It was a 25-foot type D landscape buffer with a wall on the north property line.
Thank you. Okay, questions from the board for staff? Anybody?
I have a question, just because I'm curious. This property's zoned G and C. So what areas are allowed to have mini storages without a conditional use? What land use district?
Industrial,
Industrial.
light industrial and industrial.
Right. Okay. I feel like we have this come in front of us a lot.
We do. Yes,
Like
we
people are people buying GNC properties and they go, it's GNC. I can put a mini storage here, and then they come to do it and they find out, oh, you can't really do it.
We can't speculate.
I'm just curious. She knows.
I'm not speculating.
Okay. That's it. That's all.
Anyone else have a question for staff? I do. Does anybody else?
I do.
Oh, okay. Commissioner Stone.
I think the applicant should be commended for giving up the type D wall with 25-foot setback. We get so many times everybody tries to weasel out of the wall. I think walls are appropriate, and it's nice to see that somebody just simply complied with the code. So I applaud their submittal. Nothing else.
Thank you, Commissioner Stone. I have a question because when I was looking at this and in here in your report, you say it's inconsistent with the comprehensive plan and then cite environmental, that we should push future development towards the most appropriate areas, and then remark that it's in the PSA and that there are no, based on soil factors, there are like limitations to development are slight. So I'm wondering how that's justification for inconsistency with the comprehensive plan. I don't know if you could explain your thought process on that one. And then also the same thing with the inconsistency based on the other policy 17.2.8, where it says that based on intensity. I'm wondering how you determined that this project was of higher intensity than like restaurants, Dollar General. Is that some sort of objective standard?
All right, the proposed finding of facts was which? I'm sorry, what was the first
So
part
you
you
say
were
it's
looking at?
inconsistent with the comprehensive plan.
I'm sorry, as far as the PSA and the development, that was environmental conditions. So it's compatible being that it's in the PSA, that limitations to development are slight based on soil
So
characteristics.
is this a typo? Because that's what I thought it might be when I saw it, that it's inconsistent with the
I think
comprehensive
it
plan.
probably should. I highlighted it too. It's on page 3 of 6. Consistency. It says it's inconsistent, but then on our comment, it says the subject is located within the PSA. And the limitations are slight.
Because both are not consistent. There's the two that follow, both two policies that I provide comments for. One would be consistent, the other would not.
Okay, because the next one does say you think it's a little intense.
I do.
Okay.
Oh, okay, I've never seen that like that. So you're saying that this statement, I don't want to belabor it, but it was very confusing, and I thought it was a typo. Because in the one thing, you say it's inconsistent, and then you state a policy, and then you state how it's exactly consistent with that policy, and then you state another policy. And then again, with the intensity, I'm just wondering how you determined that this intensity was greater than Dollar General. And I mean, because I didn't have to do a site visit. I'm familiar with that area. It's commercial all the way.
Okay, I was just looking at the very
You tell me. I'm asking.
immediate vicinity. Admittedly, I did not go further east on East Norval Bryant Highway.
Okay. Okay. Very good. That's all for me. Anybody else have a question? Okay. Okay. Thank you. All right. The public portion of the meeting will now be opened. If there's anyone present in favor of the application who would like to speak, please come forward to the podium. You have 3 minutes to speak for individuals, 5 minutes for an organization. And fill out a yellow form provided to the secretary, please. In favor? You?
I'm in favor.
He's the applicant.
I'm sorry. We know you're.
We know you're in favor.
I figured that. I just thought, you always want to push your own brand.
Is anyone else in
Push
favor
well.
of this application? Going once, twice? Seeing none, okay. At this time, we would like to see if anyone is opposed to this application. Please come forward. Anyone opposed? Once, twice, seeing none. Okay. We will close the public portion of the meeting and bring the discussion back to the board.
I'll start. I feel like we've done like 3 of these in this particular area on Norvell Bryant just very recently. The last one that came in front of us, there was a little bit of confliction between the board members, but I know that I supported it, and I support this one too.
I'm just gonna say right next, the confliction was, obviously, I was one of the conflicted. But in this instance, a conditional use, I see, you know, like we talked about, to me, it's consistent with the comprehensive plan. Before, we were talking about rezoning a property for that storage unit, so it was kind of, it was apples to oranges for me, so I'm in favor of this application as well. Anyone else?
Yes, I'd like
Commissioner
to
Bass?
follow Mr. Stone as far as I commend them that they're happy to put a type D with a wall on the north side. And I give them kudos for making so many big changes in order to make this a plan that I think we all could live with. So with that, I would like to make a motion.
Commissioner Bass.
Okay, the Planning and Development Commission finds the application number CU-23-01 consistent with the Citrus County Comprehensive Plan and the Citrus County Land Development Code. And the board approves the application based upon the evidence and testimony presented in the staff report and the conclusions regarding this petition. It has been determined that approving the proposed conditional use will not adversely affect the public interest, that there is a compliance with special rules governing individual conditional uses and the type involved, that the proposed development with the conditions and safeguards attached would be generally compatible with the adjacent properties and other property in the district, and the PDC is empowered in the section of the LDC described in the application to grant this conditional use.
Mr. Bass, I don't know if you said with conditions. We do have conditions on this.
I did not say that with conditions.
With the
as-
revised conditions?
With the revised
Yes,
conditions.
thank you very much, I appreciate that.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Second that.
We have a second by Commissioner Barnes. Any further discussion, Madam Attorney?
I just wanted to say, for all the times that these storage facility folks come before you and tell you that they can't do cross-access because they have a secured facility, please note how this applicant very nicely incorporated cross-access in their plan.
All
Thank
in
you.
favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Did you just shush the attorney?
I said, all right, all right, all
I'm pretty
right.
sure you shushed her. One doesn't shush.
I didn't
Miss Lynn.
shush. There was no shush.
Have you seen the Board of County Commissioners
Shush is the new
meetings?
technical term of the day.
Because they don't.
I get shushed.
It's 2 o'clock.
Body language. I see the body
But you're in the home stretch now.
Yes, we are. So,
No, we still got 3 to go.
No, yeah, but
Madam Attorney, ex parte communications.
Yes, have you had any ex parte communications on the next application? And we'll start with Commissioner Bass.
None.
Site visit.
None.
None.
site visit.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is the applicant present for, what are we on? CPA-AA-23-01. Please come forward. And may we have the introduction, please?
Okay, CPA AA-2301, Furman for Suite. This application proposes to change the land use and zoning to add existing acreage to a previously approved but unconstructed RV park. A portion of the site received an RVP designation in 2009, and this application would expand and amend the park master plan. The site lies on South Lecanto Highway, County Road 491. This is looking north on 491 with the site on the left in this photo. This is looking south on County Road 491. This is the previously approved master plan from 2009. This is the proposed master plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
And
Mr.
no,
Appleton.
Mr. Furman, that's not the most recent one. Just like before, when we get stuff last minute quasi, we can't update our PowerPoint in time, but they do have it in their packet.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. I'm Paul Furman, Furman Civil Designs. For this application, I'm representing Patty and Donnie Sweet, the owners of the property. This application proposes 84 RV sites on 13.7 acres. There is an existing single-family residence that will continue to be used by the park manager. A portion of the residence will become the park office. The park is located within the County Water Resources Department service area, but the nearest county water and sewer facilities are about 5 miles away. Therefore, the park will have a private central water system. The system will be classified as a transient, non-community public water supply. It will be permitted by the Florida Department of Environmental Protection and will require a Class C licensed operator. The park will have multiple wastewater systems that, according to Citrus County Environmental Health Director Glenn Bryant, require maintenance by a trained professional and annual inspections, and they meet the intent of the county's comprehensive plan. In Citrus County, the County Health Department does the permitting and inspections for off-site wastewater systems, including the type of aerobic treatment units that will be used at this park. This site is not located in an area of the county where nitrogen-reducing wastewater treatment systems are required. The design water demand and wastewater flow for this project are about 6,600 gallons per day. Each site will have water and sewer services. There will be common restroom and laundry facilities at the clubhouse, but no other freestanding bathhouses. As you may have noted in the staff report, this application is for the modification of a PUD previously approved for an 8.5 acre property with 45 RV sites. That approval was in 2009, but the project was not constructed. The owners have since purchased an adjacent 5 acre parcel. Once again, the land area is now about 13.7 acres, and the number of RV sites proposed is 84. As you can see from the proposed master plan, the project will have designed stormwater management and recreational amenities that will include a swimming pool, clubhouse, pickleball court, golf putting green, and a perimeter walking trail. More details of these facilities will be provided with the project's site development plans. 10 of the 40-foot wide lots along the south boundary will have accessory structures that are about 160 square feet. These are 8-foot wide by 20-foot long shipping containers that have been modified with awnings on 2 sides and a stairway to a deck on top. These are intended for outdoor activities and for storage. You should have a conceptual detail of these accessory structures in your packet. We are asking for a reduced buffer on the south side. We would like to provide a 20-foot wide type B landscape buffer instead of a 25-foot wide type D landscape buffer. The adjacent land to the south is owned by the state of Florida and is part of the Citrus Wildlife Management Tract. I met with Vince Morris, the resource administrator for the Florida Forest Service. This agency manages the state-owned land to the south. Mr. Morris said that his department has no objection to a reduction in the density of plantings in the south landscape buffer. In fact, he would prefer to see only trees planted. He says that shrubs would present a greater potential for the spread of wildfire and would restrict access for fire control. To summarize, this is an application for the modification of a previously approved master plan to now allow 84 RV sites on 13.7 acres. We are asking for 3 deviations from the Land Development Code. 1, no central restroom facilities within 300 feet of all lots Number 2, storage sheds in excess of 60 square feet on 10 of the larger lots along the south side. And a reduced planting density for the landscape buffer along the south side adjacent to the Citrus Wildlife Management Tract. Be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from staff?
No, I think I just misheard you. The southern buffer, you're still going to do a 25-foot, but a B instead of a D, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board?
I do have one question. On that buffer to the south that we're talking about, why did you choose not to use the Firewise design as required?
It can still be Firewise design. We're not asking for a deviation from that. Only deviation we're asking for is on the density of plantings, the difference between type D and type B. The width of the buffer is still 25 feet. There'll still
But it will be a Firewise then. It's just
it could still be a
typo error.
Firewise design, yes.
Okay, thank you.
It's in the proposed conditions, just not in the table.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, sorry.
Are there any other questions from the board?
I have a question. Does your client intend to sell these lots?
No, sir, it will be short-term rental only.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Brandon?
Just real quick, the bathroom deviation, not having, can you clarify what you just said about that?
All of the lots will have water and sewer. And these days, you know, people at RV parks, some of them don't like to use bathrooms.
Right.
There will be a bathroom, 2 bathrooms at the clubhouse for clubhouse activities and as required for the swimming pool.
Okay.
The campers could use those if they wanted to.
Understood.
But they won't be within 300 feet of all of the lots.
Okay.
Because most campers have them inside their own.
Right, I just know that we talked about that before with another campground, and if I remember correctly, we didn't like that, deviation.
Because a much bigger plan. That's
I
really
can
cool.
make a comment on that, having stayed at numerous RV parks, that I prefer to use a permanent facility rather than the one in my trailer. And I think that is very valuable. It's not something to be ignored, but it's something to be promoted. Okay.
Okay, well, let's stick with the procedures here. Okay, are there any other questions from the board? All right, thank you, Mr. Furman. Staff presentation.
Okay, this is a comprehensive plan amendment and Atlas amendment for approximately 5.2 acres, and overall the master plan is 13.7. As Mr. Furman has mentioned, they did have approval in, when was that, 2009 for an RV park. This is the application now. It's way south on 491. And this is some of the site now. There is some storage there. I've worked with the applicant on this. They are going to remove these things. This is where it's going to go. This is a driveway apron. Now, the applicant has worked with staff as well. Engineering had a concern about the location of this driveway apron. This is not a permitted driveway apron right now. Obviously, it's unimproved. They have moved that on the site plan, and I'll talk about that in just a moment. And this is the rear of the property. If you want to try to find Gilbert Terrace, this is what it looks like to the rear. So what the applicant has done, I need to get closer, and there's an old gate here. I don't know if that's been used in some time. And this is some of the driveway apron to the commercial site where they want to have the office anyway. It's not a commercial site at the moment. So this was the previous master plan. Look at that lovely white gap there in the middle. That is a road. It's a right-of-way. It was a right-of-way. So at that time, it was still a right-of-way, so they had to have a gap in their plan. So what they've done is gone through the proper procedure to close this private road. It no longer exists. It's removed from our map in this area. So that allowed them to use it now. Now, this is not the most previous site plan. Remember that staff is also bound by the quasi-judicial ordinance. So when things come in a day or two before, or the last application, it was like 2 hours before the deadline, we can't get it up here and fast enough for you. We do our best. But the thing that's changed on this application is the location of the driveway. They've taken it from here, which is where engineering had a concern and was that dirt driveway you saw before, and moved it down here where engineering is much more in favor of. So what that did is put a couple lots here instead. That's the only change on this particular application. You can see a lot of the buffers and a lot of the green space. There really aren't a lot of deviations requested. He's pointed out the one deviation, which was the south buffer. And in your packet, you have a letter from the Forestry Service saying that they had no concerns with that particular condition. So this is the master plan. There are 84 RV sites proposed. Although it is an RV park, it's not got the environmental considerations. Now there probably are gopher tortoises or something like that here that they're going to have to address at permitting. But it's obviously not a coastal area. There's no wetlands here. They do have to provide central water and sewer, so they're working with the health department for that. And there are conditions in your packet. I did a strike through underline with the previous PUD conditions, which have now expired, but just to let you know what's happened. The applicant has done a great job trying to bring this more into conditions and has addressed all of staff's concerns. So there are now 8 conditions, and staff has no concerns at this time.
Thank you. Mr. Furman, do you have any questions for staff? Thank you. Board, do you have any questions for staff?
I do. I want you to talk about the bathrooms.
It's a provision in our code, but it is been there a long time. And it's not been unusual to bring RV parks before you and them ask for relief for that. It's up to them. It is in our code, but again, it's been there a while. So I understand what Mr. Stone says.
Do you remember the one that I'm thinking about? Because I remember the bathroom deviation was like a topic that we hit on pretty heavily. Do you remember which way we landed?
It was still water, wasn't it?
I'm pretty
still
sure
water
that we
on-
said that
on-
we'll
on
agree with
Northern
it, but
Drive.
we have to have the bathrooms. We didn't deviate from that.
And that's fine. I don't have anything in my code other than it exists. I don't have a backup to explain
Right.
to you why it's there.
Do the clubhouse bathrooms count as?
They could, yes. It just says public restrooms.
And I can't read the. This might be a question for Mr. Furman, but I can't read the length on this survey. Is that 600 and something in the middle? Like, and if they have to be every 300 feet? So we could maybe get away with just adding one extra one in the middle of this?
To meet that standard, yes.
As long as the clubhouse restrooms facilitate for the northern.
Yes, I did look at that even though he's asking for relief, and you're right, that bathroom does help quite a bit. That meets a good part of the park, but not all of the park.
Right, so we would talk about maybe like one standalone
Correct,
facility.
one standalone washroom.
Okay, thank you.
I have one more question on our one of our previous discussions here today. I asked if we had future land use designations as placeholders. In other words, there's no preference over calling a piece of property rural residential rather than calling it RV, right?
It's a huge preference, huge change. They're 2 different zoning designations.
Exactly.
So absolutely apples and oranges. But however, a good part of this already has an RV park. That was the one I showed you, but not all of it. They are adding additional acreage to it.
But the site is completely surrounded by rural residential and by conservation district. So that strikes me as being a pretty non-commercial type area to which this application would only exacerbate the degradation of rural residential and conservation. Is that correct?
I'm not saying it will degrade. I'm saying this entire area right there is RVP already. So this part of the park is already RVP. They are adding the northern part and the roadway area. And you have a letter from the conservation manager saying he had no concerns with the buffer, but your points are taken.
And the RV recreational park campground, that was approved but never built. So
Correct.
Is that approval a permanent change then to that piece of property?
No, it just like the previous applicant or the several previous ago, it is a expired PUD, expired master plan.
And so it reverts to rural residential.
There's no reverts. It's a dead PUD that they have to come in and either remove formally before y'all and the commissioners or add a new one.
Okay, so.
Yeah, there's no reverting.
There's no cachet by having a previous approval that has expired.
Correct. In this case, I'm trying to point out they did have it, but it doesn't give them a step in the door. That's up to you.
All right, no further questions. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board for staff? Thank you, Joanne. At this time, we'll open the public portion of the meeting. If there's anyone present who would like to speak in favor of this application, please come forward to the podium. Anyone like to speak in favor? Once, twice, seeing none. Is there anyone here who would like to speak in opposition to this application? Seeing none. Okay, we will close the public portion and bring the discussion to the board. I don't want to start. You want to start?
You should start.
Okay,
You
I'll
already
start.
started.
I'll start. I just would like to say that I appreciate Commissioner Stone's point of view, but when I go to RV park, I never go to a standalone facility. I mean, like, we all have opinions, you know, like, I simply use the restroom in the RV. So, but at the same time, adding one standalone bathroom facility is not a deal breaker for me. I'm in favor of the application. Either way, the board decides.
I have a follow-on comment. I think this is indicative of the general degradation of our environment here. It's it's changing from rural residential and conservation into a commercial facility. I think it's inappropriate, and I will not be supporting it with or without another bathroom.
Okay, thank you. Okay, anybody else?
Yes.
Commissioner Bass?
I like the idea of adding the bathroom, but I have concern with several of the spaces as far as how they are aligned with the geometrics of the road. For instance, I think space number 1, space number 25, 79, and 22 are all going to be difficult for a camper if you try to maneuver into those. I would like to see those lots removed, and possibly where lot 22 is could be the second public facilities, and maybe even another one could be added down around 79, so you have the lot almost broken into 3 sections where there'd be 3 different facilities that could be used. Even with those views, I am in favor of this. I think it will work out well. Taking a look at the area around there, I just drove by here the other day, never stopped to do a hard look. It's kind of just a big old blank slate of nothing out there now, so I think adding this will kind of enhance it a little bit. So I would be in favor of this, but I would hope that we could get rid of those 4 lots because I don't think they're going to be useful lots.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I'll just say that I'm in favor of it. I think that this is the kind of area that these particular facilities should be placed, and that I'm also in favor of adding the additional restroom, only in fairness to the last person who came in front of us, who I'm almost certain that we said we would not deviate from.
And I would just like to say, in follow-up to Commissioner Bass's comments, I would like the condition to read an additional bathroom, however we can word that. But at the same time, I don't want this board to, in my opinion, this board should not be getting involved with the design of the project and removing spots and particular spots and things like that. I'm not an engineer, and I'm not being responsible for designing the project. Anyone?
To be succinct.
Yeah. I'm looking for a motion.
I'll take a motion. Planning and Development Commission finds application number CPA-AA-23-01 consistent with the Citrus County Comprehensive Plan and the Citrus County Land Development Code, and this board recommends approval with conditions of the application to the Board of the County Commissioners based upon the evidence and testimony presented and the staff report and conclusions regarding this petition.
We have a motion by Commissioner Royce
I'll second that, but I think we must include there that a second or an additional bathroom should be included.
Yeah, I was going to ask Joanna to clarify how we're going to word that condition.
Right. I wrote it in my own shorthand, so hang on. It's been a long day for me too. That an additional bathhouse must be provided to accommodate all sites no more than 300 feet from no more than 300 feet distance as per the LDC.
And you don't need to put any wording in there that the clubhouse bathrooms do suffice.
Right, because it says
It's already-
public washroom, so that
Okay.
would cover as long
Okay.
as that's available to the people at the RV park.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Royce, a second
I
by
second it.
Commissioner Bass. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 6-1. Okay, here we are. We need ex parte communications for CPA 22-10.
These are ordinance amendments, I think.
Right, just one is an ordinance, a comprehensive plan amendment, so it's not quasi judicial, and one
Right.
is a workshop.
Okay.
We're done with the quasi part.
Workshop?
The second one is a workshop. yes.
This one is not a
this
workshop.
one, no.
Okay.
And they have
Who's
waited so
presenting?
patiently. Our consultant, which is Wade Trim.
Oh, those are yours. Sorry. I got mine on. I'm stealing his glasses.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you. My name is Brad Cornelius.
Before
Oh,
you
I'm
get
sorry.
started, can I ask you a question?
Absolutely.
Was this hearing publicly, were the abutters, the property owners and the abutters notified about this hearing?
I'll ask the county to respond to that. The county was doing
Right,
all
there's
this.
not property owners or abutters to be notified of this hearing. We're not doing a map amendment. We're doing a text amendment to create a 44 MU is what they came up with, a description in the comprehensive plan. This is not your typical land use, U. We're not changing land uses at this time.
There's no individual properties that are making application. It's an overall change to the
But
text.
yes, we did do all the advertisement we need. We just did not send abutters. There's not abutters to this.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Again, my name is Brad Cornelius. I'm with Wade Trim and professional planner and vice president. And us with me is Amanda Warner, planner, and she's actually our project manager for this project. And we also have Lynn with RMA, who does our economic development work for us. So we're here to present the CPA. We will do this as efficiently as we can because I know you've had a long day today. As was already announced, what this is a proposed amendment to your comprehensive plan to add the 44 MU land use to your comprehensive plan. Again, I'm going to do this very quickly because you all know how we got here. But how did we get here? In 2019, the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council did complete a report on this extension of the Suncoast Parkway here into Citrus County. And that was reviewed by the county and the Board of County Commissioners. And they did select the focused growth model as moving forward with this implementation. You do have as part of your backup material that full study for your information. Where we are now today is in 2022, 2023. Now we're developing these comprehensive plan amendments for the State Road 44 interchange management area, consistent, we believe, with the intent of that focused growth scenario and the direction that was received by the Board of County Commissioners back in 2019. This is the map of the area as currently proposed. The red outline is the outline of the State Road 44 interchange management area. That would also serve as your 44 MU future land use district area. This is consistent with the way the county is defined in terms of how this gets identified, being 1 mile on either side of the interchange ramps. That is how that is there. I know it's part of your packet, and I'll address this right now because we're talking about the boundary. Oh, I'm sorry. Go back. We did get a request from Mr. Stillwell to potentially add a property to this boundary. I believe it is in your packet, his request. That property is adjacent, and I'll see if I can get the pointer to work. I can't get the pointer to
It's on
work.
that one. It'll show up on the side one
Oh,
for whatever reason.
gotcha. Oh, look at that. Cool. So that property there that's kind of at the corner there of the red boundary where you see the trees, that's about a 25-acre piece that Mr. Stillwell had proposed to add to the boundary. Our response memo to that is in your packet, and we don't have an objection if you as the Planning and Development Commission feel it's appropriate to add this to the boundary, and ultimately the Board of County Commissioners also feels it appropriate. We don't see it being in conflict with the intent, and it does provide some additional opportunity within this corridor, and is consistent with really much of the rest of the boundary. But again, this is at the option of you all if you feel it's appropriate to add it, and then with the Board of County Commissioners as well. But I do want to bring that up at this point. The market analysis, again, we have Lynn here if you have specific questions about this. This hasn't changed from what you've seen before. Again, as you all know, State Road 44 is a very critical corridor, not only here in Citrus County, but in the region and in the state of Florida. It is designated as a strategic intermodal system roadway, meaning the state of Florida sees this as a very important economic part of our transportation system here in Florida, and you have it here in Citrus County. RMA, they saw this. There's great opportunities here. There's a market for commercial and residential development in this area. We believe a great opportunity to tie into the strategic goals that you have here in the county for your development and your economic growth here in Citrus County, but also to assure that it's done in the right way, that it has proper design and it's reflective of your character, and it protects the things that are also important here in Citrus County, your natural environment and things like that. So there is the balance there, but there's great opportunity within the State Road 44 corridor. If you have questions more about that, Lynn can go much more into detail than I can. But I think the big takeaway from what she says, and the red parts of what her statement is, and I think is very important, that this corridor is an asset to the county to support your civic life, your economic development, and serve neighborhood resources to your residents. And really the idea here is to create a mixed-use environment that anchors the community, provides shopping, housing, entertainment, dining, and educational opportunities. So there is those opportunities here with this in this corridor, and that's what we want to try to promote. We have gone through public and stakeholder engagement through this process. I'll just give you a very brief summary of it. We started actually in January of 2022 with a staff kickoff and tour of the areas. In February, March of last year, we launched the project website. We had stakeholder focus groups, and we also had a public workshop related to this, took quite a bit of input through those processes. We then, over the summer, developed the draft of the policy that's being presented to you today. And then back in September and November of 2022, we did come present to you the initial draft of this policy, which has changed since you saw it last, and I'll go over those changes. We also presented it to the Board of County Commissioners and got feedback from them, and also continued coordination with stakeholders in this area. So what we'll discuss today is you'll see the changes that have occurred from all that input that we received as we've moved forward from last time we met with you. So where we are now is we're moving forward with the transmittal hearings. So today what is being asked of you, if you find it appropriate, to recommend to the Board of County Commissioners to transmit this proposed amendment to the Department of Economic Opportunity and all the other agencies for their review and comment. That is what is being asked from you today. If that occurs and it is transmitted, it'll get reviewed. We'll address any concerns or issues that get raised through those agencies, and then it'll come back to you for the final adoption, which will happen later here in 2023. So that's the schedule. We had the website. Again, we had people who provided us comments, responded to surveys, and you can see what we heard from there. It was nothing surprising. It was what we would expect. The idea for commercial and retail development in this area, manage the growth, make sure we're aware of traffic and transportation issues, preserve the environment. So, things that very much support, I think, what many of us believe for this area. We had the open house. Again, very similar feedback that we did receive. I won't go through it all again, but again, we have, I think, a very consistent message in terms of what we heard, what the future of this corridor that we have talked to would like to see it be. Here, then when we came to you all and the Board of County Commissioners back in September and November, again, what we heard, very similar parts of things. There was discussion about adjustments to the boundary, which I spoke about earlier. And again, recognizing the importance of this corridor and the opportunities for development in this corridor. So again, I think we have a very consistent message that we have heard about this project. We had a final stakeholder meeting in January, about a month ago, and we got quite a bit of good feedback and comments through there, and I have a list there. I'll go through that more as I go through the amendment. We did address all of these comments that we did receive, and actually I believe you have that in your packet as well. So we did hear a lot about ways to maybe make this proposed policy, this proposed land use district to be more effective, and quite honestly, even more clear in terms of how it gets implemented and how it applies to these areas. And that's, I think, the main focus of what came out of that. Some of the major outcomes of what we did. So one of the comments we heard from compared to what you saw back in September was you saw a very long objective. So we got comments about that. What we did, we broke that out. We took a lot of that language because those were actually policies, and we made that separation. So we did refer to that. Again, we're making a strong connection to the Regional Planning Council study that supports this concept and idea. The other part we did, and this was a comment we received, was to show this and identify this also as one of your commercial infill areas within your comprehensive plan, which also gives it some priority and importance in terms of moving this forward for development. So we did add a policy in what you have before you today to actually designate this as part of your commercial infill areas. Also, one of the changes was revising the triggers for when a development or when something happens in this corridor, when these new standards would take effect or where this would implement. What you saw previously, it was tied to somebody basically subdividing their property and splitting their property out. We did get a lot of feedback and concern about that way and that method of doing it. So we did reassess it. We worked quite a bit with county staff to say, well, what's another way to trigger it? So what is being proposed is to really to follow the existing process that you already use here in the county, that your staff already uses. We're not going to create something new, some new kind of thing. And so basically, if you have a property here within this corridor, if it's a vacant property, you're coming with something new proposed, new development, you're going to develop under the new standards. Now, at this point, we're still at the comprehensive plan level. We're not at the actual implementation zoning. That would come next, assuming this moves forward through adoption. But this is when it gets triggered, any new development. Or if you have an expansion of existing non-residential, again, more than a 25% increase in the gross leasable area, that would trigger it. The second part of this is also something I want to discuss with you quickly, the change of occupancy type. We did have the opportunity to meet with the Citrus Building Alliance before the meeting today, and that was a topic that we had quite a bit of discussion on. I was on that change of occupancy trigger. In that discussion, it really did come clear that that might be, one, too restrictive in the way that it's currently proposed and written. We did have the opportunity to talk to your staff as well. And what has been proposed to change that language, and again, if you agree with that, I would ask you to include that as part of a motion if you so desire to do this, is to clarify that the change of occupancy only would trigger if that change would require additional parking or additional site improvements. So it's not just the fact that you're going to go from, say, office to retail, but if it goes to office to a more intensive retail that under your code would require more parking or other site, then yes, now you have to come into compliance. So it gives that a little bit more, gives that opportunity for these smaller uses to have change outs without triggering having to go through this whole process. So we would recommend for you to include that caveat or that condition. It's an occupancy type change only if it generates the need for additional parking or other site improvements. So I did want to bring that out here. The other part in terms of residential, we make it clear here that any existing residential approvals, vacant property, as long as you're building within your already approved allowance for number of dwelling units. Say you have a single family lot here that hasn't been built on, it's a vacant. When you come to build that house, it's not going to trigger these requirements. You can still build your single family house on that lot. So it only would get triggered if somebody now is coming in and they want to take that one lot and split it out into 50 lots, and now they've increased the number of units. So there's that protection of existing residential properties that are out there. And the other important change we made, we also are acknowledging if there's any existing planned unit developments that are still effective, still in place, that this does not change those approvals. They can still build consistent with those PUDs because those already have their own standards, their own requirements, and we're not changing those for this implementation. So we're trying to be as sensitive as we can in terms of when this gets triggered and not being too overbearing on that trigger mechanism. So we did provide those opportunities. And it also, for implementation on the county side, this is a system that the county staff is familiar with and able to implement. Some other important changes. What we did in terms of the permitted uses you see in the policy, we used to separate multifamily and single family. Again, based on feedback that we've received, we removed that distinction. We just now say what in your policy you'll see in the permitted uses, a permitted use is residential. We don't say it's single family, multifamily. We just say a permitted use is residential. So we felt that gave more opportunity, again, for that flexibility as things move forward. We also added as a permitted use warehousing and logistics within this district. So those are the changes in the uses that happened since this came to you. We also had quite a bit of discussion about the minimum density that was originally proposed. As you may recall, what you saw before, the minimum density in this area was required to be no less than 12 units per acre. We did have quite a bit of comment on that, and we had quite a bit of discussion. So through that process, we have actually reduced that. We have brought the minimum density down from 12 dwelling units per acre to 6 dwelling units per acre. So it does, again, provide for a little bit more flexibility in the type of residential product that could potentially go within this area. Related to multifamily, again, we had quite a bit of comment on this. We also are now proposing, and what you see is if a multifamily project comes through and wants to develop within this corridor, they can come through as a standalone single project. They are not required to be a mixed-use project if it is a multifamily project. So we do provide that opportunity. Now they can be a multi-family. It doesn't prohibit them from being a mixed use if they want to be, but they're not required to be. So the only kind of residential would be some type of single family product that would still require a mixed use, but a multifamily would not require a mixed use. They could still move forward as a single use. In terms of the prohibited uses, we did put specifically prohibiting mini warehousing and self-storage. And we also said prohibiting low density residential, meaning if you're lower than that 6 unit per acre minimum density that's established. So basically prohibiting that less than 6 units per acre. That's what changed there. The other part was the aggregate, the threshold or the amount of size of the property. Again, lots of conversation about that part. Initially, how this was structured, it said each property had to be 5 acres. What is now changed, what you have today is we no longer say property. We're actually more concerned about the project size. So the project that would come through as a PUD through the county has to be a minimum 5 acres. However, within the project, you can have 1, 2, 3 acre size properties, parcels, out parcels that you could sell or develop as part of the overall project. So we're not concerned within the comprehensive plan that you had before you policy with the parcel size per se. We're more concerned about the project size and then how that project then gets developed. Again, you have that ability for that project to get built in the most effective and beneficial manner with the flexibility of the parcel sizes within that. So we're not regulating parcel size, we're actually talking project size. We're also are encouraging, we don't set the standards within a comprehensive plan, but we have encouragement to allow for flexible standards when we develop the zoning code, the land development code for this, to provide for flexible open space depending on different design components. I don't know what those are yet. We haven't developed them yet. But we do have, if this does go forward, we have the support within your comprehensive plan to say this is something that we should look to implement as part of the zoning. And I already hit those other ones, so I can move on. And the last couple pieces of, again, we are allowing, existing development there. We're allowing them to redevelop, to make improvements to them as they're already allowed to do, as long as they don't hit those other triggers that we just spoke about. The triggers of increasing more than 25%, or it's a brand new development, or change of occupancy with our recommendation that requires additional parking or other site improvements. So if an existing development out there, a different project already is there, they're doing renovations, as long as they don't hit any of those triggers, they don't have to come into compliance with these standards. So again, it provides that protection for folks to not have to come into these requirements if they're doing minor changes that doesn't have a significant impact. Another important clarification, I believe that that's in front of you, part of the proposed policy, is the importance of FDOT's participation in this corridor. This is a state road, it's part of the strategic intermodal system. They are the ones that are responsible for the permitting of access and access management. So it is very critical that the county and the development that's going in within this corridor, they have to coordinate and work with FDOT. And then here at the county, the county to coordinate with FDOT, so everybody's moving in that same direction together. And we want to make that very clear, and that's what I think we try to do within the policy, to recognize that importance of that coordination with FDOT. In terms of gray and reuse water, that was also something we received quite a bit of feedback on. What you had before, it required connection. What is now proposed in front of you, it doesn't require it, but it encourages connection. It doesn't require it, but it encourages it. And my feedback we received from county staff is that's pretty consistent with what the county already does. So we revise that to say that we're not requiring it, but we say we encourage it. And finally, we added a policy also to encourage development in that area to work on coordinating and share infrastructure. And that's a wide variety of things. The initial, the one that comes to my mind at first is the traffic and cross access, which you talked about one of your other cases. Having that shared connection and encouraging that between developers, so we don't just have a bunch of isolated islands of development, that it is coordinated with each other. Again, we don't require it. It's an encouragement that happen as development moves forward. So those are the changes that from what you saw before to what you have before you today. I'm going to go through. These are the objectives. I won't go through them again because I just talk about them. But again, these are the objectives, what we want to do. It's in your plan. In terms of the uses, there's the full list. Again, I'm not going to read them all. The changes from what you saw before, I've gone over. The other ones are the same as what was previously presented to you. In the policy, we spoke about the project at 5. In terms of the mix, just to make this very clear, I'll say it one more time because this is important. Non-residential uses, so anything that's non-residential, they also can be a standalone development. They are not required to be a mixed use within this corridor because this is the State Road 44 corridor that we want to promote non-residential. We want to promote job growth and economic development within this corridor. So we're not requiring it to have mixed use, but non-residential can have mixed use. They're not prohibited, but they can. Again, as I said earlier, we're now proposing to allow multifamily also to move forward as a standalone use. Also, they could be a mixed use. The density, we reduced the minimum to 6. The maximum is at 20. We still have the bonus density proposed. And the way it's structured currently in the policy, and it hasn't changed, is one way there's three potential ways they can get to there. One is providing a minimum of 10% of the housing to provide for affordable housing, which is 120% of the annual average median income, AMI. That doesn't say they have to do it, but that is an opportunity that they can do it to get to that 20 dwelling units per acres. The other ways that folks could get there is they're showing that part of their project is the restoring historic or important cultural environmental areas, and those are being protected for the county. That would be a way also to get that increased density. And then finally, or they could provide some type of public facility dedication, some kind of placemaking, kind of central gathering area within a project or other things that are overall community supportive. That would also allow somebody to get to 20 dwelling units per acre. They don't have to do all three. They only have to do one of those to be able to get there. Again, that would go through, though, a planned unit development and the full review of the county. The non-residential intensity, so the floor area ratio, it's a 1.0 if it's a standalone, and it's a 1.5 if it is a mixed use with a residential property project with residential uses. So again, we're trying to encourage the mixed use, not require it, but encourage it. And one way is by allowing for a greater floor area on the non-residential. Nothing in here has changed from what we spoke about before, so I won't go through each of these, but these are all within there. Again, it gets to the importance of this corridor, assuring we have a good transportation system, that it's efficient, that we don't cause issues with traffic and transportation, coordination with DOT, appropriate utilities, and we have the flexibility to get a good development pattern within this corridor. So those are the general policies and guidelines. So that's my overview of the policy. I'm happy to try my best to answer any questions you have myself. Again, Lynn is here as well if you have anything more specific about economic development.
Joanna, do you ask questions?
He's kind of us in this application,
yeah.
so not really, just pointing out some of the changes that we don't have in Citrus County right now. Minimum densities, which he's talked about. We don't have minimums right now, so that'll be something groundbreaking. You saw the 1.5 on the FAR possibility, so that's something we also don't have currently that would be new to us. A lot of that stuff that we already have, so yeah, not really any questions, just trying to summarize for y'all new stuff that we don't see every day. This is a bit of a, remember this is a very select area along 44. So it's not 46, it's not Cardinal, it's just 44 by the interchange.
Thank you. Board, do you have any questions?
I do have one, and you probably answered it, and I just didn't listen well enough. I understand we're changing the zonings in this interchange management area, correct?
No, sir. No, sir.
None of the zoning is
changing. This is not zoning at this point, no, sir. This is establishing a future land use district in the comprehensive plan that would get applied as properties redeveloped. But no, we're not changing zonings with this process, no, sir.
But if I wanted to build on West Southern Point, I can still build exactly what I could build today after this is through. Unless I trigger something.
Right, unless you hit one of those triggers.
So is there a safeguard for the county from being sued if they don't want to be triggered?
That is a question for...
I'm not really understanding.
Well, I mean, if they're telling me that I can't build what I want to build because I triggered one of their components into this plan, is there a safeguard to protect the county?
There's never safeguards to protect the county.
Well, I understand that from a lawsuit.
But people would have to apply for this land use district, and then we would have to, we're not changing anybody's at this point. We're creating this option for them. So this gives them a little bit more rights, but we're also not changing the fact if you want to do a house today, you can. I don't know that we're taking away rights, but if it's one of those prohibited uses, perhaps. But that's what that case law's for. So I got nothing.
Because they confused me on the last one that I went to in the public. When I was so confused, I had walked out. I couldn't understand it.
This one's not changing anybody's zoning, but it's creating that new land use option for people. And then that trigger, of course, is all this comes into play.
Okay.
With all due respect, I'm actually confused too. So I want to be very specific. If I have a property right now and it's zoned industrial and it's 0.23 acres and it's at 4620 West Gulf to Lake Highway, I want to build something in the industrial zone, am I triggering something, or I can put up whatever I want that complies with that land use?
Yeah, as it's currently structured, it's a vacant property, correct?
So all vacant property except for single-family dwellings are triggers if you want to develop on them.
It is, the way it's currently structured, it would be new development. That, if that is a concern, we can absolutely look at ways to
Well, how
help
many
that.
parcels in this IMA 44 are greater than 5 acres?
I don't have an actual number.
There's not a lot, and that is why they changed it to development site to allow that. This is actually additional stuff that you can get. So, my understanding is if it's industrial and we haven't changed, if it's not the IMA in place yet, then
Right.
sure. But once the IMA is in place, they would have to comply with this particular thing.
Right, and the reason why I bring up this address specifically is because when I look at this map, when I look at right here in between Crystal River Metal Recycling and then another commercial property, there are 4 or 5 sites. One is 0.23 acres, one is 1.36, 0.35, and they're zoned industrial, and then the last one is PSO. Now, industrial property is gold right now, especially when you are operating a small business on the west side. Finding a place to purchase right now is almost impossible. And so we are taking away opportunities from small businesses in our community. So what they would have to do now is then, okay, so how is this person who's boxed in by commercial on both sides and with behind it an FDOT water retention area, how are they supposed to, what can they do? Are they now, they have to wait for Crystal River Metal Recycling to want to aggregate with them in order, and then small businesses, you can't do anything because you may not need 5 acres, but then you have to wait for a developer to develop a property for you in order for you to operate a business.
And actually, I think I have an answer, hopefully to address your concern.
Okay.
So in the policy, what you had before doesn't have the actual numbers, but it's on page 4 of 7, under policy 17.xx.5, under the minimum project size, that first bullet under there, this second paragraph, it does talk about when we have a property that's can't meet that 5 acre or project size, it doesn't meet the 5. It does have the provision that if a property, as you described, is not able, they just can't, unless they got to buy it from somebody. If they can't get to the 5, this does allow them to move forward with the smaller than 5 acre parcel. They still would go through the PUD process, so it would get reviewed to make sure it does meet the intent of the overall district. But this does have a provision for a property that would be in a situation like that could not meet that 5 acre project size. They could still move forward with the project.
What's the cost of your average PUD?
I would have to ask the county that.
There's not a cost of an average, but usually about $1,200.
That's nice.
But we're looking at our fees again, so who knows? That's the argument for should we have minimum project size, and we struggle with that with Cardinal, and you'll hear that later. But minimum project size is what it is. So.
Joanna, do you think that by passing these comprehensive plan amendments, we're creating an internal conflict between the property rights element of our code, our comprehensive plan, and this amendment?
No, I did not.
No.
Now, Mr. Barham's point is well taken. Will people not be happy perhaps if they're in this area? I think they will, because I think this actually gives them more additional development rights that they don't have today. But no crystal ball.
I mean, the county attorney has left, but I wish she could weigh in on some of these legal issues because
I don't think there's any legal issues at this time. This creates a land use district. That's all it's doing. But we can certainly talk about that more.
I noticed a lot of meetings with stakeholders. They all asked to reduce the minimum acreage, and the template has remained the same at a minimum of 5 acres. What's driving that minimum acreage?
Right. Well, and actually we did reduce it from initially, I believe initially we were at approximately 8 acres, so we did bring it down to 5. So the 5 acre is and this is working with Lynn on the economic development side as well. We want to assure or encourage to have a minimum parcel size where we can get a project, for that meets the intent of the redevelopment of this corridor, to have a positive project to provide the different amenities and design elements. So that's what drives that number. I will tell you, we did do analysis looking at the 5 versus the 3 here in the corridor. We did look at that. And without knowing things about, the actual availability of people being able to aggregate due to financial or other issues that wouldn't allow that, there is a lot of opportunity for aggregation if it can happen. So we felt 5 was a reasonable number because it wasn't a number so large that people couldn't get there, but it was large enough where we believe that that is a sufficient size to get a project that is encouraged within this district. But as I said before, it is allowed, but projects are allowed to go through less than 5 if that needs to occur.
Yeah, and just to jump on that, gotta remember why we're here. If we want to just allow existing zoning and existing projects, and we shouldn't have an interchange management area. The idea of this is it's a gateway. When people get off the parkway, the commissioners looked at this and said, this is where they're going to see Citrus County right away, all 3 overlays. So let's put in something so we can have projects that we're proud of that when they come off the interstate. So that's why Cardinal looks funny, and that's why this looks funny, and then 46, they're not meant to be existing because this is our gateway. This is what people see. We were cognizant of property rights. That was certainly a reason that we have so many allowances in here and so many actually great carrots in here, to be honest. But if we want to do existing zoning, we don't need an IMA. We just go. That's what this is supposed to be doing.
Maybe that's true.
Yeah, and that's fine. That's always a concept, and we've hired a very wonderful, competent consultant, but that does not mean we have to go forward with IMAs. And if that's your recommendation, we can do that. This is the first step on the 44 process. Cardinal's already in the comp plan, but 44 is not.
So with that 5 acres, you're discouraging gas station owners, restaurant?
No, sir. They would be part of if they're part of a larger project, they could be that. If they're going on a parcel that's not able to get to the 5 acre size, they could still move forward through that provision. So we're not discouraging it. We're encouraging those types of uses there, but we're not encouraging just, little half acre, quarter acre gas stations all up and down the road. Not saying that's what would happen, but the intent is not to prohibit it. Its intent is to have that part of either a project where it's within it. It could still be within a 5 acre piece. Somebody could then carve out a half acre for a gas station or an acre, whatever it would need to be.
Typically 2.5 acres.
Right, or you could do something like that, yes, sir.
Or whatever. Just
whatever
not
it would be, absolutely.
like he's talking about.
Commissioner Bass.
It was funny that you picked up on that, Commissioner Worthington, because that paragraph bothers me with the 5 acres, and then they can go in for a PUD. It's almost like, don't worry about it. You can do whatever you want if you have only an acre and a half. I think that the 5 might be too big, but as Commissioner Barnes just said, a lot of these gas stations, you want them a couple of acres. I mean, we had such a huge conversation when we were doing the Cardinal interchange regarding the size of these parcels so that the gas stations could fit in there. And now we're saying, we're not going to put any minimums on that. And I think that we need to look at a specific minimum size for that whole area. The minimum acreage is 3 acres. Boom, that's it. That's what you have to deal with. And if they don't want to come there, they can go down to 44. They can go up to 46. They can go farther up on 19. I just don't like this, that we're given which barrel am I going to pick my poison out of? So I would rather see.
Just remember that Cardinals was a clean slate mostly. There's not much there.
Right.
44 is almost completely developed with these isolated, as Ms. Worthington pointed out, an area that's not developed yet, but in an area that is. So it's a little hard to compare the two, but.
Commissioner, I know we're not in a discussion phase yet, but I can speak to this personally and passionately. As somebody who operates a business on the west side who cannot find a location because the west side of 19 is all a flood zone. There's nowhere that you can operate out there because the flood insurance is so high. And then now you've screwed up Cardinal, sorry, in my opinion. And then you want to take all the property in the PSA and throw it into an IMA where you have to have 3 acres or 5 acres in order to what? Have a business. So, I mean, yeah, we'll have lots of large box store businesses. If that the community we want to be, I guess.
We still can't get gas or eat.
No.
So I guess we're doing the presentation, but we haven't opened it to public for our discussion yet, so.
Does anyone else have any questions? I have a million questions.
And I'm not
so-
done either.
Yeah, I'm not done either. I'll just, we'll get back to the questions. So you talked about the change of occupancy. You're saying here that you're going to make some adjustments to that?
Right. In discussion with the Building Alliance earlier today and talking with county staff, it's not, the way it's currently written, it's just a flat change of occupancy determined by the building official. But the reality is really it's not just that change, because we don't want to catch up small, simple changes between, say, an office and a small retail that really doesn't change impact, doesn't change anything. So it would be a change of occupancy that then triggers other site improvements like needing additional parking areas or things like that. So it would have a larger impact than just the fact that it's going from one use to another use. So that would the suggested change to that part is it's not just the change of occupancy, it's a change of occupancy that triggers other improvements to the site.
At the last workshop, we talked about certain other uses being prohibited, like adult entertainment and things like that. I didn't notice that was listed.
Right.
And then others have made suggestions about permitted uses of churches and charities, charitable organizations, things like that, nonprofits.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I can absolutely address that. So in terms of the adult uses, that I'll do that one first. So we did look at putting that there. We did speak with your staff about that as well. And we all agree that you already address adult uses within your code of ordinances. That's really not needed in a comprehensive plan. It's at a higher level than at the actual level of that kind of specific use type and the specific issues that you deal with that. So this doesn't address it, but it doesn't say it can happen because it's still subject to your other ordinances that have the restrictions. In terms of churches, nonprofits, things like that, those are allowed here, but they fall under the umbrella of institutional type of uses and those general terms. We don't identify every kind of potential use that could be here, unlike a zoning ordinance, where a zoning ordinance would be much more specific on the use types, because the zoning ordinance, the land development code, gets to very much specificity. Comprehensive plan, we try to keep it at the higher level in terms of defining a use type, so when we get to the zoning, we have a lot more flexibility in terms of what are those specific uses. So for like a nonprofit or a church, they would be allowed based on the permitted uses of institutional and civic, because that is the type of uses that those are. They would not be prohibited. Again, this gives that high level. The concern about the specific type of use, whether it's a church, a nonprofit, that level of specificity would then come forward with the land development code. But this does not prohibit any of that. All of that can occur.
I have to apologize because we read something like the size of the Bible this week. But I have here on page 5, it says flexible standard. I don't know is that the terminology that we want to use? Flexible standard seems kind of subjective.
Yes, ma'am. So yeah, again, that's another one of these. So in the comprehensive plan, what we want to do here is set the policy that if that's something the county wants to allow, it's permittable, but the specifics of how you do that then get developed within your land development code, the zoning, to say how is that flexibility determined.
Okay, Commissioner Bass, I'm through.
Mine are going to be hopefully a little bit easier. On page 5 again,
yes,
in the residential density, how did we come up with the maximum increase of 20 dwelling units per acre? How did we come up with that?
Sure. That was quite a bit of discussion as well. We had working with your county staff. We worked through and we looked at what are existing densities, what is around in the county now. I will be we started with a much higher number. And we worked through that, looking at it, and how we got to 20 is that really is the highest density that is here in Citrus County, between the county and the cities.
Yeah, Commissioner Best, that's correct. 20 dwelling units per acre is our high-density residential. That's as high as we go.
Okay,
Right.
I
It
just
doesn't
wonder,
mean we can't increase it, but
I was looking at actually decreasing it.
since 1990, that's our highest.
Right.
Okay, all right, and then on page 7, in the first paragraph,
Yes, sir.
1, 2, 3, fourth sentence, fourth line down, it says transportation planning concerns consistent with the access management requirements. I don't think concerns is the right word in there. How about maybe strategies?
Sure.
And then on the paragraph that says policy 17 XX15, all development with the within the SR 44 IMA shall be required to use central water. I think it should just say shall use central water.
Okay.
Told you it would maybe easier.
Thank you, sir.
Anyone else have any questions?
No.
Okay. Well, then at this time, we will open to the public portion of the meeting. Would anyone like to come up and speak? There's no favor or opposed?
No, yeah, just input. I mean, it is a vote.
Give 1 minute. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm not going to state my name and address, okay? Thank you. I want to say this. This is so much better than the disaster that you implemented on Cardinal, okay? And Gaston has testified about this, and I've told you this. Cardinal is unworkable, and you need to fix it before you even consider doing land development regulations. So this is in a much better place, okay? Some of the things we asked for were implemented, like creating this as a commercial infill area. That means they don't have to do a plan amendment, all right, which is one less step. Taking the single family out is good because the original intent was there would be some industrial in this area. So new single family development in light industrial, even commercial, you know what happens. I mean, we just had that discussion earlier today about do they get along? So that's a positive. They put the map in showing where the road is, and I think that's important because one of the very first things I said in this discussion when it first started was you had this long linear strip for the 44 IMA, okay, but no depth. And depth adds flexibility. So, and greater depth has been provided, and we'll talk about the Morton piece in a little bit in adding greater depth. So, and understand this, when it was initially put in the plan 2016, the IMA, there was a mandatory PUD. And then a couple of years later, someone said, no, we're not going to do PRDs. You don't have a mandatory PUD. And then when you did Cardinal, you put a clause in there that says until you get land development regulations, you need to do a PUD. And since this is the gateway, I can tell you PUDs probably are important, okay? It gives everybody a little transparency and opportunity for input, give and take. So, and I represent State Road 44 Land Trust. They have 30 acres of GNC, and they can work within the framework of this text. Across the street, where the big White House is on the hill, is the next largest vacant piece. And then Mr. Kane has a piece of approximately 9 acres that's vacant. Those are the only 3 parcels in this IMA that are greater than 5 acres. And we've had this discussion about 5 versus 3, and it used to be 8. And I don't know if this is an alternative, but maybe if you reduce the size down to 3, you decrease the ISR. Intensity is tied to ISR. and give people the alternative. Say, okay, if you want a 3-acre project size, your ISR is reduced 15%. If you do 5 acres, you have the alternative, and your ISR stays at 0.7. That adds a little flexibility. One of the fears and I can tell you, like, there are 2 GNC parcels right next to each other. One's 1.8 acres, okay, and one's 2.39 acres. Those pieces are now non-conforming lots of record, okay? So they're going to have to come in for a PUD. I hope they don't have to get a variance. My God, someone would say, "Oh, you bought this property, you didn't do your due diligence." So that is a concern. I mean, if you go to your neighbor and say, you know, I need 5 acres here, sell, and he says, hell no, then how do you document that when you come to do your project of a lesser size? So again, this text is far better than what you've got at Cardinal. It's workable. This one little glitch about lot size needs to be in some form or fashion adjusted. We're in a transmittal mode, so it's going to go to the county commission, go back, and then back here. So there's opportunities to address that. So let me then, so I say on behalf of the land trust, they're okay with this. They're pleased. They can live with it. Of course, they got 30 acres. You know. I want to talk about the Morton piece. Originally, I asked for it to be put in the IMA area, and I never got a response one way or the other. Then the text came out and indicated if you were going to do multifamily, it had to be in a mixed-use project. So then I told my client, we don't want to be in this IMA. Get us out of it. And the reason I say that is in the land use business, you can look at a piece of land and it'll look at you and say, I'm multifamily or I'm low density residential. Some of these parcels just scream what their long-term land use is, okay? And this particular piece, given the roadway and given the intersection and given the light and all that, it's perfect for multifamily. It is absolutely perfect for multifamily. It's 25 acres, a lot of flexibility, and that's on site. Right now, okay, it's the old phase 4 of Crystal Glen. So, and that PD has expired. So Mr. Martin would have to do something, okay, with that property to change that land use. And if he's going to have to change his land use, frankly, he'd rather be in the IMA where he knows what his opportunities are and he's more consistent, okay? And from your perspective, he's going to have to comply with all those LDC standards, which you may or may not implement, okay? So it's just a good fit, and it adds depth. And the piece in front of them, maybe they can combine that and do a mixed-use project. So that's why we are back asking to be put into the IMA or a recommendation because it's a perfect site for freestanding multifamily at the densities that are articulated in this text. So if you got any questions about that specifically, I'll be glad to answer them. I don't know how to address this. You're right about that industrial property. It's golden. Everybody wants it. It's going to be hard to buy. That recycling center is not going to expand. I mean, last time they did it, you guys voted on that last year. Remember? It was not a user-friendly application, was it? Not well received. So I wish there was a solution that I could give you other than perhaps you say if you have a lesser ISR on then the project size could be reduced. But if you meet that 5-acre project size, the ISR would be per code or increased for that matter.
Thank you.
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak on the application? We're losing our board.
I never envisioned us being here fast.
Neither did I. I have 4 o'clock upstairs, but we're gonna do our best here. And just to clarify why he's passing that out, this is a transmittal. It does not come back before you. I know Mr. Stillwell mentioned it would. The format is it goes to the county commission and then it goes to the state agencies and then back to the county commission. And if we are going to add in Mr. Stillwell's additional application and IMA, that is a separate application. Staff will have to prepare that and bring it before you as a zoning change or to put in the overlay. Doesn't mean it can't happen. You tell me.
My name is Gaston Hall. I'm representing the Citrus County Building Alliance. We have a letter on file for both the applications today. I brought you a list of IMA issues that not only for 44, but also for Cardinal. Residential apartment buildings are really hot right now. It's what we need in this county. That's the only way you're going to get in here and get some stuff. It is not properly addressed, in my opinion, in either one of the IMAs. Setbacks on these buildings. You take a residential structure and you take a setback on the second floor of 10 feet, all of a sudden now you've got a load path that doesn't go from footer to the top of the wall. All of a sudden you've got the roof water coming off of the third floor that's going to hit 10 feet inside the structure. How do you transport that water out of the building? You definitely don't want to run big pipes with roof water running through the apartments to get to the outside of the building. So step backs on 2 stories are a killer. I mean, you just don't see it. If you go up and down any of the roads, Gainesville, Orlando, all the way up the turnpike, you're looking at 3- and 4-story wood frame structured buildings, and they're all perfectly up. There's no setbacks. Most of them have balconies. So that is an issue to us also. Parking should be allowed on all sides of the buildings. If you look at residential buildings, if you go to any of the apartment complex, there's parking in front, side. So that is the issue with us too. The open space, putting it into a permanent conservation easement. The problem you're going to see is down the road at some point in time, these properties will get grazed and redone. So I've seen it in Brandon, Tampa, St. Pete, Pasco. If you have a permanent anything on there, it's going to impede them from trying to graze that entire property and put something else on it. It's happened before. It's a nightmare to get that permanent off. There's got to be another way to take those easements and make sure they don't change until they physically graze the entire site. The open space of 20%, just want everybody to know that there's a lot of things that aren't included in that 20% that's going to be open space. Met with them earlier. The DRAs now have been removed from that list, but there's a lot more than just that's going to be open in that open space. The minimum size. Several of us have checked with most of the national chains for fuel and for eating. 3 acres is an average of what they're looking for. Some are a little bit below, but if you put 3 acres in as your minimum acre, you're going to capture all the food places, you're going to capture all the fueling places. You go more than that, it's just wasted property for them. Phasing, there's no phasing spelt out in these documents at all. So if somebody wants to come in and put in a track and they want a phase development in there, there's no policies or nothing in here that talks about phasing and how that would be accomplished. There's also words in this one and a lot of them in Cardinal that aren't defined. So we're sitting here guessing at what those words mean. Obviously, every time somebody different looks at those terms, they're going to come up with a different idea of what those words and phases mean. So they definitely need to make sure that these words that they're putting in here have definitions that everybody can go to and get the same results every single time. I'm trying to amend the Florida Building Code. Florida Building Code, as you know, has methods and products that are approved within that code. So anytime that you come in and you say you only can use concrete or you only can use block, you're now against the Florida Building Code. That's going to be an issue. We've brought it up before. We've been here several times on that same issue, Highlands, several other places. You cannot use a planning document to amend or reduce the Florida Building Code. It's illegal. All building materials, like I say in the Florida building codes, should be allowed on all substrates of a building. You don't see it, it gets covered up, and to modify it, do that, you're just in conflict. No mention of workforce housing in either one of these IMAs. Workforce housing is now the big term. It's what people are doing. There's stuff already on the statutes. There's 121 this year is being done. First responder stuff is being done. You should mention workforce housing at some time. There's several different types of housing, and they all have means to get money. And you want to make sure you don't leave one out. Make sure they're just all inclusive. Lots of records. That's what we had just talked about. If you just use the plain change of use, you could actually have a building with 4 or 5 bays in it. Take a office out, put retail in, or opposite. You've just changed it, changed the use. You don't want to trigger all of the site requirements by doing that. So that is a item that's definitely important. But like I say, the other one is the permanent conservation easement. You definitely want to do something there. Any questions? Thank you.
And most of the items he's talking about are the land development code with Cardinal. But you did hear from both people saying they thought 3 acres is more appropriate than 5. And I think the very last one, Brad's already addressed that they're changing that. So those are the changes I think you're hearing from the public.
Anyone else want to speak in favor or about this application? Okay, seeing none. Is there a rebuttal, or was that the rebuttal?
No, I mean, you can address the last, I know the last thing he talked about with the change in occupancy, you already addressed
We've already
that,
addressed that, yes,
right?
ma'am.
How do you feel about the reduction to a 3 acre size?
I have no objection to that. If that is the desire of the county, as you to recommend that in the Board of County Commissioners, I don't have an objection if that's the direction the county would like to go. This is a different corridor. So if you all feel that is the most appropriate for the corridor, I would not, I won't object to that at all. I do think though having the larger 5 does provide better opportunity for projects to be more creative, have a better project for here and for your county, but I am not opposed to, if you all feel that 3 acres is the better acreage.
Well, let me ask you a question.
I have no objection.
With the minimum acreage, I mean, it's been consistent in your planning. But in this IMA, seeing that only 3 parcels are over 5 acres, so development will be dependent upon aggregation in many situations, correct?
It would be encouraged, yeah, I mean, that would be the first statement would be if you're less than the 5, can you aggregate? If you can't, here's the alternative. So, yes. Now, you don't have to be more than 5. So, you have to be at least 5 in terms of a project, and not a parcel, but the project. And we could actually, we could have the same conversation at 3 acres as well. So it's hard. Somewhere we do have to set that minimum size, because if we don't, we do, as I think, as was said previously, we don't change the pattern that's out there to have something better and your gateway to your community that you want to have as something. But still meet the needs of the residents and of the business owners. So I believe it's important to have the minimum. Quite honestly, if it's 3 or 5, I have no objection to which either way.
How do you feel about Mr. Stillwell's suggestion regarding ISR and determining it that way?
What we would do, if that's what you'd be comfortable, what we could do within the comprehensive plan, we wouldn't set the standard of what it would be, but we could set that strategy. We could say in here something in the manner of minimum project size of 5 acres or 3 acres subject to further limitations or restrictions on things such as impervious area or whatever. So we could we wouldn't actually do it. We would do that in the zoning side, the actual implementation, but we would set up the strategy on how that would happen. So that could be done. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Does anybody else have any questions? No. Okay. We'll close the public portion and bring the discussion back to the board. He's said that, they're willing to look at some of these things. My personal opinion is that when I look at some of the stakeholder meetings consistently it was coming back to this minimum acreage was one of the top things. I mean, I know we've heard about some other things today. So if we have to vote on the wording, you've also mentioned changing occupancy, but if we had to vote on the wording as it is today, I would not vote to recommend this to the county commission. Now, if you want to take it back and do some adjustments and work on it further, then for me, that would be how I would go.
Sure. And I'll defer to Ms. Cook too, but I know what I would suggest, but again, please let me know if this is not how the county does this. You could, as part of your motion, include that changed language that you would like to have happen. So what would then happen is if you were to approve it with the condition of those changed language on those issues, then when we bring this forward and when I report this to the Board of County Commissioners, the document won't change it, they'll see, but the report to them would be, this is what the recommendation is from your Planning and Development Commission to approve it with these changes in there. So I think that would be an appropriate way to handle that. I just don't want to run afoul of the way county would typically do it, but.
Yeah, I don't want to run this, have another hearing for this if that's the minimum stuff that we have. Page 3, where you talk about a change in occupancy type, will be reworded as you worked out with Mr. Hall, as if it requires a site improvement or additional parking. You had prettier language than me on that one. And then page 4 would change that to from 5 acres to 3 acres, or 5 acres with 3 acres being allowed with the very good language that you said for the comp plan. I don't want to put ISR in a comp plan. There's no variance from that. Don't ever want to do that. But I liked his wording that gave 3 acres with the ability to have the higher ISR. So those would be the 2 changes, other than Mr. Bass had a few changing transportation planning concerns to strategies. And instead of saying all new developments shall be required to use central water, all new developments shall use central water and sewer.
Last question I have is, will the people who own this vacant property be notified at some point that we're doing this to them?
Which vacant property are we talking about?
These vacant parcels that are zoned in different ways.
When we do the land development code, if we're going to be actually changing zoning, and that's something that I'm not really sure we've had from the board yet, but if we change zoning, then yes, we will. We're not changing their zoning at this time. We're creating a new future land use, but we're not doing any zoning changes now. But if we do change, absolutely. Or if we add Mr. Stillwell's property in there on the comp plan side, then we'll be having to do that as well. They're already in the IMA and the LDC. Nothing's changing for them at that point.
Anybody else?
Just quickly, we had the 8 or 9 bullet points added here from the Builders Alliance. Do we have any problems with any of these being in our comp plan, or doing a little bit of wordsmithing to maybe address some of these that may make what we have better?
Most of these are addressing the land development code standards in the Cardinal IMA.
Right.
You don't have the
Right.
setbacks or parking or that kind of thing in this application.
So really then this should have just been concerns with IMA, the Cardinal IMA, and not 44 so much.
He had a few. The minimum acre sizes is definitely there, and the mention of workforce housing.
The housing and
right.
the
and the very last one about
right.
talking about change of occupancy, which has already been addressed.
Right. So the board is aware, we did meet with Mr. Hall before this meeting. We went through this list with him.
Okay.
And we addressed each of these items. So we do have the response to it, which I believe he was supportive of. I won't speak for him. He can say that when we present it, but yes, sir.
Don't want to have a problem down the road.
No, sir. Yes, sir. No, we absolutely, we wanted to be sure that we respond to these concerns.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, that's all.
Commissioner Stone.
I have a comment. I commend you. You have a difficult, if not impossible, task to put this together. But I just want to comment that, when we first started with Cardinal and stuff, that the minimum lot development size was like, 20, 30 acres or something. And the whole intention was like, oh, well, we don't want it to turn into State Road 200 or US 19 with a whole bunch of little tiny buildings and businesses. businesses and stuff. And gradually and slowly, we've come back to, at least for lot size, you know, pretty much accommodate anything you want. You know, I mean, maybe you can't get a single place video store. Yeah, it doesn't need, or can't get 3 acres together, but for anything else, we're pretty much, it seems to me, where we were without any of this restriction. I think we're doing as good as we possibly can, but I don't think going back to the original concept, I think we've lost that along the way. So that's just my comment.
Thank you. No, I agree. This is much better than Cardinal. Much, much better.
Thank you.
So, do we want to vote?
What's the vote?
That's an IMA. They're not changing the IMA with this one. They're just putting it in the comp plan. I'd have to do a separate amendment for that. So if I get direction from them, we can certainly start initiating that. To put it in the IMA, right? They're not changing the boundaries of the IMA with this application.
Can we?
No, it's not advertised that way, and I didn't advertise it for this one. No, their objective is simply 44 IMA authorized for use within the IMA areas established in 2020. So there wasn't any expansion. Now, they definitely were looking at them, and we talked about it.
But so we have to recommend it?
If you want staff
Or do
to
they
initiate that,
they
yes, I do need some kind of, they can request it on their own.
Do you think that it makes sense to add this, you as our planner?
Your consultant said so, and I do agree with them
Right,
on
but you
that.
have to deal with it down the road. That's why I wanted to make sure you felt comfortable with it.
Right. I think with proper notice, as long as we go through our hearing process, yes.
Okay, so I would recommend that we direct staff and our consultant to prepare the necessary paperwork to include this 25 plus or minus acres into the future IMA.
I second it. All in favor?
We need a vote?
We're getting punchy.
We need a vote?
I do need a consensus, and
Okay.
obviously I have that, so thank you for the ones that have stuck through the whole day. Thank you so much. Now we need a vote on this to transmit to the county commission, and when what they had with the changes that we talked about, the 5 versus 3 with an increase, perhaps increase with ISR wording, etc. So we need that recommendation.
Yeah, it's a reduce, yeah.
I'm sorry. Yes,
Reduce.
my bad.
I'm sorry,
I'm
what
so
was that?
tired. Exactly what he just said. Please
Yeah,
talk,
so
'cause I'm
it's
gonna-
5 acres, but if you want to, but the ability to go to 3 acres, but then with a reduced ability of impervious area. So there's that trade-off. You're gonna be smaller,
bonus.
but you can't be quite as
But Joanna
much
said she
area.
didn't want to put that in the comprehensive.
I don't. I want his
We're not-
language.
Right, we're gonna just put in the strategy to be able to do it, but we put in the implementation and the actual, what those numbers are in the LDC.
Okay. All right. Very good. The Planning and Development Commission finds application number CPA-22-10 consistent with the Citrus County Comprehensive Plan and Citrus County Land Development Code, and that this board recommends approval with conditions of the application to the Board of County Commissioners based upon the evidence and testimony presented and the staff report and conclusions regarding this petition. I have a motion by myself.
And there's no conditions. It's actually just the text as revised. Okay. No conditions, just the text is revised.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Text as revised for the record is the motion. And we have a second by Commissioner Royce. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Thank you.
Yeah.
We're not done.
I got one more, but this is a workshop, so we don't need to vote on this other than just feedback.
Motion carries 6-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, Amanda Warner, she'll be leading this discussion, but I will be here with her to help out.
You have 3 minutes. No,
That's
I
what
mean,
you
you have 5.
A lot of it Brad's already said. So.
Can I ask a question of you before you start?
Sure,
Because this
absolutely.
has been a relatively long day.
Sure, absolutely.
There's been a lot of talk about, and you know, amongst a lot of stakeholders and everyone, and even mentioned on this board about Cardinal, the comprehensive plan amendment that was done, not being exactly what we may have needed. So now we're going to workshop land development codes based on something that potentially might have to be rewritten. Is that worth our time today?
Today.
And I don't.
I read your mind, and I think it would be better
Well,
suited for another day.
remembering they're consultants and I can only bring them so many times, but I agree that it's difficult to work with. Some of the objectives are hard. How that impacts the land development code, they were actually trying to correspond to the comprehensive plan. So that's up to y'all. Do you want us to go back? The staff would have to do that. It would have to be a staff document to prepare to modify the comp plan cardinal text language to perhaps be a little more usable. I don't know, understandable. I'm looking for a
Joanna,
word.
are there things in that comprehensive plan amendment that you cannot enforce and that you are unsure about how to implement?
Yes.
So-
Yes, there are. I had a lot of trouble with the Cardinal Farms application, which was about to get to you and then was withdrawn at the continued. Yeah, there's some wording and policies in there. I do have some problems because there's not objective criteria for it, so I have no way of applying it.
Is it because the land development code is not established yet, or the plan amendment is the problem?
The plan amendment is a concern, yes.
So if we didn't get it right, the county didn't get it right the last time, how do we get from that point to where we need to be?
We would have to stop the land development code and halt that for right now with Wade Trim and our staff. And I know Mr. Landon's been very, we've talked about this a lot, thinking that we're on the same page on this. His staff would have to prepare a comprehensive plan amendment, modifying what was adopted at Cardinal, trying to clear things up a little bit, take out some of it, put in some of it, modify some of it. Nothing substantial. However, we need objective standards that we really don't have there. And it's a different board, and some of the stuff there may not be what they want now.
I think that looking ahead, we need to make sure that we have as many I's dotted and T's crossed as possible, because all of us aren't going to be here forever. Joanna's not going to be here forever. And we need to make it as clear as possible for the next group of people that are going to be sitting here.
I wasn't here when it was written, so it's hard for me to interpret some of it.
Right. So I think that we as a board owe it to ourselves and to the county and future board members to get any of these tweaks in now. And we're very appreciative of everything that you have done, and we're sorry that you had to sit here as long as you did today.
Yes, very much.
But I think that it would only be just to all of us and the futures. I would rather see the tweaks made before we have you guys come through and explain everything that's here, and then we change half of it because of some tweaks.
Absolutely agree. I think everybody on the PDC was part of that, but I don't mean to speak for anybody else, but I really wasn't happy with the way that turned out either. So, if we made a mistake, now's the time to get it right. We have a different county commission, and maybe they look at things a little differently also.
I think we're lucky we have a chance to go backwards because we have nothing out there right now. So we have such a beautiful, clean slate that, we don't have anything that
we have one application in-house that we has withdrawn, but they are coming back in. So they had on the next board agenda, they are asking to come back, Cardinal Farms. Not your agenda. The commission has to get permission to get back on here, but they are aware that this is a work in progress and they're trying to meet it. And that's where I had some troubles with some of those policies.
So it would seem to me that it would be worth us changing it. And if you could, I don't know if it's legally possible, legally correct, would be to see if we could postpone them again, just so that when they do come in, there's less possible conflicts between us and them, and that they can get a better plan because we have our terms better defined.
Right. I don't want to postpone them because I think they've done a great job trying to comply with the heck that's in there now.
Okay.
But do you have any concerns on your side by delaying this and letting us fix the underlying document you're trying to work with?
No, ma'am. I think, my opinions, I think that is the right direction from everything. And we understand in the feedback and comments we have, it's near impossible to write a land development code if there's not support for the underlying comprehensive plan that supports this. So I think this approach is the absolute right thing to do. It has no negative impact on what we're doing at all, because that is absolutely the right thing to do, in my opinion. So.
And Mr. Stone, this is exactly what I think we should do. I'm having trouble with the comprehensive plan document, but it's a different board, and I don't know how things will go at that level either. Will they like the mixed use? Will they like the minimum acreage? But it's going to be your second crack at it too. And based on the discussion today, we may need to make some changes to some of that basic stuff too. We know a lot more than we did then as far as how the parkway is working, and that certainly is part of it.
I would like to make a motion that we table this discussion at this time and allow staff the opportunity to revisit the Cardinal documents and make the tweaks that are necessary to ensure that we have the best product possible.
Be the Cardinal IMA comp plan.
Yes, yes.
Thank you. We have a motion to table this workshop. Can you get a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Facemeyer. All in favor?
Aye.
No discussion needed. Sir, I just want to thank you for all of your hard work and for sticking in with us today.
Since we didn't have a chance for public comment on that, may I speak?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yes, I'm sorry. Please come up front and say your name and for the record. I apologize. I thought you worked here.
Philip Elledge, professional address 8015 South Suncoast Boulevard. I'm a realtor in the area. I've been to a ton of the IMA meetings. I represent several families that have property out on Cardinal. There is another developer that's not just Cardinal Farms Group that is under contract with two different parcels. One of them is the Buller Ice lot, 9.3 acres. They were told about 6 months ago, wait 9 months from now, we'll have our site plan finally figured out. And at that point, you can submit your site plan. Now, of course, that's going to get delayed. And that's understandable because we're trying to figure out how to even develop out there. But just so you guys are aware that there are other developers that are in the process of trying to move forward with the development out on Cardinal. The other one that they have under contract is the 18.9 acres, 18.3 acres, something like that, 19.3. That one actually, the back half or back 5 acres was somehow not added to the IMA. So if this goes to revisit and we get to look at a new map, then hopefully that family's not held out with missing that chunk. So Cardinal has just been a mess from the start, as you guys are realizing now, and I hope that everything moves forward. But there are other developers out there that are trying to move forward. As soon as they get the word go from you guys, they want to go. And it just keeps on pushing back the owners.
And I understand the delay and the frustration with that. I think that the regulations that are possible, that we're going to change to or going to look at again might be a lot more able to be developed than what's on the books right now. I think it probably will help your client, but I don't know what they're going to adopt.
Is there
Joanna, in the meantime, are they able to still go like Cardinal Farms is still going? You're interpreting the code as it is.
Right, you can still go with a PUD as is current regulations. If you can meet those standards, you have the mixed use requirement. You have all those standards that have to be met. So your clients have that option. I don't know. At the time, what your clients were proposing back when didn't meet at all what the IMA was part of, and I don't think it did now unless they have new plans. So
I know for the 19.3, they're going to do mixed use and pretty much stick with what was presented all throughout until
they can go ahead and come before them now. I can't say the board will say this is too soon, you need to wait, but which is I think what happened before. But
yeah, that's exactly what happened before.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Does anybody else want to speak?
There you go. Yeah.
Oh, Gaston.
He's buying his lunch. Be nice to him.
Lunch, it's almost dinner time.
You're saying that on more paper again. How many trees did you kill today, Gaston?
No, we already have one. Now you just pass stuff out? Yeah. We got more? Yeah. Oh, this is just Cardinal. But you heard him saying that they want to just redo
we
the
just
whole thing,
tabled it.
so we just tabled it.
Well, these are things I hope you take into account whenever you
Okay.
change it.
Did you guys get a copy of this?
Yes, we talked about it, but yeah, I don't need to talk, there's something for y'all to
Great,
take.
so stuff we need to work on, all right, or you think we need to work on, no promises.
I understand.
Thank you, Gaston.
Perfect.
Oh, okay. He's not talking? Great.
He's given the applicant some suggestions, but basically it's our suggestions too in the comp plan that we need to look at.
Is there any more business we need to discuss today?
Your next meeting is March 2nd, and we do have although there's two applications, one of them is getting a lot of attention. It's single family to multifamily in Sugar Mill Woods. I do not expect it to be a 3-hour, but I don't expect it to be a 20-minute one either. So 2 applications, and then remember, March 16th, you're off. Thank you guys for sticking through the whole day. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Joanna. Board, anything further?
Motion to adjourn.
Motion adjourned.